Okay, so today is sort of a benchmark episode where we get to see Orgrimmar for the first time. Alliance player, observe Orgrimmar in great detail from the opposing side. Like, obviously, I've seen it in great detail when I went to attack Orgrimmar. I've killed every NPC in Orgrimmar, but probably literally true, too, because I spent a lot of time. That's one of my favorite things to do on my mage was, like, we would do these raids, and for some reason, I remember having less trouble attacking Orgrimmar than, like, Undercity. I guess it's because of a strategic, like, vantage point. You can attack Orgrimmar from the other side, so it was much easier to like skip the bank part and just go straight to over like the South Fury River across the bridge from Ashenvale and stuff, like right where it meets Ajara and stuff. So you could ride in there, and by the time people would notice and you come at like an awkward time of day, you've already killed Thrall and Vol'jin and stuff. But in Undercity, you have to go from the same way every time, right? You have to go straight through the front, so it makes you way more predictable. You even have to go down the fucking elevators, like, they're controlling kind of like your position, right? There's no other easy way to get in there or do an attack, so that is kind of an interesting dynamic. Yeah, we've done everything I need to do in Durotar, although ironically, there's still a lot of stuff left to do, like, I didn't look at... I still don't know what that Burning Blade cave here was about. That's one of those cool moments of, oh shit, humanoid tracking is gonna drive me crazy in here. I should have turned it off. It's like my senses are too strong, so it's like one of those overload RP moments where we sort of don't appreciate our own ability. We got an axe. That's the biggest thing I maybe would look forward to learning once we go into Orgrimmar, is not even like the ability to feed pet and stuff like that, because I still haven't decided now what pet I really want. So I'll count the raptor leaving as kind of like a permadeath loss, so I can't use another raptor for the rest of the playthrough. Not that it should matter that much, but or maybe this will be too shallow too. So yeah, learning the weapon is one of the big milestones that I want to get, where we can learn like two-handed axes or something. We're almost at the point where we can just learn fucking just learn the dual wielding, because that's the case where, it's only level 20. I'm not sure whether I want to do that or not. I can't really think of what to get rid of, because I could just get rid of these to try to make room for the fish. Well, what we can do immediately now, which I'm sure anybody else would have done a lot sooner, is just use the bank. So our space has been very limited. Even for quest items and stuff, I don't mind, as long as I don't forget about them later. Can't do anything with that. And so yeah, we get to see Orgrimmar for basically the first time, our character, ourselves. I mean, it's not like, when I say that too, maybe some people will get annoyed, like it's disingenuous. A lot of things I say, oh, I'm doing this for the first time, like I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links for the first time. Even though I did kind of play it like, just very mindlessly. It's the same thing here. I did get like one horde character even from 1 to 60, so I'm sure I did certain things, but first of all, it's been so long, and second of all, it was like one of those mindless things that you sort of just breeze through. It's not like I talked to everybody or really took in where everybody is, so I won't know it as well as Alliance. In fact, ironically, even as much as I played as Alliance, I still didn't know everything like the back of my hand. I almost deliberately keep myself in the dark about stuff too. Like, I'll try at least not to look stuff up. I'm sure I did originally in the early days, but it's like I would kind of do it in a sense of trying to, one time with an Alliance character, even though I'd gotten several to 60 and so forth, then I really stopped and took my time, and there were a lot of little things I noticed that I didn't notice before. So I think even in that sense, it's fair to say, like, you don't know it super well. So it's effectively the first thorough time that I go in there as if it's like a single player game and just really try to flesh out every NPC and stuff. Yeah, what else do I have to do? I have to do this, which is a quest I think you got from Thrall. Or let's go actually the proper way down the road. We still never solved the mystery of Razor Hill when it comes to that little pool of water. And we seem a little bit over-leveled, but honestly, I don't even feel like it's that crazy. Because, like, think about it. There's, like, level 11s and 12s in Thunder Ridge. So, like, what are those there for, if not, for level 12s and stuff to fight? Killing Fizzle Darkstorm by yourself is actually pretty hard to do, or at least within the restrictions of my character. You can see I'm going to have more of these bombs and utility stuff than actual... Is it, like, bugged out? Why there's... I mean, I know it's supposed to be a dead server. This is actually how it's supposed to look, but wow, this actually may be a perfect time to play. Or there'll still be a ton of people in there, which I don't even mind. Just treat the players like they're NPCs.
Strength and honor.
maybe I should go over before I go in here, like all my little RP elements. Like, okay, not only is it a hard mode condition that, oh, I can't use my bow. I'm trying to make room for something here too. Not only is it an RP thing I can't use my, or hard mode thing that I can't use my bow. And wing clip is going to be one of my primary forms of DPS. Imagine that. If I had a DPS meter, the only add-on I have is the hardcore thing itself, which I didn't even want to use, but it's fine. This will be like one of my top things, because if you have mana to spare, you may as well do it. But you should do it every fight anyway, just in case you have to run away and stuff. And then, what was the other thing? Oh yeah, as far as RP stuff. So we can't use the bow in RP or a gun or a throwing weapon because we have a bad experience from our childhood. Let's say our character, right? Our parent, our father was like a hunter and they accidentally shot our pet one day, our favorite beloved pet as a kid. And so we were traumatized by that. So we vowed never to use a ranged weapon. So we're like a hunter with clipped wings in a metaphorical sense. That's a good way to put it. And then finally, what else do we have? We have the whole RP element of if a pet dies, we get so traumatized by that or whatever. Just that we're a really fickle hunter. We can't get the same one ever again. So to us, the raptors are gone. We couldn't stand to have another one because it left our service, which I'll count as a death because it happened in the middle of combat. So like if they're unhappy with us for whatever reason, which they'll never be from now on, of course, because I'll take such good care of them, I'm allowed to dismiss them and abandon them myself out of combat. Like let's say in a town even. Or it could be like out in the wild for other RP considerations, but I'm not allowed to dismiss them during combat because that could be seen as like a way to escape, right? From potentially, they could have died, but I saved them by doing that. I don't want that to feel like that way. Some of these you can fish in, but it takes like a super long time, so that makes me kind of annoyed because I have kind of like a fishing side quest where I want to fish in every single body of water that I come across. I better not go in Stormwind or I'll have to do those ones too, but you know, that shouldn't count. Or I've already done that on an exhaustive Alliance playthrough, although I really didn't do that. Like I create my own little quest. And then what other RP things did we do? We said if a pet dies that I might become like an alcoholic where I have to always carry, you know how like I would carry my stacks of Noggin Fog or Elixir in my bag at all times. It'll be like a money sink where I have to carry alcohol all the time and always be drunk. So that's like a hard mode condition even while in combat and stuff. Just because like we can't deal with the loss of our previous pet. So that'll be a hard mode moment. If this next pet that we get dies, we become an alcoholic where we have to fill our bags with alcohol. We have to always be drunk. And we can't get another pet for a while. Or I don't know how long it would exactly have to last for. Yeah, in the immediate, maybe just like the next episode of it. It might seem like this is a really long series, but considering how much people play this game anyway, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, you know, once a week for 3 hours. So this is already like episode 6 or 7, I forget. But it's not really that unreasonable. But compared to like a single player game, Durotar alone would have been the whole game. Like you could have just, we beat the game by taking out the Burning Blade there and taking a Zeppelin to Undercity, and that starts the sequel where we look at the undead areas and stuff. It almost makes me want to get a bat or something. Just the fact that I, you know. So we took the stroll down the center. I mean, it is kind of like an epic, iconic moment. The first time you see your big city. It definitely took me a while to get there on my human the first time. I think that was the first one I had seen. Right, because I did it on purpose that way, kind of slowly. I wasn't intending to just rush through it. These guys will have all kinds of interesting dialogue too. Like the Razor Hill Grunt had a lot of flavor. When you ask him like about the inn, I'd like to go as the second building on their, oh, they're going to be all more militant about it. Second building on the right in the Valley of Strength, north to the main city entrance. Speak to the innkeeper. I mean, we should even start with this. This is how thorough we're going to be. We'll see every single thing. The Bank of Orgrimmar is in the Valley of Strength. Look for it in the north, in the main entrance of the city. Yeah, it's where all the people congregate to show off their gear. What other RP stuff did I say? Just like I can't pick the same mining node twice. I have to change my tracking only in town. Some of these are like kind of like hard mode conditions too. Just like you can't do a lot of stuff out in the wild. You can't You can't craft stuff out in the wild, so whether it be linen or anything else. And you also can't do one other thing, which is destroy stuff. You have to destroy it in a fire, which I don't know whether I count these or not, or it has to be like a proper bonfire, but some form of fire at least. Just not like the little dinky torches. I guess those shouldn't count. So again, it's mainly annoying at this point because of the bag space. Wind Rider Master. Where did you think the Wind Rider Master would be? Head to the top of the Sky Tower in the Valley of Strength. But you insult me over that one, but not this one, even though the bank would be more obvious. As soon as you walk in, you can't miss it. I guess you can come in from the other side. I could be talking to the same guard on the bridge from Ashenvale. Hang on a sec, my thing bugged out. It'll be 100% flavor text completionist run where I'm the first person ever to read every single bit of dialogue and text in the game, which would even be hard to do. Because some of it would be different based on classes and stuff, although probably in a minor way. You're looking for your turn Clanbringer, or your Trun Clanbringer in the Horde Embassy. Find him in the west side of the Valley of Strength. Isn't that like where some of the PvP stuff is? I think it's around there.
Strength and honor.
Guildmaster, the inn. This inn is very inconspicuous and kind of... In fact, some of the inns just aren't that interestingly placed in the main cities for as big of a deal as it is like Hearth Inn. But it's usually always in like the market district, basically. In fact, where's the Iron... The Ironforge one is kind of out of the way. It's like too far from where the bank is and stuff. The Stormwind one's right next to the bank. This one's kind of close to the bank. That one's just kind of in a weird portion off to the side, almost near like where the mage quarter is and stuff. That's the second building on the right in the Valley of Strength, north of the main city entrance. Yeah, where we are now. The mailbox. You'll find one of those outside the bank, and there's actually quite a few. There's one as you're going into the other, like the Valley of Spirits or somewhere else too. In the middle of the Valley of Strength. So the two biggest things that we want to get here are... Number one is obviously the ability to use two-handed axes and stuff, which for some reason I think costs you like 20 silver, or maybe it's 10. I think that's a good start. Two-handed axes specifically. And of course, see, even that's kind of a good RP element, is the fact that different cities give you different skills. So if I want to learn pole arms, I have to go to like Thunder Bluff or something. I forget which is which. But that is cool. Like, bows are Darnassus for Alliance. You would really have to make that run if you wanted to use a bow as a... human or some other race, right? If your class doesn't innately start with that. You'll find one of those in the... Okay. Which we can't even use. Yeah, all the mechanics we can't use. Rub it in our face. The Orgrimmar auction house is in the Valley of Strength. Look for it in the east side next to the Boomstick Imports. Now, you know, they call it Valley of Strength, but it's really like the market district, so... You know, like the trade district in Stormwind, so that's kind of weird. Valley of Strength should be like where the warrior trainer is and stuff like that. Weapon Master is actually a pretty relevant consideration. I'm not even doing this to like learn where the stuff is. It's more so just to see if they have anything flavorful to say. Looking for learn how to use it. I mean, I've read all the flavor text in Anthem. That kind of shows you my dedication. Like if I'm going to do something, this is something you know, it's almost so overwhelming, so I can almost sympathize with people for not doing it. Like, oh, of course, especially the first time through, I certainly didn't play it like this at all. But looking to learn a new weapon, find Sayok and Hanashi inside the Arms of Legend in the Valley of Honor. Now, the fact that there's two of them makes it seem like they should train you in countless other things, but it won't be exhaustive. Right, like they're going to force you to go two-handed swords will be like Undercity, I bet. The Stable Master... In fact, maces should be there too, because humans and their paladin ways really emphasizes the use of a mace. The Weapon Master, the Stable Master is actually pretty relevant for me. I think we're getting that Baron's music here. Some secret special flavor that you only get if you stand here for a super long time. This doesn't play a lot in Durotar. This is a weird spot for it to play too. I'm in Orgrimmar. Go to the valley. It almost is like it thinks I'm on the other side, like standing in the Barrens on the bridge from South Fury River from like where Ashenvale meets. I have to be careful not to go there too, because there'll be some crazy 24 level spider and stuff. I can't wait till I get aspect of the cheetah, and I also just to move around faster, obviously. Be a long time before we get our mount. Even if we do get level 40 mount, it won't be a level 40, I bet. We're not going to make that much money. And then the second thing is also feign death will be kind of like an escape out. And I was almost comparing this character in a way to Batman, like, oh, we're gonna be like, you know, we do a little jab with our weapon, we wing clip them, then we have a trap down, we have our little explosion bombs, we have our pet doing stuff. So like you have a few different key abilities that none of them are really that good or exhaustive, but you have to use them strategically, right? You wing clip one enemy, you trap another, you let the pet tank one. Like if we're dealing with 4 or 5 guys at once, which I really shouldn't be, the pet takes care of one. I'm slowing one down. I'm trapping one. I'm bombing one. I'm what else? I'm feigning death for one. Like there's all these kind of little strategic bang things you do. Or if you do them in the wrong order, you'll get overwhelmed. That's always the kind of the good realistic thing with Batman. Like he'll throw his batarang at one guy and use some other device on another guy. But if he does, it looks so smooth, like, oh, he can take down 10 guys at once. But if he fucks up the order of it or something, which you see that maybe in some of the games, like you know, just that whole Batman Arkham style, it's a very like rhythm based type of thing where you have to make your, or like even Splinter Cell feels like that. You can turn off the lights and then take one guy out in stealth and then shoot another guy and then use some kind of smoke bomb to get away and then do it all over again. Go to the Valley of Honor, seek out Zancha near the stables. Of course, that's where the hunter trainer is going to be too, or there's normally one next to the inn and stuff too, but I guess not in the cities, of course. See how much they put into like one mechanic like that? The only person who can use the stable master is the hunter, and like the only person using this whole pet mechanic, but they put so much into it. And then for each pet, like that's a lot of dedication for the fact that they're happy, sad, they all eat different things, the fact that they can run away, the different abilities that each one has. It might seem like a minor thing, but they went so far out of the way for what could be a minor mechanic for one class. I mean, it's a major mechanic, sure, but in that sense, you could say, oh, the hunter class is unfinished in its own right then. Like, you don't have enough abilities, but you kind of do. It's not like the paladin. You have your aim shot, you have all kinds of other stuff. I guess when I was thinking about survival, I wasn't even thinking about traps. So as far as the next talent that I get, gives your immolation trap. Like, I kind of want that, but this is way more interesting because you're going to get those crits. It'll make your ordinarily shitty ability very strong, actually. You'll have like a 30%, assuming you have like a 10% base, you'll have like a 30% crit chance base with this ability every 6 seconds, which is amazing. So that's the trade-off. It's a really shitty ability compared to any other class, but they give you these kind of overpowered talents to kind of compensate. Even this is kind of interesting, but it'll have to be 3 points in this and 2 points in this. Even though I like this, gives your immolation trap, frost trap, and explosive trap to entrap the target, preventing them from moving. But that's what fucking frost trap does anyway. So what would be the point of that? That's such a stupid effect. Look for it high up on the side of the Valley of Strength. They'll only let you in if you're an officer. Talk to Sergeant Basha outside otherwise. Of course, yeah, we won't be able to do that even for the flavor of it. Officer's Lounge, the Battle Master. Which battleground do you see glory in? Alturic Valley. If you're going to Alturic Valley, then go speak to Partra Bloodsnarl. You will find her inside the Hall of the Brave in the Valley of Honor. They're not giving me as much flavor here as in Razor Hill. Like you said, where's the inn? It's like, oh yeah, I really got to get a drink sometime too. They won't just simply tell you where it is. Battlemaster Varathi Basin. Of course, none of the stuff we're going to actually do. So it's almost rubbing in our face. Where is all the stuff that we can't use except for the trainers and just basic stuff? You wish to help with the Forsaken with their fight against the humans in Arathi Basin, then go to the Hall of the Brave and speak with Des Snowbane. Even some of these names you don't really process, although I'm not great at that either. I'll play a card game for years and use the same card over and over, but I won't even know what it's called, or I'll make my own nickname for it that annoys everybody. Must eliminate the elves and their coward. Yeah, this is the most relevant one because that's like an Ashenvale, basically. It'd be interesting to try to place, right? Where do they exactly take place on the map? I feel like I knew this, and it was like a very specific thing. It's like where the lumber mill is and stuff. It's not really in the world, but it, you know, like obviously zone-wise, that's in Ashenvale. Arathi Basin speaks for itself, and Alturic Valley. It's just kind of weird because, well, actually, that you might think, oh, that's somewhere near Dunmoreau, but it's actually obviously Alturic fucking mountains. It's like there's some segment in the map that's not filled in that represents that you can't get to, that could represent where the battleground is, but that's not necessarily true. Or it could almost be like where Highjoy is, just because they had that unfinished thing, right? It's like the area between Hydro and Ashenvale that you're fighting over. It doesn't even respect that Ashenvale is there. Like, Felwood is here, but this is not something you ever... In fact, you get to see it in the Caverns of Time before you get to see it in the proper... I love that we're getting this music here. I wasn't expecting that. You get to see it in the Caverns of Time before you actually get to see it in the world here, right? That's not until Cataclysm, which I didn't actually do at all, so I still haven't seen it. All I did from Cataclysm on, occasionally I would just go in the game and fly around the world and just look at what's changed, and that ends up being so exhaustive that I never finish it. Go into the Hall of the Brave in the Valley of Honor and speak with Brockgul Deathbringer if you have what it takes to aid the Horde. It could be a Death Knight name. Which trainer do you seek? Now, it's H is first just alphabetically, not because obviously you are a hunter. Shoot straight. Oh, look at the little wordplay. Shoot straight to the... I wonder if that's intentional. To the northwest section of the Valley of Honor. There you will find the Hunter's Hall. Because she's being so stoic otherwise. She's not trying to give me much flavor to work with. Yeah. How about blink straight towards this place. Speak to Pepredo at the Darkbriar Lodge in the Valley of Spirits. Up above and to the west of the Valley of Strength. Yeah, it's like the whole troll area with the, you know, water base and stuff. And then, I love that. Shoot straight. And I like how, yeah, there's no trainers that start before H in the whole city. Which would be what, even? Mage, warrior, warlock, priest, like druid. Druids are super annoying to play because you can only train them, which again, in an RP sense that makes sense and it's fair, but you can only train them in either Darnassus, which nobody liked, or Thunder Bluff, which I guess isn't too bad. They really boned the Night Elves. That'd be the equivalent of saying, oh, it's like in Undercity, so it's on the other continent from the other cities. Deus and his priests are in the Spirit Lodge, which is in the Valley of Spirits. Look for it on the lake above and to the west of the Valley of Strength. They'll also get annoyed if you keep doing this. Right?
Greetings. Mokra. Greetings. Lokta.
One day?
I am not amused.
Yeah, I'm not amused.
You dispute my honor? I'm getting angry. Are you challenging me? Will you stop touching me? Back off, whelp.
Well, wow. Biggest risk we've taken by trying to piss off a level 55 guard. If you do this X number of times, it'll attack you like a chicken and an Ocarina of Time, and you'll die to that. Valley of Strength. It does feel kind of awkward. Like, trolls can become mages, but they acquiesce to them so much that they have a trainer here. They can say, fuck it, just go to Undercity to train as a mage. It's not something that orcs have particular interest in. In fact, the biggest surprise of Durotar was probably the fact that, besides how many Quilboar there are, they basically outnumber the orc NPCs. Is the fact that, maybe even the orcs and the trolls combined, is the fact that you, what do you call it? Oh, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. It's the fact that... Priest, okay, also in the Valley of Strength. What was it? Oh, besides the mystery of Razor Hill, where that fucking water is, too. Like, look how much bigger the Barrens looks than that, too. Like, it feels big, but it doesn't feel that much bigger than Durotar, considering how much fucking time we spent here. It's such a great connection point, but it kind of barely makes up for the fact that Tauren don't have their own level 10 zone, right? So the Barrens is the equivalent of, like, 2 of the Alliance zones combined, right? So, like, Westfall plus Loch Madan equals the Barrens, because they both have, you know, you have Darkshore and you have Silverfine Forest. I basically equate those two because they're on different continents from the rest, right? Like Night Elves and Undead, obviously. Kind of like the outcasts that are kind of weird, and maybe they, I forget if Night Elves start like that, but they both start as like neutral reps with everybody except for themselves, right? So yeah, you even start with neutral with them, so it's a smaller price to pay. So they're objectively making things certainly unfair, like, oh, druids can't train anywhere but their one city, or undead get neutral with everybody except for Undercity, whereas I get friendly. So, like, sometimes there are those concessions when you try to make something, you know, make sense in lore and in RP. You don't give everybody a fair experience, and then people complain, so then you have to homogenize everything. You seek Hardress Dreamseeker, That sounds like it could be a druid name too. She and the other shaman are in the entrance room to the Thrall's fortress in the Valley of
May
Wisdom.
your blades never dull.
Very fitting, of course. Thrall being a shaman, rogue, looking for Shentel of the Shadow Swift Brotherhood. This is like right near RFC. The drag across. I won't even say I won't do dungeons, but I can't do them with other people, so I'll take a risk. I distinctly remember doing dead mines as a like level 40 something with my warrior, but not really doing it, just doing something in there, mining some nodes or whatever. But actually, I was a mining herbalist. So I don't know what I was. I was like farming for something or. In the drag across from Drawfurs and Sun Salvage. Look for a tunnel leading down into the Cleft of Shadow.
Well, friend.
And Rogue Warlock is also there. You seek Groldar and the Dark Fire Enclave. Find them in the underground cavern called the Cleft of Shadow. There are 2 tunnels leading down there into that cave. One just to the south of the Valley of Wisdom and the other from the drag. It was kind of fitting that they would both be there. The kind of the shady, sneaky underground classes, although the Horde doesn't stigmatize it nearly as much. Right, like wherever Warlock trainers normally are is not as bad as like in the basement of the Alliance or something like that. Or wait, we missed the warrior. Should be in the Valley of Strength, but it's not. Find the Hall of the Brave in the Valley of Honor and speak to Grez Ragefist. Let them know that I'll be reporting back after my shift here. I see you telling me you're a warrior. That's the first amount of flavor that we've really gotten from you, aside from the shoot straight to find the hunter trainer. That's a good one. Most of these are pretty bland. Look for Yelmax Alchemy and Potions. Find it in the middle of the drag west of the huge tree. So we've already committed to my professions. It's going to be mining and engineering. And the only twist on that is, despite how hard it'll be to even craft stuff for engineering in the first place, is the simple fact that basically you can only get the same mining node twice, which will be hard to keep track of. Yeah, I wouldn't get add-ons to make the game easier. I would get add-ons to track some of the crazy wild shit that I do, like that. This is like an ASMR, a day in Orgrimmar. Just speak to every NPC. Look for Yelmax potions. Okay, we've seen that next to a huge tree. Blacksmithing. Maybe Saru. Oh, she's not even sure. Steel Fury will teach you how to make an axe as good. Oh, as good as mine someday. I mean, I will give it to you that you're a level 55. In fact, I love the sets of gear that you could wear that would make you look like an NPC. Like, there are enough in the game, but it's sort of mismatched sometimes. It's not always a clear set, right? Or like exactly at the same level. You'd have to get some random rare from a dungeon or something to get the same appearance. Find him at the Burning Anvil in the Valley of Honor, down the path to the right past Red Canyon Mining.
Fight well, friend.
Russian trainer. Okay, what was that? Blacksmithing. You want Zamja at Borstan's fire pit on the up. Imagine if you actually did this. You walk into a place for the first time and you ask them where every single thing is in order. So as much as it's supposed to be an RP immersive thing, it's almost the opposite. You should almost have to ask a different guard each time. Fire pit on the lower level of the drag. Go up the stairs on, like, yeah, let's think about the other analogies of like where the trainers are. Right, like warrior and hunter might be in the same place. Shaman is also there, so they're analogizing shaman more to a melee class who happens to use magic a little bit, not like they're emphasizing that wholly, right? So here's shaman, maybe warrior somewhere in here, and hunter. Then you have obviously the priest and the mage. Then you have here the rogue and the warlock. So who are we missing? Obviously druid doesn't make an appearance here. And wait, what am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who am I forgetting? Mage, warrior, warlock, priest, hunter. Oh, I mean obviously paladin and fucking
Greetings.
paladin and druid. Chanting, I think we just saw. Or no, Godan's Runeworks is where you'll go. Look for it in the west of the drag, right next to the Valley of Wisdom. Amazing how they have flavor for some of these lines, but not all of them. Even this they give you, like, oh, you shouldn't look stuff up. If you need help, this is the most that they're going to give you. Sort of showing off and flexing how complicated and big their cities are, which they really are quite impressive. You'll find that goblin and his toy shop in the Valley of Honor. So she's kind of degrading that. Even though, did you know that oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. It reminded me. The fact that there's an orc engineering trainer. For some reason, I thought it would be something else. Although I guess there really only are orcs here. But even a troll, like, it feels like something an undead should do or a Tauren should do. You just think of orcs as dumb. Not that I'm really saying that, and they're gonna be mad at me as soon as I go in. The first thing I'll have to say as soon as I walk in the steps of Orgrimmar is, "I'm sorry," not because of what I just said that they're stupid and can't be engineers. Although that's not really an association you make that they would be one, but that guy should be royalty among orcs. But actually, the reason why I should say that is because I've killed all their kind in the past, but I shouldn't reveal that I'm a double agent. See, it used to mean something. Now you can just make characters of both factions on one server and not even worry about it. Look for Nog's Machine Shop in the Valley of Honor, northeast of Red Canyon Mining. Yeah, obviously some of these will be right next to each other, so it's not a big surprise. Some people will find this style of play annoying, but it's not only validated by the fact that I stream every day, although obviously I don't do the same category every day, but it's like, what's the rush? The purpose of this isn't to show off and you know, do it as quickly as possible, which I could easily do. I'm even making it harder for myself, so I'm not even saying that to flex. It's just like, you know, have fun with it. I always do this with any game, first playthrough, permadeath. Not that this is at all first playthrough, but just, it's about more than just getting to the end of it for me. Arnok makes good bandages. Find him. I know, I've used them many times because I'm too lazy to learn first aid myself, I guess, is what she's saying. Find him at the Survival of the Fittest hut on the shore of the lake, next to the Spirit Lodge. We'll have to fish there, too. I guess we couldn't fish in this one. In the Valley of Spirits. Next to Spirit Lodge in the Valley of Spirits. It's above and to the west of the Valley of Strength. You're my favorite guard. I'll kill you last when I go back on the Lion's character, which I might never even do. This might be my last time ever doing this. I mean, I wouldn't say that if the servers would be up forever, then I would never have to worry about it. But the fact that you have to make that concession, like as soon as Wrath came out, Wrath Classic, they got rid of BC. So what if I want to do something in BC? Like, I'm paying the $15 sub a month not to play the dog shit current state of the game. Not that I even know or would say it's dog shit, because I don't know and I don't play it, so I'm not gonna, I don't care. But fishing is a sport for, I think at the very least, you can say WoW Classic was more impressive for 2004 than any other state of WoW, especially the newer ones are for now, right? For 2020, 2023, is Dragonflight really a cutting edge, top of the line game for 2023? Probably not. It might still be good, it might still be very good, but it's not like, wow, this is the future of gaming. This kind of was, and how many other games copied it? And for so long they were saying like, oh, this is going to be the WoW killer. Like, that wouldn't even be a topic if WoW wasn't so dominant and amazing. Fishing is a sport for the old who have not died in battle. So that's like the reward, though? Or I can't tell whether she's saying that as a negative or not. It's a sport for the old. What if I'm an old character? Sometimes you can make yourself look kind of a little bit like that. Go find Lumac on the lake in the Valley of Honor. You could be saying it's a good thing, like, oh, you've done so well, but as a young little pup that we are, it doesn't really fit. So she's scolding us for being too young, but also praising it like, oh, I can't wait till I get to the point where I can do that. Herbalism, that's kind of insulting to say to a troll too, because we live on the water, so we of course have a bias towards seafood and stuff. It's sort of the old debate I had with somebody, like, you know, oh, don't take pride in your cuisine and your culture and all these things, because a lot of them are just reactionary. Like, oh, your culture happened to live by water, so therefore you like seafood and that's part of your culture. That's like the reactionary zero-sum thing. Like, you're insisting upon yourself just because of your own ego. I'm not diminishing the culture, I'm just saying, like, it's arbitrary. The reason why you like a certain thing is because you just happen to live around it, or your ancestors happen to live around it. I'm just more like, none of that shit matters. Herbs, you need to speak to, oh, it looked like there were brackets almost, and, brackets and. Speak to Jondi at her arboretorium in the drag. There are some wooden steps behind Asorn's Market in the Valley of Wisdom. Follow them up to the upper level of the drag and you'll find her. Herbs.
May your blades never dull.
Okay, so we got, is there some profession that's maybe not here for some reason? I guess probably not. So the class trainers are so hard to come by that they can't have them here, but they can have all the professions. Doesn't that, they could have taken it a step further, like, oh, herbalism can only be done, can only be learned in Thunder Bluff because they're more in tune with nature and stuff. Whereas here it's more about whatever, other first aid, engineering, mining. Go to Kotohide Leatherworkers in the drag. Ask for Kamari. Look how blunt she is with that one. You can almost compare it to the male one too. We'll read that too. Set the tone for what this episode is going to be like. Talk to every fucking NPC here. Because even to whatever extent I might have done that before, it wouldn't have been nearly as exhaustive as this. That was leatherworking. Makaru can be found day and night at Red Canyon Mining in the Valley of Honor, just off the lake. That's the first time they're acknowledging time. Like, what, he just works 24 hours a day, so he's always there to train you?
Fight well.
That's one immersion-breaking element, I guess, is the fact that nobody sleeps. At least if they had a little cot in their training spot, they would just sleep where they are, and then you wake them up when you want to talk to them, but... or maybe some races that doesn't even matter. Like, maybe undead don't sleep. I forget if that's actually a thing. Right, like, undead don't have to worry about that. Or they don't have to eat or anything. Although they still do to heal and stuff. What will show you how to skin your... Maybe they do it just to heal, but they don't get any enjoyment or flavor and stuff out of it. How to skin your kills. Look for him at the Kotohide Leatherworkers in the Drag. That's almost the most fitting profession for a hunter, but it just didn't seem like it'd be very interesting. In fact, the engineering thing, which some people might complain about, but I don't really care, because you could do that anyway. Right? That's nothing to do with your class, and I'm restricting my class so much. But I want that to be almost a part of my rotation. Not that I'm using it every fight, but just that it's an option available to me on top of everything else. It's amazing that we got to level 14 here, but I didn't feel like I dragged it out too much. Magar's cloth goods in the Drag. Find him south next to the huge tree next to the Kotohide Leatherworkers.
Go forth.
So you could totally do it with I like how they have a male and female guard here too. You can get all the flavor without even getting it. How different will it be? Like, what were the notable ones? Like, okay, class trainer, hunter. Oh, he doesn't say shoot. He doesn't say it. I guess I won't read all these, but I do want to see. Or let's just see the other one, which was like... What was the other notable flavor one? Tell him I'll be there after I get off work. Speak to Rage Fist in the Hall of the Brave, which is in the Valley of Honor. Put in a good word for me. But look at the amount of detail, even for this dumb shit fucking tour guide experience. Look at that. They have not only unique flavor text for that, but they have one for each gender of guard too. In the Valley of Strength, look at the north. Let's just see if there's anything notable. He was more of a bitch about this one. Doras will make sure you find your way to the battle you seek, so he's a little bit nicer there. We'll do a character point system and decide who we kill first and last based on this. That'll be the hard mode challenge. I'll do a mage permadeath, arcane only mage on my... I like that for me because it sort of harkens back to my insistence at level 60. Like, I don't want to play as Frost. I want to play as Fire, but you can't because you have to do Onyxia and Molten Core and Blackwing Lair. So I was so frustrated by being sort of pigeonholed into that. You have to do Frost, everybody says, because there's no everything's immune and resistant to it, to fire. So, okay, fine, I'll do Arcane. I even tried. I get my Arcane Missiles to do like 400 or 500 damage a tick or something at some point. Maybe that wasn't that early on in the thing, but... then I still can't do it because it's not mana efficient enough or whatever. So like I tried to find every way. So around AQ, which I didn't even really do, you could start using fire. Finally, so that's almost like your reward. It's not a question of which one was objectively better or not. It's just you had to make do. So again, in an RP way, that's kind of cool, but in a design standpoint, that's kind of bad design because you're forcing people so much to use one thing and one thing only. For like every raid. Like what raid in the beginning of vanilla wasn't like that? They were all fire raids pretty much, and that's like a bad variety of stuff in the first place too. Like you know, just the variety of content. Why do they all have to be based around fire? You're looking for, okay, this is fine. The inn, second building. She was more of a bitch, or at least about some of these. The mailbox, Zeppelin Master, just outside the city's main gate. There's a signpost that will point you towards the Zeppelin Tower. Auction House is in the Valley of Strength. That is kind of a confusing distinction. Where does all the commerce take place? In the Valley of Strength. It should totally be here. I guess they're just not... There's nothing strong about this area. It's all merchants and stuff. Aside from people trying to flex all their gear and stuff. Looking to learn how to use a new weapon. And so Stable Master, obviously very relevant. Almost like his response to get shorter as we go on. He's getting tired of us. You want the Hall of Legends is high above the Valley of Strength. on the west. If you're not an officer, you can't get in, but you can still talk to sergeant outside. Very detailed. The battle master. You're going to AV. Doesn't mention the undead though. She maybe had a little bit of scorn for them. Oh, you're helping them instead of helping us. Right. Oh, that would be this one. You will find the defiler. Hey, that's Orgrimmar. What the fuck? They call him the defiler. You will find the defiler, Dead's Shadow Snowbane. Orgrimmar wants to have a word with this dude. Fuck, he stole his title. He fucking literally defiles planets, not this clown who's just defiling Arathi Basin by sending clowns like me there to troll people. What is this title? You don't get that, dude. They're trampling over their own lore with that one. I don't like it.
Strength.
And then what's the last one? She didn't say it like that. We must eliminate... Yeah, see, they care most about this. Elves and their cowardly alliance from Warsong Gulch. It's kind of impressive what the elves are able to carve out. Because, you know, everything here is... They're almost like the Scourge in Kalimdor. There's no presence, right? Kalimdor has 99 problems, but the Scourge isn't one. Because the only presence they have that I can think of is the fucking... like, there's even more demons than there are undead left over from Hydro and stuff in Winter Spring. And in Ashenvale, there's like a little... burnt out part of the forest that has some of the infernals and stuff. Felwood, of course, that's, you know, very directly to show like Felwood became that way from the leftover demons from Hydra. I guess it's so close it makes sense. That's almost like the assault that Archimonde like went up. Like if you think about the Warcraft 3 map visual of it, he starts at the bottom of Hydra, let's say, he climbs up and then gets to the top and then dies. So assume it doesn't work exactly like that, but that could be even like part of Hydro. It's only called that now because like the ascent to Hydro, because it got fucked over. Kind of like, you know, Desolace wouldn't have always been like that, although that has nothing to do with that. I forget actually what caused Desolace to be that way. Or even like Deadwind Pass. It's only like that because of Medivh's experiments and shit. Otherwise it would just be like part of a regular forest. Yeah, they carve out a lot for themselves, being just one race versus everybody else. 1, 2, you know, 3. This is still contested. They feel like major underdogs, and of course you could say the same thing about the undead. But at least here, there's a little bit more distance between them. See, this whole part of the map feels like undead only, right? The undead have the advantage. Just the fact that there's a split in the water. Now, this is all dwarf territory. This is all human territory. But somehow I feel more like the undead would feel more comfortable and safe, just because, you know, that they're on almost their own continent. Here you could say it's safe, but as soon as you come here, you're gonna get fucked over by all the other races. It's 3v1. Typical degenerate alliance behavior, am I right? I almost always thought the Horde were cooler. I just played as the alliance. I almost choose the more boring one and save the more interesting one for later. Although I always did make fun of trolls, to be fair. It's sort of just the outcast race, so maybe this is my karma coming back to me. I just hate the fact that they can't have shoes either. I don't know what good explanation they could have for that. Like, you could say, oh, their feet are too big or something, but, you know, the orc shoes are pretty big. At least Tauren I can understand because they're way too big, but it's just a weird aspect of it. Hunter didn't say shoot straight, so -1 point for there. Speak to the same thing, okay.
For the Horde.
May as well just do this. This is the exhaustive flavor text run.
Blood and thunder.
Priest, Deus are in the Spirit Lodge. He doesn't have any strong opinions about these people or these classes. They should really glorify shamans because they love, yeah, they mention Thrall. Look how casually they talk about Thrall, though. You seek Dreamseeker. She and the other shaman are in the entrance to the room of Thrall. Oh, I guess they don't just name drop him like, oh yeah, they're next to Thrall, that guy Thrall. Rogue, looking for the Shadowsworth Brotherhood. Buff the Shadowsworth Brotherhood.
For the Horde.
Left is Shadow. And wait, that. Oh, right. We just did that.
To victory.
Warlock. You seek Groldar and the Darkfire Enclave. I like how he drops the name of the associations, like, oh, the Brotherhood, the Enclave, all these kind of things. He has really good knowledge of the world. She didn't mention all this, I don't think. Find them in the underground. So she wins the flavor text battle just because of that shoot pun. I like that. We're already doing a first battle of the stream already, and we're in the city the whole episode. How did we manage that? She gets 1 point extra just because of that pun with shoot. And what was the other one like? I can't remember. He had another good line about something. Shoot for the hunter trainer, shoot forward, and go through there. And you seek the dark fire, but he likes to drop the names of association. There are 2 tunnels. He's very
With honor.
much nicer though sometimes. Warrior, speak to you guys. Oh yeah, put in a good word. So I guess that one kind of evens out. But he didn't have anything as brilliantly noteworthy unless he saved the run here. Potions.
Strength.
Everybody's obsessed with the huge tree. Steel Fury will teach you how to use an axe, blah, blah, blah. The druids would like it here from... So I think you can fly to Thunder Bluff. And I love the music there, too, speaking of how we're hearing the Baron's music here. Guys, Spider makes us think about our own pet decision. It's not that we can't change the pet either, but it's kind of counterproductive, so I have to make a good decision. I'm almost thinking a bat and then a ranged pet. So it'll be, oh, melee only hunter, but you're throwing bombs and your pet's using range. How the fuck does that work? Because obviously... It doesn't account for that. I'm allowed to do that.
With honor.
I think you can just fly back and forth between Thunder Bluff and here for free. And they're so close, you can't really even mind that. Okay, canyon mining. You want this? Yeah, imagine being a degenerate skipper like me, and I'm actually skipping text, even though I just read basically the same thing. Unless you have something really interesting to say from this. Which I don't think you do. High Overlord Sarfang, Overlord Runthak, and Godan's Runeworks. It's always interesting when they have multiple of those NPCs in the same room, like Vol'jin and Thrall, or Varimathras and Sylvanas, or even Karen's all by himself, or Piranha's by herself too. Or like Bolvar and the fucking chick who's actually Onyxia, so that's a little bit confusing in that context. Which one did I just read? I forgot.
Strength.
Russian trainer, enchanting. Can you enchant my axe? I'll want a permanent. Maybe later then. Find Gordon's rune work. That's awesome. Oh shit, he might have even out with her with that one. So direct.
With honor.
I mean, why would you ask somebody who doesn't even know how to do it? Or maybe you're an expert, but you just need additional training here, of course. The 2 professions that seem least associable with the orcs, enchanting and engineering, they're just too technical and interesting. In fact, they even validate that, like in Razor Hill with the quest, like, oh, go look for this mysterious gnomish technology that we need to learn from. Like they feel like it's so above their head. And yet they have an engineer right there in fucking town. They'll probably show it to him to try to decipher it. What did he say? Oh, he doesn't have any strong opinion on that. That was a pretty good line. So maybe that we'll call it an even match. Men and women are equal this day in Orcish society. Arnok makes good bandages. Find him? Okay. They both praise that. So some of the text is very similar, but some of it is wildly different. Always fishing instead of fighting. Similar to what she said. Like how it's the refuge for the old who survive battle. So once we're level 60, we'll complete the fishing challenge. You'll find him out in the dock in the lake in the Valley of Honor. While you're there, say hi to Shankids for me. Oh, do you have like a crush? I like how we're psychologically analyzing a random male guard, even though they'll all say the same thing. Like the guy in Razor Hill was a great example of that. Like putting my psychology expertise to the test. Not just a permanent expert, a psychology expert. The one guy up at the top of the tower, one of the Razor Hill grunts, or all of the male ones, he would say things like pretty much nonchalant, just here's where this person is. But then for one of the trainers, like a female or something, he got super excited, like said, oh, how dare you address her like that? Show her some respect. So like you're kind of sussing out that he sort of has a crush on her or something. Like we could do even here. So which one was that? Herbalism. Herbs, you need to speak to Johnny at her arbitorium, blah, blah, blah.
Strength.
Some of them are just super detailed descriptions of. So even when it has nothing to do with it, just because she's in that same area, I guess, as the fishing trainer. Go to Kotohide Leatherworkers in the Drag. Ask for Kamari. Like the classic Riverwood quest in Skyrim, where you have to give the chick the note from the guy, Faendal or whatever, maybe. And you can either say that he's a dick, or you can either say whatever. You can give him a good word or a bad word. Herbalism, leatherworking, mining, Nothing there.
Dabu. Go
Okay.
forth to victory.
I keep forgetting
For the
what I
Horde.
short-term memory loss. I'm role-playing as the character from Memento on top of all the other RP conditions. Some of them are kind of intrinsic to each other. You can only die once because RP realistically you can only die once. Like there's no that's how it should be anyway. That's just how the game should work. Or like some old school MMOs like Tibia and stuff would make you lose levels when you die and sometimes lose gear. Like, oh yeah, you have Thunder Fury and you die and somebody takes it off your body. Wow, what a fun system. We'll show you how to skin your kills. Okay.
Strength.
Last one, tailoring. Magara's cloth goods in the drag. Find him south of the huge tree next to Kotohide Leatherworkers.
Go.
See, now this will take longer than the Fort Tarsus track. So doesn't that show you one city in one faction, one race in a game from 2004 has more detail to it than most single major hubs in any single player game or any game ever. Right, that just shows you the level of detail. So I don't know whether these should count as being able to destroy stuff on there. Of course, the first thing I'd like to do is the bank, but we'll kind of go systematically. You can imagine how overwhelming this is the first time, and I don't need to imagine it because I obviously had the same experience. Like, which is my favorite city, just overall, because I do know them well enough for that. I hate Darnassus' shit. Not just because it's out of the way, but it's kind of uninteresting and confusingly laid out and just annoying. There's all these little things you have to walk up the steps and talk to somebody. It's so annoying. So Darnassus is bottom tier. Let's do like 3 tiers. That's bottom tier. Thunder Bluff is probably bottom tier, even though I do like it, but having to walk across the bridges and stuff it's maybe more middle tier. I like the idea behind it. I love jumping off of it as a mage when I would kill people and stuff. Like, you could use slow fall. I love all the torrent areas because of that. I used to troll the shit out of this one. I would just kill the fight master, jump down, use the thing, then some level 60 would chase me, but they'll never catch up because you jump all the way down and then you blink or you slow fall right at the bottom. And I have 100% mount, so how the fuck are they going to catch up? They'll never even know where I fell to. It was so satisfying. But yeah, we'll AFK like this in the fire and die to it. So yeah, Darnassus is bottom tier. Thunder Bluff is bottom to mid tier. But certainly the inconvenience of having to walk across those is kind of just annoying. There's a lot of empty space that way. Orgrimmar is pretty good, but not one of the better ones. Stormwind is amazing, actually. It's very organized. The districts are very clean. I don't even say that as my bias as an Alliance player. It's just like everybody likes it. Like, the Mage Quarter is iconic. I love that. The way you teleport in and come outside the portal. Just so many awesome things. The mode, this feels like a real medieval awesome city. Right, obviously this is for paladins, mages, everything. Warlocks are underground in the basement there. Old Town I kind of didn't like, but even the tram, the keep, just everything. Stormwind is definitely top tier, I must say. Yeah, I'm not biased because I'm an Alliance player. I'm biased because I'm a human in real life, so I'm biased towards humans. Fuck. Tinkertown, the way that gnomes get trolled. They don't even have an equivalent of Senjin Village. So as much as like, oh, they're both the shafted sort of welfare races, as I would call them, of each faction, the gnomes have it even worse. And they never even get their ship back. At least you get Senjin Village back. Or I mean the Echo Isles back eventually, right? Like in Cataclysm, it takes them 3 expansions and you at least get Echo Isles, which is a shitty little dinky level 10 enemy zone. Like the Horde didn't care about it at all. But meanwhile, oh yeah, we'll clear out Nomergon for you, except we won't. Because then I go to check in current WoW, and it's like, oh, it's still a dungeon that you can just do. That's one of the biggest baits ever. I genuinely thought they would have turned Nomergon into a major capital city in Cataclysm to make up for it being a dungeon the whole time, so it would no longer be a dungeon. But then I go in there and there's the leper gnomes. Like, what the fuck? Even though I made fun of gnomes and never liked them, that's really a disgraceful moment. If I was a gnome player, I would have quit fucking WoW at that point. Except I already quit before Cataclysm anyway. That is unbelievable. They make you wait 3, 4 fucking expansions. So many storylines, so much lore associated with that. I thought they would have cleaned the shit up, or maybe there is somehow some way to do that. And in fact, they even find like old Ironforge. So you're giving dwarves a second Ironforge before you give gnomes their first city. Not saying the Echo Isles are that special either, but it's at least something, you know. And they look kind of completely different too. I guess that's Deathwing's doing. It's such a great idea, actually. As much as people might not like it, I love the idea that after 3 expansions, it's only fitting they should try to change the world, even if it's somewhat of a contrived way to justify why it changed. It's still very good because even as much as I like these older zones, you don't want to see it like that forever. Imagine if they were still to this day the same way they are now, like after that long. And so you see, like Twilight Highlands. Wow, look how tiny that is. How could that even make any sense, right? There's Grim Batol there, obviously, but so much good foreshadowing. Even if you consider it unfinished content, yeah, that's a show way to say it. Oh no, it's not unfinished content. It's just foreshadowing. But you certainly can't say the game had a lack of content or something. But one of the stupidest things that I've never agreed with people saying is like, oh, there's not enough quests to get you from 1 to 60 if you do every quest in every zone. That's not true at all, dude. Like, oh, in some of the higher level zones, you have to grind. I don't remember ever having that issue. I mean, I don't mind grinding anyway, but there's so many different zones to choose from. That's the thing. Maybe before they introduced Silithus, there's like I still think between both Plague Lands, between doing dungeons, which count because you at least do every dungeon once to do a quest for them too. I don't know where people got that. Even without rested experience, I don't know. I never accept that. Oh yeah, let's rank the cities. So yeah, Darnassus is shit. Thunderbuff is okay. Stormwind is goat tier. Ironforge is, or Orgrimmar is like mid tier, perfect. It's like, it looks good, but it's sort of clumsily put together a little bit. Like, it's just kind of weird, right? You have the bank and stuff, then you have this. I kind of like this it's like a big strategic weakness though, right? Like, this is where the Alliance player is even telling you, yeah, we would come in through here and attack, because you could skip it, right? You don't have to expose yourself to the bank. You come through and you come around, and then it is still very far away to get to Thrall, to be fair. In fact, this is even closer, but you never want to cut through the bank because that's just giving you way too much exposure and go in all sneaky like with 40 fucking people. And yeah, for some reason I always thought the Undercity was worse to do. I did do all 3 of them, so maybe that's my biggest, proudest achievement of Classic WoW. Not that it's that big of a deal, but you had to kind of coordinate and get a couple groups together, a couple guilds together. And you kind of just zerg it down at times. It's not like you're ignoring players, but you obviously have the organization, and it's just a bunch of random hodgepodge people trying to stop you. You have to pick a certain time to do it. We had a whole thing figured out. So yeah, Orgrimmar is there, and then Ironforge is pretty good, but again, I question some of the awkwardness of like, okay, the inn's just kind of over here somewhere, random, and my favorite thing about it is actually that museum. Where is that? Oh, like Hall of Explorers. That was pretty cool. Tinkertown. I mean, it's good. It's mid tier, I guess. Undercity is very cool. In fact, that might get a top spot. I never found it very hard to navigate or anything. It's just got very clear. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm super biased towards humans, even when they become undead. So in the top tier, we have Stormwind number 1, Undercity number 2. In the mid tier, we have Ironforge number 1, Orgrimmar number 2. And then in the bottom tier, we have Thunderbluff number 1, Darnassus number 2. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So generally, the Alliance cities are better. The Horde is unfinished, as people say. And I guess, oh, look, it even went away. It took so long that exclamation mark went away. I guess I didn't even know that could happen. And you might see some Alliance bias there, but basically Ironforge and Orgrimmar are similar. Like, they're very functional, they're good, but they're just not outstanding. So there's nothing really wrong with them. Value of Wisdom, Value of Honor, the Drag. Yeah, isn't this a bit of a troll instruction? Like, oh, they're all just in that general direction in the exact same spot. That doesn't really tell you much. Flash of Shadow, Valley of Spirits. Yeah, so what is over on this side then? It's making it seem like nothing. You can talk to Sarfang here. Salute. His son is a little bad boy, though, who's going to cause some trouble later on. He's going to tease me with the bag. Oh, man, I'm feeling overwhelmed, even though I do know it somewhat. Like, maybe I should save this for another time. But we did that part. We did the doorstep of Orgrimmar on this episode. Next time, we'll see the rest of it. Like, it's so much, dude. Now, here you would go to kind of get ammo, I guess, if you were a degenerate hunter who actually uses a bow. Imagine that. So they're not going to have any any flavor really. Just look through. I mean, a lot of utility stuff for professions. Obviously, fishing stuff, which I haven't really even used the bauble, but I wasted 9 silver on the +5 pull there. So there'll be a lot of rare items, to quote unquote, that we get from. I love all this stuff, class specific reagents and stuff. It just gives you a little more sense of identity. You know, the mages would need light feathers to float and stuff, and the portals, the runes of teleportation and stuff. Purple dye, gray dye, crystal vial. Okay, nothing crazy there.
What can I help you with?
Not that these shops are particularly unique, because it's just a case where now I don't have to worry about bank space as much, because we can just clear out and put everything in the bank. This music is pretty sick too. I guess I didn't take that into account. Stormwind just knocks it out of the park though. Forget about just in WoW. That's one of the best locations in any game ever. Like, you can say I'm biased because I'm Alliance or whatever, but I don't even care about that. Like, it's just iconically beautiful. And you know, there's something about the Horde that seems like a little more low budget, not in terms of design, but in, well, maybe that too, but in terms of, you know, it's all this rickety shit. They kind of do more with less, right? Whereas, like, even just from a hunter standpoint, like the guns, oh, we could sleep up here. This would be a fitting thing to, this is more suited as an inn than anything else. Yeah, we've had a rough day of talking to the 2 guards outside. Now let's take a break. Because, yeah, that's another RP thing. Like, I have to sleep in a different location every time, and I can't get rested experience. Obviously, this is different, and the rested experience you get from a week of not playing is going to happen. But just because of how long this is going to go on for, people can't say, oh, I'm padding my experience, because I'm even deliberately giving up rest. Yeah, I can only sleep in Orgrimmar once. So this will be the... Or it won't be in... Aw, that's kind of lame, actually. Because of the rested thing. I guess I can't, then. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I can't even think. I'll sleep, like... Oh, I don't know, then. Yeah, I was even saying, like, I would, but I don't want to get it because of rest. So I have to sleep in a realistic RP location. I didn't even think of that. We could sleep like on the bridge outside, but that doesn't feel right. Huh. I genuinely don't know what to do about that. We'll figure it out, I guess, at the end. Because, yeah, that would be a perfect point to do it, but I definitely want to avoid rest as much as possible. Horde Embassy. A lot of this stuff isn't going to have much use to us, but let's just meet everybody.
Blood
Clanbringer, we've heard about you from the... your reputation precedes you. From the guards. Even in the peace, there is still war, and many clans still fight beneath the banner of the war chief. Are you here so I can add your clan to those who fight for Orgrimmar? Want to create a guild crest. 10 gold, which we might never even get. You must be a guildmaster to purchase a tabard, but feel free to browse. In a weird way, I would almost want to do that, just so I have some kind of cool thing to wear. I'll waste 10 gold. Purchase a guild charter, register a guild charter. Create a guild, you must purchase the charter, get 9 unique player signatures, return the charter to me. Please enter the name, desired name of your guild. Not really suited for this kind of playthrough. You don't have that arena team charter. What? Arena team? This isn't even BC yet. Arena team, is that like a bug, or is it actually supposed to say that? Guild tabard, obviously I don't have that much money anyway, nor would I want to do it. Geralt. Any of these would be suitable. So that's where they sleep. They literally sleep on the roof. So what if you roll over in your sleep, you fucking fall to your death and bust your head? Not that it does a very meaningful amount of fall damage. Yeah, assuming that they live here, which, you know, there's no player housing or any other way to explain it. That's a very dangerous spot to sleep. In fact, the inn's going to have less of a suitable place than that even. I don't know exactly how to approach this as far as what direction. But I guess we'll cut around the outside for now. Yeah, this is one of those iconic moments. Like, just appreciate, even as jaded as people are, like how much detail there is to stuff like this. Even in dog shit Darnassus, I really must have memed on it hard, because even now I feel the hatred for it. It's out of the way, it's shitty, nobody likes it, it's unimpressive, it's confusing to navigate. Darnassus is the worst city ever. Valley of Spirits, and I don't even dislike Night Elves or anything. Valley of Spirit, or like what about the other cities? Like Silvermoon was kind of cool. Yeah, in fact Silvermoon's much better than Darnassus, but that's not saying much. Or, oh, the Exodar is kind of cool. I love the architecture and everything of it. even though they are a retcon race. So either choose between that or pandas. Which one's worse? Like, the Eridar weren't supposed to have a good form just to serve the purpose of the art, whatever, the lore. Whenever series go on for so long, they have to come up with bullshit things because they never intended for it to go on that long in the first place. Like, Zelda said that. Nintendo said that. Like, it's all in this building. It's obviously up above. The fact of the matter is, like, people were saying, oh, what order were the Zelda games supposed to take place in? It's a raging debate. And then Nintendo even says, well, we didn't think that far ahead because we didn't expect it to go on this long. Or one of these I'm going to miss out on talking to because I'll think they're just a guard. They'll be standing out there like that. Oh, that's just a way to get up. There's nothing even in there. I guess we could do this part first. But what else is even down there, though? Hang on. This would be more fun to do if I had Aspect of the Cheetah, which I forget when you get. It's around level 20. I at least had it on my level 25. Yeah, think about the way this character in particular bridges the gap. Maybe that's why I wanted to do it this time around. Although I had no real rhyme and reason for doing any of them. Like, you know, why did I do a priest, a rogue, and a warrior? I just felt like doing it. It was one of my first characters. My highest level character was a 25 orc hunter, and then I stopped playing it, and then obviously I rerolled to alliance, and the rest is history. But Spirit Fury reagents. Maybe we'll do this one, then we'll do the top part, and then the rest of this will be fine. Like we'll do the whole circle from below later. Valley of Spirits, Wisdom, Drag, Valley of Honor. Just make sure it's not an Orgrimmar school, right? Or the Republicans will ban the drag part. Ha ha ha. I like how misplaced some of these arguments are. Like, regardless of anything, right? There can be a difference between saying, you know, something is appropriate in a particular setting versus just overall. But people always like to conflate and act like the two are one. This person doesn't even have a bad thing in there, but I guess it's not really anything. It's kind of like the Wind Rider Tower, where it's just a way to get up there. Spirit Fury reagents. Is this where you'd have to get your scroll of portal and stuff too? I guess so. Appreciate the decor a little bit. Got some skulls. Got some fucking cleaver. I see who really looks at everything in this much detail. Yeah, Rune of Teleportation, Stranglethorn Seed. So this is where they troll you as a druid too. Some of the stuff, you know, you would get for that reason. But there is no trainer here, so they acquiesce to try to milk you still. Or they'll charge you more for it here than in Darnassus, just because they don't really respect you as much. Although I guess mages don't have a true home then. I guess you'd feel more like an Undercity type of thing. Right? Like, that's kind of hard to decide. Who is the native mage on Horde side? I guess trolls are the native everything because they're the original race. That's one thing I earned respect for them. A long time ago I discovered that, but I never knew that at the beginning. As much as I made fun of them, like, they were the original race that got exposed to the Moonwell to turn into the Night Elves, to the Sunwell to get turned to the Blood Elves. So there is something to that. Ankh, which you wouldn't be allowed to use in this anyway. That was kind of one of the unspoken rules. So I kind of made my own format for it many years ago, where it's very similar to the hardcore thing, but even as far as some of the abilities, you're not allowed to Ankh, you're not allowed to Soulstone, obviously. And even if you could do it once, that would be fine. Or maybe that's what should determine whether I can destroy an item in a brazier or not. Whether it does the higher amount of damage means it's like a true fire. So for example, this guy, that's a contradiction. If this guy lives in here, he should have a bedpan up there. And see, the orcs live in a very free and open society. Not only do they not lock their doors, they don't even have doors. And you might say, oh, it's not his house, it's just a shop. But even then, he doesn't lock his shop, or he's just always there. So it's sort of a little bit immersion breaking. And, you know, it is a little bit weird. It's good from a functional gameplay standpoint, but... Interesting. We can almost appreciate some of this stuff, like voodoo type paraphernalia this guy has. Warcaller Gorlak. Greetings and salutations, heroes. I have the latest news from both continents and points beyond your consideration. Oh, points beyond for your consideration. I thought he was insulting me. Beyond even those continents, so I don't even care. Or I wouldn't even know they exist. I'm just a lowly troll from Sungeon Village who didn't even live in Sungeon Village. We just randomly appeared in the Valley of Trials. Oh, this is gonna be a lot, dude. We could do another episode too for each of these. We'll do a Thunder Bluff episode. Oh fuck, that'd be a way to kill your channel, kill your series. But I could totally do it. I don't have to do them back to back like that, or I could save it for another character that I get 1 to 60. But to me, this is kind of exhaustive. I want to do it like that anyway. Like for example, yeah, maybe next time I'll go to Thunder Bluff, and then maybe the time after that I'll go to. But I should have to earn my way to Thunder Bluff and actually walk there. You can't really say the same for Undercity, right? You could do some kind of wetlands run equivalent, but it's not. Yeah, I mean, if they're giving you free passage there, it is what it is. In fact, we won't even do that. I'll save that for when I do the trade quarter, which I'll call it. Legend Spirits Talon Gate. So I guess that's what that's called, to go into the Baron / Ashenvale. That's kind of a similar area to the fork in the road in Elwyn Forest. There's a fork between Elwyn Forest, not Red Ridge, Duskwood, and fucking Westfall, right? There's like this little, the 3 corners. So here you can look at the clear separation of biomes and all its horrid atrocity. Like here it's like all dark and gloomy. Here it's like a desert sand and stuff, or whatever. And then here is the fucking Elwyn Forest and Hogger and stuff. So if you say there's a horde equivalent, you're looking at from here, you're looking at Orgrimmar, Durotar here, you're looking at obviously the Barrens, you're looking at Ashenvale, and you're even looking at Azshara, although you can't really get there from there. You'd have to go up a bit more and then do it. So that'll be the way out from that iconic spot that we've come in from in the past so many times. Now we'd be going out from there, except only if I have a fucking death wish. Even now, I'm still scared of the Barrens. Not that, I mean, people are going to say what they're going to say. I guess I didn't appreciate how big trolls actually are. Like, you're somewhere in between, I guess, orcs and taurens. You actually make orcs look small. Got nothing to say, I guess. Girl. Yeah, if you compare it, don't rub the raptor in my face. I guess we could get out. We're just seeing that in our head. That's the alternate version of ourself that could be, we're seeing what we wish could have been. Stranglethorn imported fruit. That was like something in The Dark Knight Rises. I came up with like an alternate ending. Like, let's say, okay, he's about to get blown up. Spoilers for Dark Knight Rises, I guess. But instead of escaping in some bullshit, stupid way that doesn't even make sense, he actually does die there. And like as he's about to die, he closes his eyes and he hears in his head from the first movie at the end where Roz says, "You finally learn to do what is necessary," kind of like, because Roz was in his head when he was in the jail cell too, talking about how Gotham must be destroyed, it's beyond saving and stuff, that he said again. And so on top of that, I don't think I remember seeing this part, but I'm pretty sure I must have killed her. This is more colorful, I guess, than I would have expected. Yeah, and then Michael Caine sees in the restaurant, right, that he sees Anne Hathaway, obviously, and Bruce. They're not actually there. And so he's sitting there waiting for them, and the audience is waiting for them too. And then he's sad, and he gets up and he walks away. And then he sees out of the corner of his eye the Batman costume, and it's like, oh, is that him? He has a flash, but it's actually just a little kid playing as him, and then talking about like, oh, did you hear that Batman saved Gotham? And so it's like in an analogistic way, it's like, he's just playing in the costume and he happens to be there. He's like, you sure got the better of me. You sure told me so. Talking about Bruce, because he sort of lives on, right? He is there. He will be there. He'll always be there, but not in the flesh, not as Bruce, but in sort of his sacrificial vision. That I kind of find that to be a better interpretation of it. And what else could you do with that? Like, he actually does die, and then obviously Robin takes over or whatever, which Nolan's not the type to really milk that and try to. He didn't even want to make that one at all. Yeah, he actually does die. Liam Neeson kind of flashes in front of his eyes, and then Michael Caine's about to get up. He's all dejected and sad, like he's really gone. But then he's like, oh, I get it now. Like, you will die, but you'll live on in your own kind of way. Just to show that everybody will... Or like the kid could say even more, like lay it on a little heavy-handed, like You know, oh, I want to be like him when I grow up. Even though he sacrificed his life, even though he died. Valley of Wisdom. So what is the... Wait a second. This is... Huh. This kind of angle of getting to it confused me. Okay, let's do the top part, though, where the whole troll stuff is. We'll go there first because obviously we feel most at home there, even though they don't have a hunter trainer. In fact, one of the trolls even told us, like, our first trainer in the Valley of Trials, he told us, like, oh, we taught the orcs how to hunt. They were good warriors, but we were the hunters, kind of like that. So they're introducing that. And obviously, Torin tried to teach them how to be druids, but they were like, fuck this. We'd rather just chop down all the trees in Ashenvale. What are you, like a fucking night elf? Or night elf sympathizer? That could be like a whole propaganda angle. Anytime the Torin disagree with the orcs, they're like, oh, they're just like those night elves because they're druids too, right? That could totally be a realistic in-universe thing too. They probably don't like the fact that they're druids. We could sleep on a rooftop in the fucking as our one Orgrimmar thing. It's too bad. We'd have to sleep somewhere like that represents Orgrimmar without I actually genuinely don't know. Or I could make a trip. Maybe I have a surprise in mind. Officer's door, but we can't go in there. Nor do I really want to, but you must be a stone guard or higher rank in order to enter. Immersion, breaking invisible wall, though. The real way to do this would be you shouldn't be able to open the gate unless you're able, you know, unless you're that rank. Why make me go through the portal and make it seem like I can... Hall of Legend. So are you trying to tell me that all my 3 other permanent characters would be in there and all my characters in general because I'm such a legend, of course, in this game? Insignia of the Horde, of course. A lot of this stuff just isn't going to be consequential. You're not going to get these ranks because you're not going to PvP. And you're not going to do dungeons. There's a lot of things you're not going to do. This is kind of good for RP purposes, though. Just learn about the ranks a little bit. Nothing really to be gleaned from this. I guess you could see how some of it would theoretically look on you. Wait. What? Oh, it'll only show you, of course, what you could actually wear. That kind of defeats the purpose in a way. So I'll waste the silver on this. I mean, presumably the axe thing will either cost 10 or 20. For some reason, I think it'll be 20. Military ranks of the Horde and the Alliance. Actually, check a look at that. Maximum flavor. Military ranks of the Horde and the Alliance. From Ka. In this book, how many pages is it? That's only 7. In this book, you will find many listings of the military rank and Horde of the Horde and the Puny Alliance. You're already showing your bias, though. First will come the Horde, then the Alliance. Each with... Because, of course, we're better than them, so we gotta come first. Each with the listings of officers and enlisted ranks. There's always this sense when you first started playing this game that the Horde are sort of like the bad guys, so they're cooler, you know, like, oh, the undead, we're playing as the evil side, kind of, but they're really not. Well, in some ways. Yeah, just look at what Sylvanas did to the tree and stuff over time. They kind of overdid it with her, but she was one of those characters laying in wait that you knew was going to do something eventually. So it's kind of earned, but I feel like they overdid it, and I don't even know the full extent of what they did, but even just using her in the cutscene, kicking Bolvar's ass and stuff, it seems like milking it a bit. Each with listings of officers and enlisted ranks. As is fitting, the strongest are listed at the top, with the weaker listed below them. Which, of course, again, analogistic to the fact that you're showing the Horde before the Alliance, because the weaker come last. I like that implication. Officer ranks of the Horde, Part 1. High Warlord, yeah, rank 14, am I right? And so skillful, so hard to get. More like getting rank 14. Fuck. Makes me sick just thinking about it. Getting rank 14 is a lot like getting a grandmaster in chess. Like, anybody could do it, but you just have to play chess all day every day for 20 years, so nobody's gonna do that. You'd have to PvP all day every day for the whole expansion. Of course, I'm not minimizing that in a literal sense, becoming a GM, but at some point it does become so time consuming you have to question it. Like, do I really care that much? It's not an innate skill thing. It's not based on performance. Like, at least arena and winning and ranking and stuff like that is different. This doesn't take into account your record of wins and losses and whatnot. High Warlord, Warlord General, Lieutenant General, Champion. Officer ranks part 2, Centurion, Legionnaire, Blood Guard, Stone Guard. Board enlisted ranks. First Sergeant, Senior Sergeant, Sergeant, Grunt, Scout. Scout, Grunt, Sergeant, Senior Sergeant, First Sergeant. Okay, let's see what this is. Officer ranks of the Alliance, Grand Marshal. I mean, which ones sound more badass? I mean, I guess generally the Horde ones do. Warlord, High Warlord, Champion, Centurion, Grand Marshal, Field Marshal, Marshal, Commander, Lieutenant Commander. In fact, even Commander sounds maybe more badass than Marshal. Knight, Champion, Knight. Yeah, these are kind of not that impressive by comparison. Knight, Captain, Knight, Lieutenant, Knight. They're all just prefixes on the same thing, which I guess they do that a little bit here, but not quite as much. Centurion's really cool. Knight, Champion, blah, blah, blah. Sergeant, Major, Master Sergeant, Sergeant, Corporal, Private. Wait, so where's Colonel? They don't even have Colonel? I always think of some of these things associated with like Full Metal Alchemist, right? Major Armstrong or Brigadier. Yeah, where's Brigadier General? Brigadier General Hughes or Colonel Roy Mustang. They just had a way of really saying that every single time they would mention them. So it felt like, yeah, Brigadier General should totally be one. There was some game I played that actually had that as a rank. I forget what it was. It's like a super high rank, actually, in most cases, obviously. Or like he dies and gets promoted 2 ranks. Higher than my... Oh, yeah, now this is the kind of thing that's beautiful for destroying stuff. Some of these people annoy me because it's like, oh, we got to talk to everybody, but it'll be some roaming NPC, so I really have to wait. But like, even this will keep us company. We'll waste 50 silver on this. Black King Snake, Brown, Crimson.
Spirits.
That's kind of cool how he gives you a sample of them, too. We'll get this to get over our loss of our pet or something, right, in the meantime, before we can earn our gumption to actually get one ourselves. This will be out to the bridge, so we can talk to the people here. Spirit Lodge. Makes it look so uninviting with the skull on there. Stay away from the voodoo, they say, has some sort of flavor. Oh, and they reuse that, too. What the fuck? We should totally fish here, which... This is where the fishing trainer ought to be, right? Or no, it's not. It's just on the other side. See, that shows you how little I know about this. I couldn't fish in the one outside. This one's easy enough to do. Basically, I just want to fish in each thing once, but I can't even do it. Fuck's sake, this space thing, man. Damn it. You shouldn't even get a skill for that unless you do it. Nothing I can get rid of either. I even wasted some of my linen just to try to do that. Waters are free to fish in for all, I guess. Nobody is going to be persnickety about it, right? And the NPCs will say, oh, that's a fine. That's against the law. You always sheath your weapon in towns. Or, see, I had my instinct like, oh, what about my bow? Why isn't that out? But, of course, we don't have one. Just like sometimes we look behind our shoulder. Oh, where's our pet? Oh, right. But, of course, we can get one. There's no stopping us there. Uthal Ne, Mage Trainer. Greetings, Hunter. I pity your kind, for the secrets of true magic are beyond you. So some of this gets recycled, obviously. Like the same person said, the same trainer said that in Valley of Trials and stuff.
How you doing, man?
Stay away from the voodoo. Maybe that's like one of those superstitious things. Like, that's to keep the voodoo away, not to represent that we are the voodoo, of course. Showing a book with like a skull on it.
How are you?
Enyo, which doesn't even have to do with mages. That's more like a shadow priest type of thing. Greetings, Hunter. I pity your kind, for the secrets of magic are beyond you. It is kind of impressive that they, you know, that the trolls can be mages on par with anybody else. Like, just in a... Wait. Doing, like, some kind of blindfold training? This could be an interesting scenario. She wants to roleplay as Illidan, the blind demon hunter with the skull of Gul'dan. Got a nice orb there. Pretty. She got a wand. Kind of interesting ritual, which involves them being blind. That's something of a blind playthrough myself.
Talk to me.
Okay, they all say the same thing. So let me get this straight. They're all wearing blindfolds. They're in a role-playing mood, and they're talking down to me. This looks like it could be some kind of an interesting scenario here. 3 trolls, 1 hunter. 3 mages, 1 hunter. This is obviously not a true quest. It's just going to be the claw thing.
You come get the voodoo.
You there. If you want to earn the respect of the Dark Spear, dude, I'm a troll. You should already love me. then you can start by donating valuable resources to those in need. Textiles and bandages don't grow on trees, you know. Rather than cash in various cloth pieces, except they literally do. That's the joke, haha. Cloth pieces you find adventuring, donate them rather than cash in. But what if we use them for something? Although I might not have much use for them, but then again, the money is valuable. See, it shrinks everything down. Like the vendor price for 20 silk cloth will actually be relevant because unless you make something with it, you're not going to be able to sell it to another player. So that value is actually relevant. What you're getting for that, and then what you're learning spells. In a way, I kind of cheat the cost of spells. You know, that targeting kind of bugs out. Or I guess I never notice really at that exact angle. What the fuck? All these little things I don't notice. Is it always like that? Like even when you're fighting something on a rickety thing like this? Like I'm kind of cheating the fact of the economy system because, oh well, normally you'd have to see, you can't have it both ways. Like people say, oh well, you save money because you don't have to learn all the spells that you would normally learn because you're only using melee abilities, so you're skipping all these spells like concussive shot and stuff. Yeah, that might be true, but what's the flip side? The fact is I can't fucking use range or any of those abilities. So like that's the kind of fun, just mitigate the damage absolutist mentality where, you know, people would sort of troll, and I kind of encourage and like that line of thinking. Even though you're going out of your way to cuck yourself and not use all these abilities just for the sake of it, just to make it kind of more interesting and more of a character class and harder, people will still talk shit like, oh well, it's so easy when you get to you have all this money that you get to skip buying all these spells with. You should still have to buy them and then rub it in your face that you can't use them too. Like even Hunter's Mark we have there just for the fuck of it. Rather than cash in, you find adventuring, donate them. Doing so will earn you the Dark Spear, recognition of the Dark Spear. We're currently accepting donations of wool cloth. A donation of 60 pieces of wool will net you full recognition by the Dark Spear trolls for your generous actions. Our stores are such... I love how they treat it as such a generic commodity. Like, it's supposed to be a donation, so it's just like it goes without saying, like, okay, cool, but it's such a literal sense. Oh, I'm gaining 75 rep points for this. Make sure. Full recognition by the Dark Spirit trolls. So if that's full recognition, then we don't need any more, so we never have to do it again. Our stores are such on wool that we would only like 60 pieces from you total. We should be able to acquire enough from the others in the realm, literally on the server, right? Because it's such a dead fucking server. Trying to rely on that to support our drive. You have the 60 pieces of wool cloth on you and are ready to donate them. I'm able to take them from you now.
You be careful, man. Bye-bye now.
Yeah, that's kind of such a cynical thing. There's something like that in real life. Try to analogize it. Donate money to our charity and we will give you some sort of imaginary status with us. Portal trainer. Yeah, see, isn't this guy so badass? Like so what, you just appear here when you take a portal? Or wait, I don't even know where you, well, I guess I've never really done that as a horde player. But it's so much more badass when you get your own little portal sort of section that like you go inside, right? You're in the mage quarter, but you go inside the tower and there's like these two portals on each side of the room, and then you have to go outside of the portal to go back to Stormwind. But technically you might not even be in Stormwind. You could be in some other place, and then that portal... So you portal to an area with portals, and then that portal takes you out. Like, it's to imply that it connects right outside, but... It is kind of a cool thing. Or maybe that's another show thing. Oh, they give you an extra loading screen. Wow, what a badass thing. What a great game. I do not believe you possess the mental acuity to grab the nature of portal magic. But just of portal magic, or just of... Yeah, that's what, when you ask for Portal 3, this is what they tell you. This is Gaben saying it. Amazing. You lack the acuity to appreciate my genius design of Portal 3, so I'm not even going to release it to the general public. Little random skull. The fact that they're associating mages with this imagery kind of bothers me, though. There's nothing to do with that. That's either a warlock thing, which isn't even here. That's in the Cleft of Shadow. You know, it would almost make more sense for that to be the case. Warlock should be here, along with priest, implying shadow priest. Oh, I thought that was an NPC doing that. Dynamic spellcasting. They're practicing. That blindfold thing is kind of interesting. He's literally role-playing as Illidan with the fucking Skull of Gul'dan in her hand and the blindfold. Perfect. Talk to her. Talk to them.
What you want?
Urkyo. priest trainer. You be watching yourself, hunter, respect our ways, or curse be on you and yours. It's a little immersion breaking that they reuse some of that so much for some of the class trainers because of the simple fact that, you know, the one in Razor Hill would say that, and the one in everywhere would say that, Valley of Trials.
What's beyond your mind?
You be watching yourself, hunter, respect our ways, or curse. Yeah, even the ones right next to each other. That's just their NPC line. Like how you go to a store and they say the same thing. How are you? Have a good day. Like the whole, you know, I always would use that in a psychology discussion. Like, you know, you'd rather somebody say nothing than to say something so artificial and canned like that. But somehow society still rewards people for doing that. So then they somehow, there was some story like that in Europe, right? Like some Germany maybe. Walmart tried to come into Germany and they didn't like the attitude of the employees there because it was like, then you would think they'd be hiring people from the local area anyway, but they were sort of like saying stuff like that, and that's considered sort of dishonorable in German culture somehow to say fake platitudes like that. Like, how are you? Have a good day. Like, it's not considered normal to do that, which of course is not normal in any sense, but somehow modern society has brought that forth.
Loktar.
This we actually do have. I am an orc of medicine troll. If you have come here to learn, I shall do my best to teach. So he feels very out of place here. Here, let me show you how to bind those wounds. And that might be relevant. In fact, we've gone out of our way to keep a whole bunch of this, a stockpile, just to potentially make that, if that's even what you use for it. I don't know for sure. I guess it must be. Wool, we haven't really seen any yet.
Strength.
Survival of the fittest. So this area wasn't really too exhaustive, just the Spirit Lodge, which of course is a structure in Warcraft 3, of which you can spawn these things from. I guess they're not all like that, but like where, oh, the warrior trainer will be in the barracks, just to show that, you know, that's where they would spawn from. This part of town is pretty empty and uneventful. Staff merchant. Yeah, we need a staff to complete our role play with the blindfold people there, am I right? He even backed up as I was doing that, like trying to get all close to the staff. Yeah, some of these people don't have beds in these. That kind of is a good RP explanation for like, where does this guy sleep at night? Like up top there. I like how that first General Good Shop actually had that. Now this is kind of a scary point because if you go a little bit too far to the right, which of course I won't do. We still haven't even discovered the Barrens period. But if I go too far to the right outside the bridge, you actually end up in the fucking Ashenvale, and you'll aggro some level 25 spider and something. I think that did actually happen on my hunter there, the original hunter. Like my only time really playing Horde in a meaningful way, and I didn't really get too far in it. Again, I guess people overestimate my memory or something to think like, oh, so you have played as a Horde and you know it like the back of your hand. Even though I don't know shit, I know more of it from playing as Alliance, or like just whatever, just playing the game in general. Yeah, like people who play this game want to be all like borrowed knowledge, Andes, and kind of annoying. Like multiplayer games do that to people. They become such nitwit kind of nerds, like oh haha, leashing and all this kind of stuff. They think they're so fucking smart, dude. And of course, none of the stuff they came up with themselves. Like, how about the guy who came up with the Muru Drums of War thing? I always say this. Like, story time. Like, when a game is so epic that it takes on a life of its own and it has real-life lore. Like, for example, Muru Drums of War chain. Right? Nobody could figure out Muru. People thought, oh, it was mathematically, factually, objectively impossible to do. And then some amazing genius, I forget the guild or whatever, but they come up with this idea to come up with, out of all the resources, all the items, all the abilities in the world, all our world's greatest heroes of Azeroth, couldn't come up with a way to beat Muru, such a powerful, difficult enemy, to try to kill Jaden afterwards. And then what do? They come up with this profession item that everybody has to get and reroll to the profession and chain them together, and that's enough to do it. So what I'm saying is, like, it feels like it was possible, and it's almost like that was intended to be the answer, and you just have to scour the whole world for the answer to this very difficult encounter. And you have to come up with some creative game theory, amazing explanation for how you were able to do it. So the answer was there all along. Of course, it's not intended, and it was probably just overtuned and bullshit and impossible to do. Like, I get it, but whoever comes up with that, that's a satisfying, amazing moment. That's actually the sort of stuff, not that I would compare it, because that's even more badass when everybody's competing and trying to get a world first and stuff. Although that's true true sometimes in my hard modes and stuff, but that's not the point. The point is that is like real life lore that you had to come up with. Like, you're a person in this universe, and it's like, oh, thousands of travelers and heroes and adventurers have died trying to face this ferocious beast in Muru, and it took the genius of one adventurer, one group of adventurers, to come up with this one idea using this creative thing in universe, in the world, and that's what it took to beat the thing, right? Or, like, what's the other one? Yogg-Saron, right? The god of death himself. And thousands of adventurers died to try to take him down. But only one group prevailed. And that group was the legendary tactician Kriparian who cheated or whatever. Or the other guild. And what did they do? They took the mechanic and turned it on its head, literally. They turned away and they did the little drain life thing, right? The warlocks doing like chain spells that they could do at an angle so they don't look directly at him, which is the whole mechanic that turned you insane and stuff. And so think about that for a second. That's like in universe, real world puzzle solving. That's like that the answer is there, but it's so ridiculously specific and hard to figure out and takes such genius to do that it does take on a life of its own. That feels like real life stuff. Somebody had to come up with that, and it was good enough to do it, and it was the answer to something that people would have otherwise said, oh, they would have bitched about, it's impossible and this and that. So I love stuff like that. Of course, I didn't do either one, but I mean, I did Yogg, but not like I didn't come up with it at the time or fucking do it cutting edge or anything like that. It's just like, that's such a beautiful thing. And I'm sure other MMOs have stories like that, but those are two of the best examples that I just love. Right? You turn away from Yogg so that you don't look upon the face of death, as he calls it, and go insane. And then you don't, you do the drums of war thing. I don't know how to explain it. Like, you know, Thrall is leading his troops through Hyjo, and he has to come up with, you know, like Malfurion. He comes up with the Wisp strategy. So he uses his little horn to call the Wisp and beat Archimonde. So it's the equivalent of that. Like, none of Azeroth's greatest champions, Jaina and Thrall and all these people, could stop Archimonde, but he comes up with the right strategy at the right time, even though it's kind of a bullshit Deus Ex Machina thing, but still. That's what it feels like. You're coming up with this, like, there's one way and one way only to do it, and you have all these options in the world, and you just have to figure it out. And if it was intended, it'd be better, but it's almost better that it's not. Like, there is an answer, but nobody had the imagination or the foresight to be able to see it. Haldrand, wait, what? Why'd he go running like that? What was he doing out there? I think he's trying to cover up some contraband or paraphernalia now that I'm looking at it. That was a weird interaction. What, he just randomly passed from here to there? And he has nothing to say? You need to be closer, but there's nothing to interact with. That's kind of odd. You can do emotes to sort of represent my RP, my character's emotional state and stuff at the time. It should be like a Twitter thing or a Facebook thing, like where you can put your character's status, like how the pet can be unhappy. What about me? Can't I be unhappy? I should be able to change my base default expression instead of like being able to choose one when you create your character. Like, that's just how you look or whatever. There's no reason to go across this bridge, and in fact I won't, but we are ready for the Barrens at some point, but I might stall. I wasn't planning on doing it like that, but now I'm thinking like we could do a 3-episode back to back to back of where I just explore all the cities, or I guess I could do a really long episode for that. This is maybe more than I was anticipating, actually. Look at this, like 2 hours we spent. This was perfect. And again, it's a one-time thing. Like, once we come back to Orgrimmar, then we will just do it, like, obviously. A lot of this is like one-off exhaustive dialogue. Some of these houses don't make any sense. Like, it's a building that you can't go inside, that cuts through and clips through the wall, that doesn't go anywhere or come from anywhere. It just is there just to take up space, or maybe there's some secret behind it. We did the spirit area. I almost want to skip the Valley of Strength, but no, let's do the lower part of the Valley of Strength in a second here. Of course, we will get a certain amount of rested experience just from doing this, too. We read both the male and the female guard stuff. A lot of these other NPCs don't really have super interesting things to say anyway, especially the trainers. They kind of just shoo you off. As much work as they put into some of this, it's amazing that they recycle some of that dialogue, but that's understandable. Because, like, how many people are really going to do that anyway? We'll talk to the mage trainer as a hunter or something. And of course, some of that is auto-generated too. It's not like they're acknowledging you're a hunter uniquely, like they wouldn't say that to somebody else. they're just offended that you specifically would come to them. It would just copy paste in whatever your class is, right? We read through the ranks and stuff.
Speak, friend.
This is the same guy just padding through, so I think now we can go down to the bottom because I think we explored everything else on this side. We won't do the Valley of Wisdom from here, and I better be careful. We'll end up dying from jumping off like this because we're too lazy to walk around or something. What was this? This is just how we get up? I guess I don't remember this, but this is exactly how you would do it, right? You would sneak through, or maybe no, I think we would zip through the Cleft of Shadow then once we were here. So nobody would even know the difference. We would just disappear into the shadows, I guess, or whatever. Like, here were the fruits. Did I look at what you had?
What are you looking for? For the Horde.
That would be, I guess there is no other clean way to get through without going through one of those. Let's go ahead and do, this could be the most anticlimactic episode ever, but it's kind of deserved, I feel like. And arguably, I wouldn't even do this on any other characters that I do, because it's just... I might do it as exhaustively on the Alliance again, because I've probably forgotten a lot of stuff, or... I don't know that I really did it in Darnassus and whatnot. Yeah, imagine dying to falling damage in the city. What's worse, that or dying to it like an Anthem or something, where... that's a high damage fire, which means that one should count as being able to destroy stuff. Now, let's go back again. Dying in Anthem to fall damage, if that's even possible, or if like falling off a cliff in a game where you can fly so freely. It'd be like dying in a superhero game or something like Iron Man. That's almost what it feels like as you're flying, especially as the Ranger. It kind of looks like that. Horde Embassy. Yeah, we cut through the side here. We did that. That almost makes it feel like a whole half of the city that you've looked at, but this part kind of drags out a bit, I guess you could say. Okay, I'll be back in a sec. And I won't even, I'll even not dignify the rest aspect. So we'll do the bank and stuff now, obviously this quarter. It's not as intimidating if you do it like little piece by piece like this, but it is just so much. So this is fine, this is fine. What if we do that? What even happens? Yeah, he left our service. We didn't even choose to do that, nor would I even really like to do that, but there might be some temptation later just to like... There'll be some temptation basically to look at it in a situation where you want to switch out the pet for another, which I think is unlikely to actually happen, but I better think through carefully. I'm not doing it for meta reasons that I'm thinking it through. You must be wondering, like, why would this one person very strangely log out strategically outside to not get rest instead of the opposite? We'll continue. That doesn't really count as having to sleep, because whatever, but yeah, it's being monitored, and not just by my Twitch stream and my non-existent viewers. Or this is more like a YouTube series too, because you can kind of just skip through and see the parts you want. It's meant to be very long and exhaustive. It's only slightly more uneventful than our normal episode. Like last time, I didn't really do a whole lot, but I just explored that one cave that was pretty notable because I didn't know it existed. That's actually a new discovery. I don't know what that was. It's like right here, and it has a bunch of burning blade. I don't think you ever get a quest to do that, or maybe a certain class does. Well, that kind of scared me. Like, you hear some footsteps coming at you. Is this a guard? Obviously, you're safe here. Famous last words. So we explored the top part in the Valley of Spirits. I was going to say Valley of Trials. So that whole half part. So, I mean, this part is the most intimidating area of the whole Orgrimmar, because there's just so much here, and you spend so much time here normally. So we didn't do the bottom part on that left side either. Sorens. That makes me think of Fire Emblem, one of my favorite characters, the guy who casts the wind spells and stuff. And he's like your strategist too. Leather and Steel Armory, except it's spelled S-O-R-E-N, obviously. So we're repaired. Now, some of this might actually come into play because, yeah, I'll waste my money on cosmetic dog shit like the shirts. But, no, it's like some of these might start to become relevant, especially when he has higher level stuff. But it only goes up to 17, so... I feel like there's certain shops that are going to sell you super high level stuff. I'm not going to waste my money on this. I want to have at least 10 to... I want to have at least 10 to be able to get my two-handed thing, if it's even 10. But for some reason, I feel like it's 20. Heavy weave. That's actually pretty good for cloth, though. 16, 22. Just see if there's something notable to maybe come back for. Because, again, all of this stuff becomes immediately relevant because of the simple fact that you're able to not get it any other way. And of course, the consideration of getting mail. There are some kind of very cool, meaningful character upgrades. Like at level 20, you can start, first of all, at like level 10, or when you get to Orgrimmar, which for me is this big milestone of today, you get to use two-handed weapons and this and that. Then at level 20, you get to use dual wielding. Then at level 40, you get to use the mail. So like there are some good things. It's going to be confusing to actually figure out, because right around level 30 we're going to have to start saving the mail stuff we get, because we might not get any. So if we want to immediately start using it at level 40, we'll have to deal with whatever the best we can get is, or it might not be really that worth doing. Isn't this basically what we were just looking at? He had a bunch of leather stuff too. What is the difference between light armor? I mean, I guess there's cloth in there too, but like, these are objective upgrades, but it's not really worth it. It's just too much money. I guess if I had extra, there is no rule against farming and stuff either, but come on, that'd be degenerate. 69, we gotta get that one. 39, like we're using such shitty stuff too, so I'm amazed. No pet for the most part, no obviously bow or range. Most of your abilities you're not using, not really using too many items, and yet I've been able to do so well. Says the guy who almost died, you know, like twice a couple episodes ago, but that's me taking inordinate risks too. I go into these encounters saying like, oh, you know, you're not going to, like, oh, I can't do this without my racial, and I couldn't, but then I run away and almost die, or like I can't do Fizzle Darkstorm. Obviously, that's a death knell to go in there, but then you put yourself at risk nonetheless. Yeah, speaking of mail armor, we get to get teased by what we have to look forward to at level 40, except none of this shit is going to be coming into play. What was that alternate thing in WoW, like in Alpha or something? There was like a dwarf mage, and there was like the buckler for, I think, rogues, where they were supposed to be able to use his shield, which I guess wouldn't have really broken, well, I say that, but wouldn't have really broken too much of the game, because I doubt rogues would really have done that, or they would have kept switching in and out of it. It would have been like stance dancing for rogues. At some key point in combat, they'll switch to a shield for some reason, but there's nothing really to support it, or there would have been talents to do that and whatnot. There are so many random talents in this game, despite how, you know, good it is in so many ways. Nobody says it's perfectly balanced, although what state of the game ever really was perfectly balanced? Right? People like to live in this fantasy world where multiplayer games, man, you about to fucking fall off there. So there's literally nothing up here. It just kind of confuses me. Or there's like these little, yeah, I'm looking at it in such thorough detail as to noticing those chicks with the blindfolds. I never knew that was there. So we finally get the most interesting or important mechanic for now, which is called the bank. And then I'll finally have some freedom with my bags. I mean, I don't know how much I'm going to come back here to use it again. And of course, you're going to need bags for there too, but not for a while. I mean, and it's like I'm only keeping stuff that could theoretically be useful for some profession, purpose, or otherwise, because you can't rely on, oh, getting it from other players and stuff. Now, I won't even change my home to here, because we have fond memories of Senjin Village, by which I mean Valley of Trials. I always like that when your first Hearthstone, you know, goes to a place that you can never get it to go back to again, because there is no innkeeper there to set it to, right? So like, oh, we get to go to Valley of Trials or Northshire Abbey and stuff, but you wouldn't be able to actually do that again if you destroy it, or I mean, if you set it somewhere else. I might not use that. Like, I might not make anything else in my home. I can't decide. If we are to, basically, I shouldn't be allowed to use my Hearthstone. I have to get from place A to place B itself. That is kind of a disturbing thing on there. What is that actually supposed to represent? Like, is that a human's head, or it looks more like an orc's head? But why are you putting it on the thing? Like, it's like you killed and skinned an animal, but you killed and skinned an orc, or put an orc head at the top of it. I don't get what that's supposed to be. That's like some kind of Pokemon evolution gone wrong, like the fucking Bunnelby that turns into like some kind of Cthulhu old gods monster. But yeah, look how you dwarf them. So ironically, aside from undead, and I think undead and orcs are about the same size, the pecking order of size goes Tauren, then Troll, then orcs. I really never thought of them as this much bigger. Huh. Because you just feel it differently when you're playing as one. If we were to make these new lands ours, then we must have places to rest our battle-weary bodies. Lay your axe by the fire and share the stories of your mighty battles. Tell me about dungeons I could explore, which technically I could do. Are you interested in exploring one of these dungeons? Ragefire. Ragefire Chasm can be found beneath the Shadow Cleft in the center of Orgrimmar. Can you tell me more about this place? Ragefire Chasm consists of a network of... Yeah, here, advice Andy in the game itself. You can't even escape it. Consists of a network of volcanic caverns below the orcs' new capital city of Orgrimmar. Recently, rumors have spread that a cult loyal to the demonic Shadow Council has taken up residence within the chasm's fiery depths. So what was it meant for before that? It just happened to exist and you just let it sit there? Like, put a single level 55 guard there and you could solo the shit. Sometimes that sort of breaks the immersion of it, like just like the levels of some of these NPCs. You could almost solo this shit if your gear was decent. You're level 30, right? It'll be like the same story with me. Like, oh, I can go in there and take a chance, right? I could tame an elite pet in there, but then you'd have to catch it up to you in level. That's the whole price you pay. So there are some concessions with the pets, right? Like, sure, I could get a bat from Touristfall Glades, but then I might not be able to. It won't be caught up to my level or something. And then again, if it dies, I won't be able to get it anymore. This guy will just be laughing here till the end of time. It's like my own laugh track, one of my most hated features of a sitcom, whether you like it or not, like a fucking Seinfeld or something. That's what kind of ruins it. They've taken up residence within the depths. The cult known as the Burning Blade threatens the very sovereignty of Durotar, and yet you let them take hold literally inside your capital city, like the stockades. But at least that makes more sense, because it is a prison and they're kind of... Yeah, it makes the Horde look a lot dumber, actually. Many believe that the Orc warchief Thrall is aware of the Blade's existence, and has chosen not to destroy it in the hopes that its members might lead him straight to the Shadow Council. A bit of a Horde conspiracy theory. So in other words, your family member dies to the Burning Blade, and it's like, you'll hate Thrall because you had the chance to take them out, but you're playing games with them. Many believe... Why do you have to say the Orc warchief, like our warchief, is aware... I mean, it makes sense if you're talking to other races, obviously. And dialogue, aware of the existence and chosen not to destroy it. But of course, we haven't reported to Thrall yet with the quest. It's almost like we're the goody two-shoes who knows too much and sticks our nose where it doesn't belong. So, for example, I forget if something bad happens if you do this. Should I bother? I guess I won't. I can't remember. Or there's some quest that tells you to actually do that. I think you can totally do it and it's no big deal. Reference to Ganon, obviously. But no, it's like you kind of keep pressing them. Oh, by the way, we found these Burning Blade. You better do something about it. They totally knew but didn't give a shit. But now they will. Or like, it's not like we're gonna die to him. We're a level 14 anyway. Goma and Zazo.
Relax.
Doyo Da.
Strength and
Darak. Barkeep. Battle. Oh yeah, here we go. This would be our alcoholic style that we have to do if... See, they don't discriminate though. Dalaran no longer exists. I mean, we don't get this till Wrath, but obviously the old... Yeah, where does this come in from? This should be worth like 1,000,000 gold because Dalaran doesn't exist anymore. This is going to be a very rare commodity in the future. You got to think ahead like that. If you were a smart investor, you'd buy 1,000,000 of these and let them sit because they're never going to go bad because that's how liquor and wine works. And then in 10 years, everybody will be looking for it because... Well, they won't be because I guess they know that they're already, they can see the future, right? These are all fucking Wrath Andys who know what's going to happen. So it won't be a big deal because it'll just magically come back, which I really didn't like how they did that. Flask of Stormwind Tawny, Dwarven Style, like where's all the fucking Horde stuff? Dwarven Honeymead, Badlands Bourbon. I don't know who really takes credit for that. So yeah, look at that. The Alliance are a bunch of alcoholics. Even Dalaran was a human city, Dwarven City. This one, maybe the Horde could take credit for. So you're using all bootleg, literally, beverages from the other faction, but you're not... That is amazing. There's nothing to do with the Horde in there.
Yo!
Hose-ish. Maybe this costs you rep or something? I'm tempted to do it, but... I forget if something bad maybe happens. It's not like the guards and stuff would attack me. I guess I won't do it unless there's a reason to do it. Right? Like, what? When you have the attack button, everything looks like a target. PvP enable, though. It's going to do that every time I target somebody, which I really shouldn't do anyway. We can't use this, which I probably shouldn't even try to use it, but I'll still look at the NPCs. Auctioneer Grimfall. Of course, there's guards back there. This takes me back to the old analogy of like gun control. Like anytime there's an important public figure, they have guards with guns next to them. Anytime there's a bank or an armored vehicle with money in it, there's guys with guns defending it. But when it comes to your kids at school, they'll tell you, oh, well, we don't need guns there. We just need to take away guns from law-abiding people. So, for example, you look at it like anything worth protecting, a political figure, money, this and that, gold bars, they all have guns protecting them, but not your kids. So what does that tell you? They don't really value your kids. They don't care about your kids, right? That's the obvious conclusion. Look at this degenerate actually using the auction house. Wabang and Thatung. They all sound like adjectives that you would see in like a comic book, right? Batman whaps somebody and it says Thatung, or it says Wabang, or just even bang. Can you even go back there to be able to talk to her? Like, what is this bait chat icon that you could never do? So our completionist run is ruined just from that alone. That sort of thing kind of triggers me. They had 20 years to remake this game. This is your Ryan Gosling moment from the Avatar font, and they chose to not get rid of the speech bubble to torment me till the end of time, even with the refined re-release. Average quality of a re-release anyway, am I right? But you know, you want no changes, even though they changed a lot of stuff. And then even like for Wrath and stuff, they added like a fucking microtransactions and stuff. Yeah, just add that insidious reward track and whatnot. Nothing really to do with that. We'll check out the bank in a second, or we'll kind of culminate in talking to Sarfang and coming to the bank. Orgrimmar Auction House Boomstick Imports. And it's something we're very traumatized by, this whole experience. You must face your fears here. I don't like guns. Yeah, we were just making a passionate speech about that too in real life, but you know, obviously.
How may I aid you?
Small shot pouch, ornate blunderbuss, all stuff we're not going to use, of course. I don't know where you would get bows actually. Large bore blunder. So it kind of analogizes the dwarves to the Tauren in terms of level 21 in terms of the gun users, whereas I guess trolls slash night elves would use the bows more, or I guess even orcs use bows more. Of course, nobody else on the lines can even become a hunter, so maybe the trolls are the odd ones out. But no, actually, the hordes take the trolls take ownership of being hunters, because that chick even says, I take her word as gospel too. The first trainer in Valley of Trial says we taught the orcs how to hunt. Not that I really believe that, because I mean everybody, but like in a really high level professional sense, I guess. Everybody has to be able to hunt and gather just to be able to survive. Boomstick import. So we'll check those two in a second. That'll just say Griffin Rider. Wait, it doesn't even say anything. The Sky Tower. Just by talking to those, you get your reps too activated, right, with some of these. Have I read all these? I guess I better do them now to make sure. That way, if any new ones get added, we can read it on the spot. This tribe of exiled trolls has joined forces with Thrall and the Horde. They were exiled and then they almost got extincted by fucking Murlocs. And it says me, who died to a Murloc in my first playthrough of permadeath of Warcraft Reforged, but we won't talk about that. I'm mocking it like, oh, look at Sen'jin. He got killed by a random level 6 NPC Murloc. Just some random thing. Although that whole area was insane. Like, it has so many different random old god minions. Like, gnolls are old god minions, or whatever. Like, I forget what they're labeled as. Gnolls and earth elementals and all just this random hodgepodge of shit. Joined forces with Thrall and the Horde. They now call Durotar their home, which they share with their orc allies. Founded by Thrall. And even that kind of distorts their placement. You get Sen'jin Village, but the gnomes don't. You share the zone with the main faction, the main leadership of the whole horde is the orcs. But with gnomes, not only do you not get a Sen'jin Village equivalent, or I guess you get it inside of like Tinkertown, but even that's shittier than the Valley of Spirits and stuff that we have here. You also don't share it with the humans, who you would equate to the orcs as far as like the leaders and the main race of the faction. So you share it with the dwarves, so you already feel like an outcast twice over, right? It's just not. It'd be like sharing it with the Tauren or something. Durotar, which they share with the Orc allies. Of course, we're the highest in that, but only by a little bit. Founded by Thrall, this Orc capital is home to many of the proud Orc clans of Durotar. The way that chick in the inn talked about it was like, oh, they just made Orgrimmar their home, but it was like already here, and they didn't even know about like the chasms beneath it and stuff. Aaron Bloodhoof leaves his people, the proud Tauren, from this mighty horde capital. The proud Tauren. Like, why is proud capitalized? Undercity led by Sylvanas Windrunner. The Forsaken have joined a tenuous... I like how they treat it like this, too. Good foreshadowing, although maybe they kind of beat it like a dead horse eventually. Literally, like an undead mount. A tenuous alliance with the Horde and established this capital in the vast depths under the ruins of Lordaeron. They deal with trauma better than our character because, like, they face their fears. Like, wouldn't you want to distance yourself from the past life? But you live literally under there. I don't know whether it's symbolic in a good way or not. Like, you've let it go and moved on, or you can't let it go and you let it tear you up inside. You want to see a constant reminder of it. Very annoying to get these reps back if you try to go down the Bloodsail Buccaneer pathway. That's a very annoying thing to do. Part of the Steamweedle cartel, this Goblin City provides a neutral haven for those that wish to trade goods and services in the Barrens. It's such an amazing, even though the Barrens is a Horde area, so it kind of blurs the line, right? It makes sense if it's in Teneris because that's a neutral contested zone. It makes sense in Stranglethorn Vale because it's a contested zone, but it doesn't make as much sense in the Barrens, actually. It's kind of weird. Like, the Goblins are the only race that really speaks about peace and makes everybody be neutral, right? And they're keepers of the peace. If you try to fight people in Gadget's hand, they'll kill you, either faction. But not because, oh, they're so good and objective. It's because money is the great equalizer, right? Because of their greed, they force everybody to be neutral because they want everybody to be customers, right? Republicans buy sneakers too, or whatever the Michael Jordan saying is. For some reason, I thought you activate the reps even by doing that, just clicking on them. Solo. What does it mean, like, solo, though? Like, it's meant to be, but... Oh, does that mean it won't even let me group with people? if you have to, just to enter a dungeon or something, just... Not that they'll actually help you, but just to be in the group or something. So we didn't check out the bank yet. Really building up the suspense with that, but it's not like we're getting too much stuff in our inventory. Although I kind of did with the book there. As like, you know, a little flavor thing. I mean, I'll do stuff like that within reason as long as it doesn't cost too much money. So this one doesn't even treat it as like you're discovering it. Nice little thing to pet there, and you can get stuff like that too, right? Like the ones in Desolace or on the way to Desolace from what is it? Stonetown Mountains. Fuck. Yeah, we'll make it a spirit hunter so we can out heal the. And you actually could do that because if you're gonna stack spirit as any class, like a spirit warrior or something that people would joke about, it would make the most sense as a troll because it would actually have some relevance. That you get 10% of it during combat. I'll have to make some sort of themed character like that. You haven't lived until you've looked down on the world on the back of a Wind Rider. Oh, for some reason I thought you get to connect Thunder Bluff to this as some sort of... Maybe they added that later. It is sometimes confusing. Like, as much as I know about the game, it gets confused between even the expansions I played or maybe even the ones I haven't played, which I just played the first 3. You have clicked a flight master who trains flying beasts to carry passengers from one location to another. For a minimal fee, you can swiftly travel to other flight masters that you've interacted with in the past. Now, it's hard to explain that RP-wise. Like, why does that matter? As long as they know where they're going, why do you have to have gone there? But from a gameplay standpoint, it's good. When you discover a new city, finding the flight master will allow you to return easily in the future. I don't know why I thought you could do that. Or maybe it's just the fact that it's free. If you fly from Thunderbluff to here, they don't charge you for it. And this seems like such an inefficient way to do it, that you need like an individual wyvern for each person doing it, instead of having like a Zeppelin for the same purpose, like which they do later here. This does become a Zeppelin outpost, like where it takes, at least for a trip like that. I understand if you're going off to some random place like Ajara or Ashenvale or something, but if you're going just from here to Thunder Bluff, they should have a Zeppelin for that purpose rather than the one to go to Undercity. We explored that area. We got the flight path, although it didn't
What do you
really
need?
treat it like we unlocked it, so you don't have to worry about it. It's so weird how I thought you could do that. And Ironforge and Stormwind are much farther away, so they don't really give you the same benefit that you get here. Even if you think it should be free, it really wouldn't be. What was up in the top there? Or was I so traumatized that I didn't go up to the top? This part is just the most intimidating because there's so much shit in this one quarter. No, 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 no. Or maybe I need like the hardcore tag so people would actually respect it. It always says that when I log in, like, oh, you don't have the hardcore tag. You have to go on Discord. Like, I don't give a shit, dude. People still try to do it to troll you and stuff. What else did we miss here, maybe? On the bottom. Are you fucking kidding me? Or he'll keep spamming it. Valley of Wisdom. Yeah, nothing left to do but the bank and Starfang and stuff. Now, we did do the top part. Right, that's where he has all the skulls and whatnot. But see, the Horde doesn't seem to care as much about the imagery of, oh, to do with warlocks and death, and even so much that they don't mind the undead. I can't stand the smell of orcs, the undead says, but it does seem like nobody really likes the undead, and to some extent with the Alliance it's the same way. Like, the Night Elves are kind of weird and outcast, and they kind of stayed in the background for a long time and minded their own business and didn't care and kind of looked down on the other races, and they were sort of immortal, and there's some sort of uncomfortable dynamic with it. The meat trainer, I mean the cooking trainer is in the drag, but the meat vendor is here. Or I guess there's another meat vendor there too. The main reason why you want stuff like this, although mainly you want to get it out in the journey, is to feed the pet, not really for your own use, although that might have some relevance later too. I guess I underestimated how good Wing Clip could be, even though I am a melee character. It's just like, just to kite stuff around or get out of a uncomfortable situation. Weapon merchant, but not weapon trainer. That comes later. Tell me what you want and make it quick. What if I don't want to use a quick weapon? Ha ha ha. Club, large club, dirt. I mean, most of the stuff I can't even use. Tomahawk is what we were using for a while. Most of this is going to be garbage, but somehow a white or something will come into relevance later. And, like, obviously, one of these is just a lucky drop, which is why it's that much more important to... Oh, this is actually better than mine. But there's no point. If anything, I should be going for a two-handed axe. And, of course, I can't afford this stuff anyway. One of these will just look pretty badass, and I'll love it. For that reason alone. Mace, mace. This is dagger, staff.
Go with honor.
We should make a warrior character where we're only allowed to use staves. That would be a fun, like all these different character class type of things that I could do. Try to make it a unique, defined run, and also, you know, a hard mode built in. Also hardcore, like, yeah, hardcore, by which you mean a normal playthrough for me, because that is my patented format. Of all the things I've done in my life, gaming life, that is something I'm very proud of. That I not only was I one of the first people to ever do that with the games, but certainly the first to do it so many times. Like from the year 2016 onwards, if I ever played a game that I haven't played before, it's a permadeath. First playthrough permadeath, just because I love to do that and I love permadeaths in general, and it's just such a fun way to immerse yourself in. And of course, regardless whether you succeed or not, you can just, you know, appreciate the effect of it. And it almost goes so far as to say, like, you know, okay, when you fail, you can either never play the game again, which is extreme, or I always say, like, a 6-month break you have to take before you can play it again, something like that. I am he that watches day. I'm the fist of retribution, but you're not even a paladin. That which does not quell the wreck. I don't actually know that. Recate errant. Dare you defy the war chief? Dare you face my merciless judgment? And of course, he becomes a hero in Encourage, where he helps lead the forces there, right? He's sort of on somehow good terms with the Alliance, where they don't mind him that much. I am he that carries out the war chief's commands without question. I am Horde. They have a real penchant for talking in like third person. 60 elite, 62 elite. So that shows you he's more badass than that guy. Some of these characters, they do make relevant over long periods of time, though. Rockstrom. You're facing kind of a weird direction. Oh, look, you're a different character, but no dialogue. This is the kind of stuff that'll drive me crazy. Like, she'll have unique dialogue, and I'll think you're just another grunt. You could say turn on the names, but speaking of the noggin fogger potion, yeah, look how dead it is, though. Servers are so dead, but my run is still ongoing. That's the only thing that won't be dead is me. Front.
Strength and honor.
Yeah, forget about attacking the Horde capital, like to kill the Thrall and stuff. As an Alliance player, you should be able to rob the bank too. Like you fight some goblin NPC here and you take like a ton of gold as a bounty. Would you rather trust your goods with a goblin? Oh, speaking of a goblin, I guess that's actually pretty pertinent to say because you could do it. That's the only other option you have. You could do it in Booty Bay or, I mean, Ratchet has a bank and stuff too. Let's put everything in here that I'm not going to be using in any form. Like, it's not like I'm going anywhere right now, but let's, because yeah, the fact that I can only craft inside of a city too makes it so the reagents are not going to be too relevant. That seems hilarious that we just got that as a random drop. So we'll be using like a flavorful thing and people will be like, oh, did you get that from the auction house? You're not allowed to use it, but we just happen to have that fall into our lap. I don't know about the weapons if I want to. I guess I'm just not worried about it right now. We'll keep the potion. We'll put all this away. Like, I'll figure out when I want to use it. Just don't even worry about it. Some of the stuff I'll keep. Obviously, mining pick you need. This you need. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Kind of organize it a little better, but we'll put, like, maybe weapons last because it'll get confusing. So, silver bar goes with this. Maybe these kind of go together because they're sort of they sort of go together because they seem to have to do with alchemy and stuff, even though they don't necessarily. Goes here, this goes here, this goes here. 1, 2, 3. So we get plenty of backspace just on the back of that. Anything to do with the quest I'll actually just keep, and then really sticky glue is just some kind of utility thing. We can put a few of those down here. I'll even keep the thing that was like a rare thing also. I'm kind of a sucker for those rare items that they only sell you like 1 or 2 of. In the scarcity, it creates value, of course, the old adage, like the old goblin adage, I guess, in RP. The fact that, you know, there'll be an NPC that has a shop like, oh, there's only 1 of these items. Get it before somebody else does. Like, you're competing for them in the thing. But that wasn't really relevant. But, like, even the fishing pole I got for that same reason. It just makes it feel rare and notable somehow. So this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. What becomes annoying with this is, like, oh, you want to keep it all in the same order. But then it just becomes a mess because you get one item that messes up the placement of it. Even this I'll keep on me, which... that could go like maybe let's put it after that. Yeah, this looks beautiful. Maybe the most bag space we've had in a while. Horus, Homa, and Soren. Wait, what? What was Soren's? Is that his inn? Wait. Soren's leather and steel armory. So he's a banker, but he also owns that place? Is that really what the implication is? Or is that somehow a typo that nobody's ever noticed? I guess it could be his. Like, what will he say? Will he say, oh, check out my blacksmithing shop, my armor shop? I know this guy brings in the money every day, but that's not what I thought it meant. Like, he's fucking rolling in it, dude. Besides the grunts outside, my brothers and I fought at the Battle of Hyjal. Somebody else said that too, like they got the grunt in Razor Hill at the top of the tower. Like, oh, I fought alongside him in the Third War or something. Any who seek to steal from the bank must face us first. You are level 45, so I mean, I guess it's fine. So you were that random orc NPC that, you know, I created from my barracks who walked around with Thrall, and in a literal sense, that's how you could look at it, right? He's one of the miscellaneous units you would be using next to Thrall.
What can I help you with?
You rather trust your goods with the goblin? Oh, he should totally say something. He should totally say something to do with the shop there. That was pretty good. Just dump a whole bunch of stuff in here. Got a couple Noggin Fogger fans. I'd be the type to go so far as to even do that, like just waste my money on that, even though I can't afford it. It makes everything much more valuable and meaningful, at the very least. A nice little shot from here. You get to sort of show off. Oh, you can't actually do it. What? Kind of hard maybe to get that to work all the way. It is kind of nice and quiet in here. Like, there's not as many people as I maybe would have expected. Although I did strategically sort of like, even in January when I went to start this, two things were different. It was a different server, but then I was so disturbed by how many people were there in the starting zone that I re-rolled it to obviously this one. And then beyond that, it was also, I was using my bow and I wasn't using the add-on. And so I wasn't even aware of the add-on, or maybe I vaguely was, but I didn't care to use it. But then people kept telling me, oh, just use it, just use it. So I figured I may as well just start a new character. Like, what if you were to turn the add-on off and then restart? Like, what then? Like, or like turn it off and then you do something and you maybe die and then nobody would know. Like, not, of course, that I would ever need to do such a thing, but what does that mean? Like, if you turn off the add-on and log in, does that discredit your whole run or what? Boar stands, fire. I don't like these kind of gimmick things that people do, but that's of course all that motivates people. Can Zamja help you, troll? Apprentice cook for 1 silver. So I guess this won't make the difference. Can I teach you how to turn the meat you find on beasts, or from beasts, into a feast? Oh, look, you're even rhyming. The only Moonlight says a cook. She's the best rapper in Orgrimmar too. Trolls just look kind of stupid sometimes, but you don't look that much bigger compared to the male ones. But maybe just nobody ever played a female troll. That's why I thought, like, wow, you look so much bigger than them. Never noticed that. Allows you to cook, to make basic recipes up to maximum skill 75. Requires meat from beast and fire to make food. I like how specific some of these are. Like, cooking has to do with beasts, and first aid has to do with humanoids, because it even says that in the description. Like, allows the creation bandages, potential 50. The cloth used to make these are found on humanoids in the world. Like, it's so specific. Can't find them anywhere else. To turn a beast into a feast, and you learn a whole bunch of recipes along with that. Herb baked egg, roasted boar meat, charred wolf meat, basic campfire cooking. Or wait, did I not even have oh, I guess you didn't learn it. Now why is that text bugged out? Look at that. 20 years to make this work.
Be good.
There was no actual cooking trainer in there in Razor Hill.
You be careful.
Let's actually look at that. We can put it on the same bar here. Do like cooking first aid. We can do the flint and tinder stuff too, just for the fuck of it. Always like to put cooking first, I guess. Requires flint and tinder, reagent, simple wood. Builds a camp. So this would give you a chance to maybe log out anywhere that you want, because you have to log out like in a, but you would still want to do it like in a house. But maybe I should do that as like an RP thing. We make a fire to rest at, like Red Dead style or something. Builds a campfire that increases the spirit of those nearby by 4 and allows cooking. Spirit thing is kind of not very necessary. The cooking goes to here. Herb baked egg, 61 health over 18, must be seen. If you eat for at least 10 seconds, you will gain 2 stamina and spirit. We're getting raid buffs, food buffs for leveling purposes. A lot of these are going to be generic ones. And so now we have the whole big 3 thing. This is obviously, you shouldn't be allowed to cook out in the field either, right? So I won't be able to use anything basically. When you're out, you can only fight and explore and just do stuff. You can't even destroy items unless there happens to be... Oh, I guess that's a fair consideration. You can make a campfire to destroy stuff in anytime that you want, but you have to at least take the time to do that. So I should go back and get some flint and tinder within my capability of... And that chick walking down there was actually maybe able to do that. Telling me the same kind of meat I could just cook for myself. Waste, camp, refreshing spring waters, soothing spices. This is how to cook smoked sagefish. 378 and whoa, what the fuck? Level 10. Must remain seated. If you spend at least 10 seconds, you become Well fed and gain 3 mana. Wow, this is actually pretty good though for level 10. I mean, if you're really gonna metagame the thing, level 30, 840, 1260 must remain seated. Candle waits 10 seconds. You gain 6 mana every 5 seconds. Not that mana is a big deal, but we could really flesh out our wing clip DPS. Then we could spam the shit out of it. Give me something that increases the crit chance of wing clip by 50%. Like, you know, the immobilization thing is good and all, but what is even up here? It says, remember, get some flint and tinder and try to learn the weapon skill. Those are 2 things. But, I mean, I'm sure we'll come upon them anyway.
An honor.
Tarlek.
Loktar.
Tomorrow.
Who you be?
Yeah, I'll talk to this
Speak,
guy
friend.
tomorrow. These are dangerous times, troll. An ancient evil is rising, and it cares not if you're Horde or Alliance. Are you talking about, like, the old gods or what?
What you want?
You could just say that generically because there's so many enemies in the world, but when you say ancient evil, that makes the most sense, actually. I like the way they portray the old gods, but like anything good. Like, I guess I said the same thing about Sylvanas, right? I like the way they portray her at the beginning of WoW. Like, oh, mysterious, and even the Horde cinematic, the Undead cinematic sort of shows you. This seems kind of out of place, the grass. Like, oh, they'll do anything they need to, living, undead, or otherwise, they'll kill, and this and that. But then they kind of maybe overdo it once they get to that point. Oh, this is kind of a part that I guess I didn't go to too much. At the literal edge of the world. Look how they fucking put this thing here. Oh, it's just a way to get up and down, I was gonna say. Kind of a cool vantage point. Yeah, they kind of put the herbalism thing out of the way. The best indication are these little random plants to show you there. Valley of Wisdom. We can check that later. So I forget who sold the flint and tinder. Was it the chick at the bottom there maybe, or the one at the beginning of town? You can check out through this tower. I guess there's nothing else up here to even look at. I guess I forgot that I hadn't learned cooking. I thought I had, but I just was about to upgrade it. Then I was like, when did I get it that high?
Fiery man.
Searching for herbs requires both knowledge and instinct. Oh yeah, that's another thing I can't do is I can't, as you can see, it's not even on my bar. I can't track for minerals. I have to look for them myself manually. I'm a hunter, so I have the ability to track, but not herbs, not ore, just either humanoids or beasts or whatever. And I can only choose what to track when I'm inside of a place, you know, inside of like a town.
Are ya?
Herb pouch, 12 slot herb bag. Doesn't have anything flavorful to say.
Be careful, man. Walk careful.
Why not just get a 12 slot bag, period? But obviously, it's going to be a long time before we can do that. We could do some kind of Demon Hunter caliber jumping puzzle and then end up dying to fall damage, which I don't think that would actually kill me, but I had to track down that chick at the bottom who was like a traveling trade goods seller, which is kind of weird. Yeah, this part is kind of weird, actually. The lighting, and it's just like the slum area, I guess. Which gets even worse at the bottom there. Enchanting supplies, enchanting trainer, journeyman.
Greetings.
Copper rod. This is something I would do on my mage, but I forget. I think I kind of gave up on it at some point, or I just didn't care. It's kind of annoying. Enchanting and engineering are 2 that kind of stand alone because they don't have like a corresponding skill where it's like, oh, you do mining and blacksmithing, you do herbalism and fucking alchemy. Like enchanting, sure, you just get greens and blues and disenchant them. Even engineering kind of overlaps with mining, but not 100%. There's plenty of things you need that are just kind of weird and hard to get. Armor to give plus 20 mana, plus 3 inch, copper rod. Yeah, so between enchanting stuff and creating like vending machine purposes, like food and stuff for people, and portals, you could just be the ultimate utility guy as a mage. So I guess it fits for that sense. Darwood. That's Dirk Diggler's fucking other screen name. While applied to a target weapon, I hate how Mark Wahlberg actually dissed that. He said, oh, I regret doing it. Like, that was his iconic early career role that established himself as a good actor to so many people. It's a great movie. It doesn't exploit the subject matter of the industry, of adult films and stuff. It does it in a respectful, good, well-made way. It's a great movie, but he's talking shit about it like, oh, that's so shitty. He's not even grateful for one of his own big breaks. That's like Christian Bale talking shit about American Psycho or something. While applied to target weapon, increases spell damage by up to 8 for 30 minutes. I mean, come on, dude. 4 mana in the caster every 5 seconds. It's not like I'll be able to use any of this stuff anyway, but while applied to target weapon, increases spell damage by up to 16, which would affect some of your stuff, right? Like fucking arcane spell damage on your arcane shot or whatever. Permanently enchanted piece of gear to give it +5 mana. Enchanted mage weep pouch. Yeah, that's almost what I would have resigned myself to do. Like, I'll just become a tailor because of how annoying it is to
Go forth to victory.
make to get bags. Like, we've been struggling with this the whole time. This one we even got from a quest, so they sort of troll you like, please give me a 6-slot bag, because I always talk about how easy it is to find them in the level 1 to 10 zone from the Defias and other humanoids and stuff. On Alliance, I don't think I ever got a character to level 10 without at least 5 bags, because it would always drop a million of these, but we only got one in the entire experience. And in killing Quillboars, killing Centaur, killing the Terrorguard Keep people. Maybe some of them don't count towards the things that might give you bags, but this one was from that quest in the Razor Hill Watchtower thing, which I almost missed that quest. Romka, what are you looking for, stranger? Enchanting is the art of improving existing items through magic. At least you're saying in a layman's term. Some adventurers think enchanting doesn't work. I find that when I challenge them to battle, they change their tune. Oh, that's a pretty badass line. Sigma Orc. So he's telling me to go then. Go then. Go then. Fuck. You get it? Wait, so this is both a tower that leads up, but also an enchanting thing. Because, like, the other one was empty like this. Hey, here we go. Give me a fucking Tinder. Give me your Tinder profile. You say to a girl as you walk up from behind. Not the first time I've done that. Okay. Give me... Wait. Oh, do you not have it? It'll be general good. See, I don't even remember this much. Some people play this game every day of their life, even including the unofficial stuff, and just know like the back of their hand, so they want to brag and flag store. Or nobody even figures out shit for themselves too, and then they want to complain, oh, it's too easy, it's so obvious. But you know, it's a lot like chess in that way. That sort of thing kind of triggers me. People have no sense of self-awareness at all when it comes to that. Like, what if you want to do it blind? I want to do a blind first playthrough of chess, meaning I'll be fucking 1500 for the rest of my life because everybody studies like a tryhard. Not because you couldn't do more than what other people can do, but because you're playing a rigged game. Like, they will use and have resources that you don't. They'll read an entire book on chess theory. Meanwhile, you're just sitting there improvising and still beating them. So what does that tell you? And by you, I mean me, because I do that all the time. That's actually in the spirit of hard modes. Like, anybody can just beat a game, let's say, but we do something more. Oh, can you do this without using range? Of course you can still do it, and I will do. But you know what I mean? Like, you're adding another element to it. So I don't want to get below 10 silver, assuming that is the cost. I really don't remember jack shit, actually, right? I feel like it's 20 silver maybe for only certain ones. Yeah, it's really psychologically nice seeing those bags so empty, though. Like, that'll take a while to fill up, and then I could always dump it in the bank again, although at some point that's going to run out. But again, there are only certain things that you want to really keep. Like, anything that's white that I could potentially use for crafting is a worthy pursuit for sure. I do remember coming here to get ammo a number of times, like on my guy. Of course, we'll never have that experience now, so that'll be the one and only time. We could get that. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. 5 silver is going to be easy to come by. We can get as many of those as I want. So how does this work exactly? Because I would always keep it, but I would never do it. You know what I mean? It's like an RP sense. You have all your resources for the professions. It's just doesn't mean I'm going to actually use them out there. Builds a campfire that increase flint and tinder and simple wood. Now, the tool means you don't consume it, obviously. Give me cutting it close. And then simple wood is going to be, you can only afford 1, but that will be consumed each time. So I can only make 1. You can always get more later. It's not a big deal. And actually, this should go here. This should go here. This should go there. And, you know, all the sort of normal stuff that we would keep in our possession. And then last stuff can go beyond. We're not actually going to make one of those right now, but that would either give us the ability to rest wherever I want, like to log out anywhere, but I still want it to be like in some kind of random building or structure out in the wild, of which there are a lot. Like in Duratar alone, like where did we log out? We logged out in a house like here with the chick who's mourning the loss of her. I'm going to fall off a cliff one time like that doing the auto walk while I look at my map. Wouldn't be the first time I lost to a map or UI or flavor text, like reading the thing in Lord of the Rings Online on the burglar. And then I aggro something because I think I'm in stealth and I'm safe. Or we'll be standing in a fire or something, so paranoid. Yeah, we logged out in the alligator chick's hut where her son died to an alligator or something. And then we logged out in the one outside Orgrimmar here. And then there was even one next to Razor Hill. And there was even another one here near the Zeppelin. So like each of those count as its own spot that you could potentially log out in. I just don't know, you know, where I want to do that today. I actually can't decide. It might be a surprise, actually. It might be Brill, because, you know, we'll take the Zeppelin and just chill there, and then do the Undercity next time in equally exhaustive detail. And this could be 3. I should have done all this in like one episode, but I just don't have the time these days, I guess. I'm not the type to do the same thing every day. We got the flint and tinder, so let's continue the drag. We're at least like halfway through the city now, and these areas maybe aren't as exhaustive. I don't really remember the Valley of Wisdom that much. I'd probably know the Valley of Honor the most, just because I, you know, fucking trying to focus on killing the thing. The leaders here. And of course, we'll even have like a quest to turn in and stuff. Yeah, I don't even care if some of these quests get great, so there'll be some ups and downs with it. People say I'm over-leveled, even though it's like, over-leveled for what? If you want to grind from 1 to 60, you're allowed to do that, so... You know what I mean? The act of leveling is itself putting yourself at risk, and that's the whole point of the game. Go trees, traveling gear, so you'll probably have bags, but... Oh, does he have like a traveler's backpack too? No, 12. I mean, that's about as good as you could hope for too, but I mean, for 10 gold. But see, now you have to acquiesce to that. You're like, oh, you can get that way cheaper on the auction house, but you can't. So unless something like this drops or whatever, or unless you craft it, you would actually have to save up 10 gold to get this. This might be the only way to get it. It might be the cheapest way to get it. I guess I wouldn't mind getting a bag if you can't learn the two-handed axes, but then again, maybe I should still save it. I don't feel like I need it now for a while. That's going to be the thing that annoys people the most if they watch the series, is like, wow, you know, you went back and forth from Razor Hill like 50 times just to sell stuff or whatever, because not only could I not destroy it, and not only would I loot so compulsively, but I couldn't even clear up bag space, or I barely had any bag space. There's like 3 places here they could pass off as selling bags. Like, there was one up top that did. This guy did. This one probably does too. Or maybe it doesn't. Tailoring supplies, rune thread, all the same kind of shit. Orange dye, purple dye, pink dye, mage weave shirt. Some of this stuff is obviously just cosmetic. 8 slot. Well, in bag, you're tempting me, but I'm obviously not going to change profession. I'm not going to change profession. I'm not going to change spec. I won't even say I can't respec, but I can only put points in survival, and not just like always my primary one, but literally only in survival, period. So, or like, yeah, we should do a no talent run, no melee run, no ability run. You got to fight stuff with your fists. Like, I kind of draw the line at like when it becomes so boring. Like, oh, Dark Souls 2, I'm doing a 1-stat only character first playthrough, hard mode, all this kind of stuff that I can't use, and making it so hard. But then people will still say, oh, just do it unarmed, do soul level 1 too. You can never win, but I kind of like that mentality too. You can always do something more extreme, but not. People always mistake it as like you're trying to prove something, because their egos are so fragile and shit. Even though, if I was trying to prove something, maybe that's why I came back, because I got pissed at like, oh, people are doing the same things as me that I did like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and everyone's like, oh, it's a big deal. Like, dude, you maybe don't appreciate it at the time. We use many animal pelts and skins in our creations. Greetings, can I teach you how to turn found cloth into armor? Cloth armor. So because they're only found on humanoids, that means you're either stealing from them or killing them. So there's sort of a bloodthirsty, you don't make white linen cloth without a few blood stains, am I right? Why are you talking about animal pelts and skins? If you're talking about, you're not the leatherworking trainer. This guy's like identity confused. like the skinning or leatherworking trainer? Or is he trying to justify that to a hunter? He's rubbing it in a hunter's face. Oh yeah, we kill animals and use their shit in our stuff. How does that bother you as somebody who's in tune with nature? Just wait till he sees a druid and says that.
For the whole blood and thunder.
Magar, expert tailor. I made a lot of things you see in the store. What do you think? Answer carefully. Your life. What the fuck? Did these people hate hunters or something? Your life may depend on it. What are you talking about, dude? One of them is rubbing in my face that he kills animals and uses them, even though he's a tailor, not a leather worker or a skinner. Like, I understand that he might still do that, but why does he say that? He should talk about something to do with cloth. This guy's threatening my life, dude. Okay, I'm not welcome in here. I get it. I'm not a tailor. What the fuck is that dialogue? This feels like so out of place. They know my past alliance identity. In these trying times, a simple oh, we already went through this with the fucking the troll area. If I wasn't gonna give it to trolls, what makes you think I'm gonna give it to you? Donation. I'm something of a troll myself. Donation of cloth can go a long way to help those less fortunate than ourselves. Cloth goes a long, yeah, but then if I want to do it, I'll just give it to them myself. I hate this whole middleman charity thing. If you truly care about charity, you know, do it on an individual basis. This is kind of a cool design, actually. Could be some old god minion though. It's so out of whack. Less fortunate than ourselves. Cloth goes a long way to making. Those are two things I don't believe in. Like, don't give to charity. Give to directly to people that you know it's going to help, or do it yourself, because then you always lose the money in the middleman, or they keep some for themselves. I would never trust them. I'm just cynical like that, I guess. And then tipping, you should never tip. Why? Not because the people working hard don't deserve it, but because the place that they're working at doesn't deserve to exist. Why? Because pretend like any other job, any other field. If I don't pay my workers enough for them to be satisfied and do the job, they'll quit. I won't be able to run a company. So why should I run a successful restaurant or whatever that's making money, making profit, and then underpay my employees so that people feel bad and tip them? Right? Like, why is that necessary? On top of charging maximum top dollar for the food. I'm sure countless people have said this over time, but I said it many years ago too. Like, that business shouldn't exist. Pay the waitress a correct, proper salary, livable salary, and then I won't tip them, or if I do, it'll be out of the goodness of my heart as a bonus on top of that, right? Like, why should tips be an important component of you running a business that's making you money, that you're charging me an arm and a leg for the food in the first place, and then they'll use that still to justify raising the food price more? If you are interested in donating cloth pieces to the Orcs of Orgrimmar, I will gladly accept them and make sure you receive the proper recognition for doing so. How do you exactly do that, though, for the Horde? We are currently accepting donations for wool cloth. Donations 60 pieces of wool cloth. Thank you. Full recognition by Orgrimmar. Oh, but you know, that one will give you with the Darkspear trolls. Okay, right. Our stores on wool are such that we would only need 60 pieces from you total. We should be able to acquire enough from others in the realm to support our drive. If you have 60 pieces of wool cloth, I'm able to take them from you now.
May your blades never dull.
What else didn't we look at here? I guess basically everything. That is an interesting thing. That's the fact that Soren owns the inn, and he's also a banker, and he's also brothers with people who went to, like, so much lore. For a random banker NPC, he has associations to the bank, the inn, to Hyjal. His brothers were also in Hyjal. Like, just like little things like this that have a certain still place in the world. This thing kind of disturbs me. I guess I never paid much attention to it. I don't know what that face is supposed to be or why it's there. Hamar. At least if it was like a human's head, but it isn't distinctively like that. Throw the ball to a friendly player. If they have free room in their pack, they will catch it. Kind of a fun thing, but we aren't allowed to interact with players anyway. Or there could be some kind of RP reason to do that. Like, if I do that, I'm able to... I wish I could throw it to my pet. Like, we could RP like we're playing with the pet. Or like, we could throw it to an NPC, and that would allow us to do something. I don't know. It seems like a good RP item. It requires a steady hand to remove the leather from a slain beast.
What do you need?
Ogra!
You like the rug? I killed and skinned the beast myself. May all the centaur fall as easily. What does that have to do with centaur, though? You just don't like them, I guess? It's the Tauren's mortal enemy, not yours. Greetings, I can teach you how to... It just makes the Taurens and the trolls seem so shitty. The trolls' mortal enemy were Murlocs, or they almost got run out of Kalimdor, and they needed the orcs to save them from Murlocs. And then especially at that point, because they hadn't been established as like super important in lore, or even to this day, they don't feel that significant, but at least they have ties to Ajara. And they do mention that in Warcraft 3, to be fair. Some queen who lives under the ocean is all they say, but yeah, trolls lost to murlocs, like how EU lost to rats and NA lost to rice farmers, or whatever people say, like all these other memes. Trolls lost to murlocs and Tauren lost to centaur. Like, what the fuck? And orcs or humans lost to gnolls, apparently. King Lane was really struggling with the gnoll invasions in Red Ridge Mountains and like this kind of dog shit.
What do you need?
Okay, what is all this? Leather, leather, leather. These won't be relevant for a while, but just like if something really pops out, like, oh, I really want this white thing that just has base armor and no stats on it. Really exciting upgrade that actually could be somehow relevant. It doesn't even look like it should be leather. It's not. What the fuck? False advertising. This looks like mail. Like that icon, but it's somehow cloth. Or no, sometimes that is cloth. Level 45, and by that point, who even needs leather? Because, well, I guess druids and stuff, you'd be using, maybe, yeah, you could do it like that way, a white-only run, which I guess if it was, we are already breaking our rule, because we've already gotten the greens, a couple greens to drop. Am I busy? What's that supposed to mean? Do you think I just stand here all day twiddling my thumbs? You're here to buy something, talk to Handor. So in other words, you don't have anything to do. Or no, why is he taking so much shit from me then? He's so defensive. He's the expert. He's actually the ace. It would make more sense if she said that. He's so defensive, dude. You're a fucking god to your leather worker. The best in the city. The grunt here, we can go in the cleft of shadow thing. This is the fateful march that we would make so many times. I can't remember how many times I really killed them, but at least once. Orgrimmar main gate. Yeah, we'll kind of end off maybe there with our exploration. We can do the Valley of Wisdom and the Cleft of Shadow. Let's actually do... Let's make our way to the Valley of Wisdom. We explored the top part, but this part has been kind of a drag. The Drawfers and Sun Salvage. Yeah, see, I'm very impressed by the engineering capabilities of orcs. They're more
What do you need?
ingenious than I thought.
Loktar.
With them always saying zug zug and stuff.
Zug zug.
Fuck, as soon as I say that, he said it.
Ho, ho. Ralhal.
They don't always do that.
Thunder.
What are the chances of that?
What do you need? Ralhal.
I'm giving them credit, like, oh, you're such a genius. You know how to engineer and build stuff and craftsmanship on par with the gnomes.
Speak.
Zug zug.
Makra.
Fucking, what the fuck is that?
Zug zug. Strength and honor. Makra.
He won't say it again now for an hour either. There's nothing really to talk to them there. So basically, when it comes to the goblins and their desire to ravage Ashenvale and stuff, the Taurens and the orcs must fight over that. The orcs are more than okay with it, or they'd even work with them. Oh yeah, give us some of the lumber and we'll let you do it, and we'll protect you from the night elves or something, let's say. And then, but the Taurens will be like, oh, we love nature and we're all druidic and stuff. Yelmax alchemy and potions. That's the whole point of Warsong Gulch. The undead and the orcs have their own battlegrounds, like night elves versus orcs is Warsong Gulch, undead versus humans is Arathi Basin, and the Taurens don't get fuck all, or I guess other races don't really get fuck all. AV is kind of, it feels very dwarf focused.
Speak.
The dwarves' impact really dwarfs the other races in that region. Increase in armor by 450 for 1 hour, which at level 43 is not really that big of a deal. Some of these stats I'm worried about going down, though. Like, I forget how parry works in that sense. Like, will it stay 9.8 the rest of the game? I certainly don't think it'll go up. Like, why would it? We have the 5% from this, and then we don't get any other from anything else. So we have like a base 4.8%. Unless we wear gear that specifically increases it, there's nothing that's going to say, like, agility doesn't give us parry. Obviously, strength doesn't give us parry. Nothing gives us parry. So it might even go down. I really don't remember that. I mean, I played a mage, so it's not like I cared about that, but it's just more like I did play a warrior in Wrath, but then everything kind of worked differently over time anyway. I'm busy. Tell what? Oh, this could be like who's on first. Tell what to handle who. Tell who to handle what. To handle whatever it is. Whatever it is. That young pup has been stewing all day long. He spends more time like that, and he's going to hurt something. Stewing.
May your blades never zug.
All the bottles on, but he's not even a cooking trainer. All the bottles on this table are potions I brewed. Oh, I guess it does make sense in this sense though too. I brewed today, and they say a watch pot never boils. What? With alchemy, you can turn found herbs into healing and other types of potions. Okay. Allows alchemists to brew basic potions up to a maximum potential skill 75. Requires herbs found with the herbalism skill.
Taboo.
Oh, yeah, I should have read all the other professions that what their descriptions could be. Like even enchanting actually would be vaguely interesting. I forget what it actually said. It might say something like, oh, you know, like how first aid says that, like, oh, it can be found on humanoids, and then obviously skinning found on beasts. Like it just seems weird to say it like that. Like you know that's true, but what is this part? These little top parts seems like nobody ever goes here. Like what is the point of this? So you're gonna fall off something unexpectedly and expect to be able to use slow fall.
Greetings, man.
Or we'll create a fucking parachute because we're an engineer. Jezramon. I give you warm greetings, Hunter, as does the Shattered Hand. Do not look so surprised, Rygor. There will be shadows even on the highest perches of Orgrimmar. Something must hide there. Shattered Hand take that role willingly. Thrall, even in his good heart, acknowledge that the hand be necessary to ensure or control safety. But you not here to talk about my business. You're here for something else, by which I mean nothing. Because I have no other option to say. I'll admit, maybe that guy escaped my notice. I don't know if I ever went up to kill. I was pretty thorough, though. Yeah, there was a time where maybe I was doing that. I wasn't even trying to kill the Horde leader. I was so pissed that we failed to do it that I would come back later and just try to kill all the NPCs. It wouldn't be that hard to do because you could kill one and then die and come back. It's not like you have to do it back to back. So who else did I talk to even? Let's go back to the enchanting thing. I think we're done with the drag. So we can do Cleft of Shadow, Valley of Wisdom, and Valley of Honor. Didn't actually take as long as I thought, although, I mean, it is a full episode thing. I think the only way to get back up to the enchanting trainer is to... No, it was on the bottom and it goes up to the top. So where is it? I was even questioning that. Like, normally those ones don't have anybody in there. They're meant just as a way to get from, like, the different levels. Some are, like, here, I think, but I forget. I think it's this one. Can you see that guy from here? Where was he? Ramon.
What can I do for you? Farewell.
What are you looking for?
Loktar.
Oh.
Allows enchanter to enchant basic items to maximum 75. Requires dust and essences found by disenchanting magic items. There's nothing too flavorful about any of these, but whatever. It's just... What other trainers did I see? Like, what would have even made sense? I guess it doesn't matter. Or I guess I'll come back for the Clefts of Wisdom. I feel like this is kind of an anticlimactic part. Right? It's just not that big. It's not that interesting. That big tree thing that everybody talks about. Greetings, Hunter. I'm a commendation officer acting on behalf of the Dark Spirit tribe. It's my duty to assist travelers who have received Horde commendation signets. I accept signets in different quantities, but the most beneficial exchange for you is to hand instead of 10 at once. I will enter your deeds into our records. When you hand in your signets, as a result, you will earn recognition from the Dark Spirit tribe for your duty and service. For those adventurers who have but a single commendation signet, I'll exchange it for a small amount of recognition with the Dark Spirit tribe. Please bear in mind that it's better to hand in over a stack of 10 at once. Your efforts will receive greater recognition in doing so. We offer a single signet exchange as a service to those who don't have enough for a full stack of 10. With that being said, I'm ready to stand and assist you if you want to hand in a single one. Seek out the Horde Commendation Officer, exchange signets for recognition. I accept commendation signets for travelers who receive them in line of duty. For each out of 10 that you hand to me, I'll make sure you receive significant acknowledgement of your deeds in the Darkspear tribe. I also accept single tokens, but at a much reduced rate. But now, he makes it sound confusing. Is it reduced rate because it's 1 versus 10? So, like, it's 10 times as much, but that's what you'd expect. Or it's just because you're giving 10, he gives you proportionally more, too. We are much more interested in greater feats of duty, though no feat will be ignored. He's shit-talking the 1, but I'm already... Like, stop selling. I'm already giving you the 10, according to this prompt. With that said, I'll gladly take your signets if you're ready to hand in a set.
Ooh, be careful, man.
The Horde version of the Wicker Man. Still better than Nicolas Cage's. There's a cool little meme, like, analogizing the Joker when he says, very poor choice of words when he says let her go, and then he robs her out the window, Maggie Gyllenhaal. But then in the Wicker Man, whatever, the little girl is holding like a torch, and Nicolas Cage keeps saying put it down, and then she puts it down and burns the Wicker Man, like he puts it down in front of him. There's like a very poor choice of words moment by Nicolas Cage, as is his whole existence in that film, and as is most of his acting career too. But I don't know why people like him. I don't respect him at all. Like, and he tried to justify his career like, oh, well, haha, I bought some stupid dinosaur fossil in a... the funniest excuse for being a shitty actor ever. The only reason I took all those shitty roles and gave often pretty mediocre performances in them, so bad that they're good kind of stuff, is because I bought this dinosaur fossil at an auction for like $100 million, and I'm still trying to pay it back. Some nonsense like that. Yeah, that totally makes it all okay. Now I understand. Like, what the fuck? That makes you look like even more of a dumbass.
What are you looking for?
Refreshing water, heavy brown bag. To compare the value of this one to the one that the other dude had for, I forget now what it was. We'll definitely keep this at a 10 capacity.
What can I help you with?
Magnus. This guy's pretty cool. He should start playing chess. Symbol of divinity, demonic figurine. Lot of fun. See, this shop represents what is one of the things that's good about the game. There's a sense of cost and permanence and intrinsic sort of value to even the smallest mechanics. Mages have this awesome ability where they can make portals, but they can't just do it. They have to pay even a small price. Even just something gives it a better sense of identity. You can seem like you're a paladin. Wonder how many bugs people actually found in this re-release. Probably a lot, but I guess I haven't found too many. Famous last words. This is kind of interesting. Doing a little hookah type shit. That's actually what it looks like. What the fuck? General goods. How many different ones of these do they have? Like, we've already seen the reagents vendor is like in the front, and then there's another one like in the Valley of Strength, right, with the guy with the skulls. Yeah, the Valley of Wisdom is kind of shitty. In fact, it would make more sense if the priest thing was here. The priest or the mage could be here, or even the warlock, but instead the warlock's in the Cloud of Shadow, the priest and the mage are there. So what is the point of this? Is it trying to say that the Horde is just dumb and there aren't too many wise trolls or whatever, orcs? This is the way that I was coming in from before, so this leads up to the... Wait, where does this lead? This should... Oh, this leads to there. And there's another way to get in here, too, from that way, which is... How do you get there from here? You do this equally exhaustively with the other cities, but maybe I'll save that for another time, or I'll somehow segue into it. It's a good way to take a break. Like, every time we get like a 10 level threshold, then we can do it. Once we hit level 20, we'll do it. Once we hit level 30, we'll do it. And it'll be a good way to switch to other leveling zones, but I kind of want to do that anyway. Like, I could just go to Silverpine Forest right now. So between all those zones, you'll get a whole bunch of cool stuff and items and even like, you know, different quests, and you might seem like you're over leveled, but it'll end up balancing itself out. Yeah, like people complain about like maybe the same leveling zones, but at any level that you're at, there's at least like 3 or 4 that you can do. Especially at the beginning, it's pretty good about that. Orgrimmar commendations. is saying like talk to the hand. Greetings, Hunter. I'm Foundation officer on behalf of Orgrimmar. Now, isn't this the same thing? But of course, it'll be depending where you want Darkspear stuff. A result, recognition from Orgrimmar, service and duty. Let's see if they say anything really different though. Single combination, I'll explain.
Go with honor.
Okay, a little minor interruption there. Whenever that happens, either I should log out or at least I can mute it and then run back to a safe zone if I'm in the middle of combat or something. That could become annoying later. I'll explore the rest of the city if the last thing I do. We'll die to Gammon in the inn there.
Strength and honor.
Lot of little pun names and in references like that in the whole universe. They love to do that. Only difference here obviously is it's Orgrimmar instead of Darkspear. If you said something different, it's better to hand in, just kind of whatever. This is the always be closing. Like don't like Glengarry, Glen Ross. Like they're trying to sell you once you're already doing it. I already have the signet supposedly, unless you're a faker like me who's just doing it for the sake of it. But they already have you here. Like you're trying to pressure me. Oh, one's not good enough. Do 10. Or even once you're doing 10, it's like this is the highest amount I can give you. Why are you saying that? Like look. I also accept in single. Why do you need to say that? That's like saying, oh, somebody has a 6-pack of beer. Oh, I sell them in singles packs too, in single bottles too. Yeah, but what do you want them to put the 6-pack back and give you the one instead? Oh, cool. You only take one at a time. Then I'll waste your. You know what I mean? It's just a philosophical thing. Marketing expert, psychology expert, of course, and sometimes people take that stuff literally. Although in the psychology sense, it really is true, but. You know what I mean? Like I'm not the type to do that. Like in fact, I'm even very self-critical most of the time. Just watch me play chess. Nobody shits on themselves as much as me. So this is like, what is this? Of course, this is. Wait a second. Oh, I'm confusing the. Oh man, as somebody who attacked it. That's not what that is. But it makes sense to do that last, I guess, because. No, it kind of makes sense to do this last because it's how the fuck did I confuse that? Because, you know, out of touch I am. Like it seems like, oh, this is bigger and blah blah blah. Valley of Wisdom is Thrall because of course Thrall is wise and he's a shaman. You were streaming a lot longer the past few days. Yeah, kind of. I guess it depends. I always like to do it longer, but what didn't I do here? I got to check out the Cleft of Shadow, and I got to check out. Wait, you can enter from here. Or like some kind of weird angle here between. No, this is like the normal one. Why does it make it look like you can come out there? Must be like on a higher level. We have to check out this. We have to check out the Valley of Honor. That is a really glaring omission that I forgot that. I'm thinking like, oh, Thrall is here. In fact, I think I always used to say that too. Like, oh, that would make more sense. But that's where like the Battle Masters and Battleground people are. But yeah, remember the time when I was streaming 6 to 8 hours a day. Even though I would go AFK a little bit, in the retrospect, that's kind of a small price to pay because I can't do that now. Even if I went AFK for like an hour, I would stream for like 8 to 10 hours a day, which was insane. It's very hard to do that as a small streamer. Okay, so obviously you don't want to go in there unless you have a death wish. Once we get feigned death, we can totally play around with it, and then we'll die to a dot like we almost died to with the rogue who vanished, and I still had a tick of the dot left on me. Like, this will just take up room in my quest log, so I shouldn't even bother with these ones. But somehow, listen closely to what you are told, and do not quickly trust or distrust, for even friends serve their own ends. Hunter. Learn that from Owen and Anthem. That's actually a pretty well-written character. But see, I hate that I have to point that out, because it's like, shouldn't all the characters be well-written? Like, you shouldn't need to give them a pat on the back just because your expectations are low. Our great war chief knows this, and to prove that there are warlocks within the Horde who do not wish to destroy it from within or gain control over it, I have volunteered to aid our young leader in any way I can. The primary task set upon... So anything to do with a dungeon, I shouldn't even pick up, because then I'll be tempted to... Because I don't want to abandon quests, quite frankly. The primary task set upon as great war chief is to root out the creatures responsible for infesting our lord's great city with demonic influence. The Burning Blade... Oh, so by a warlock doing this, it'll prove that he's one of the good ones. Burning Blade is one threat, but there are others. The Searing Blade, for instance, who make their home in Ragefire Chasm. Wait, the Searing Blade? secretly attempting to subvert innocent members of the Horde. If they are to be stopped, yeah, how did they get through here? This is like an alliance special. I guess they came from underground. Like, wow, we'd have to go through everybody, go through the bank and this front to come through into Ragefire Chasm because there's only one entrance and one exit. So what the fuck? Right? You even have to walk back out the other way. There is no alternate portal. At least the alliance with the stockades and their clown up doesn't measure up to this. Like, it's one thing, okay, the prisoners do a riot and they escape and take over the prison and you have to fight them and put them back down. But this is like, you just allow them to burrow into your city and just gain a foothold. Their leader must be saying a Felguard named Targaman the Hungerer. Kill him and his heart will appease Thrall. Of this I'm sure. Enter Ragefire Chasm and slay him. Bring his heart back to near a Fireblade. So yeah, I'm not going to pick up that. It's going to confuse me later though, because I'm going to look at all these NPCs and some of them are... Because they put them... They kind of spread them a little bit thin. Like, they'll be all over the place. There's no one place. Dark Earth Fungus and Mushrooms. Which is just random food. I don't see what's so special about a thing like this. But just for the sake of it, it makes sense that it's here. I actually like this way of doing it. This is like me. It would make more sense if I had like never played the game before. This is how I would do it, but I mean, I've never really played this faction, so I can live with that. Literally, I have to live. These rugs bother me. I have to live with it. That's the whole point of the run. That makes me uncomfortable. It's like the little human skin stuff that the gnolls use for their tents and stuff. Oregon teasing me with a polearm, like, oh, I should be a polearm only hunter. Which, I mean, there's no rule against using any particular weapon type. This is the rogue area, obviously, and this is the warlock area, I think. This is Darkfire Enclave.
Glory to the Horde.
Your will is not strong enough to manipulate the forces we control.
Strength.
You just have not experienced enough yet. This is totally a chess analogy again. Like, you know, you're not smart enough to be a grandmaster, or is it more like you haven't put in the time? You wouldn't know the difference. Your will is not strong enough. Like, you're just saying it as an absolute that you could never do it. Not that you haven't tried to do it. The arcane, maybe I don't want to manipulate the forces you control. How about that? It's my own life choice. I don't believe in using the darkness. The arcane only corrupts those who are weak. Keep up on your training or you may find a similar fate. That's at least an interesting thing to say. Why? Because I have one arcane spell card called Arcane Shot. That's why you're saying the arcane. But I think he's saying it more just in general to magic. I'm not a mage, dude. And neither are you. So why are you saying that? You're no warlock and I have no time for you. I think they all say that. The demon trainers. It'd be funnier. You're no demon and I have no time for you. Be gone. I only train demons. I'm crippled by age, so you got another Illidan role player. You got at least 2 Illidan role players, or 4. And no, 2, because this with the blindfold, and then obviously the chick with the skull of Gul'dan. Is that meant to be a reference to him? There's a person who can't see with a blindfold who has a skull in their hand. Like it seems like it's like a little Easter egg. I'm crippled by age and blinded by things I would rather not discuss. Surely an old orc like me has no business with you. I don't know what that guy's purpose actually is, to be honest. Shadow Deep reagents. There's always some quest that sends you back there, something super important. The same. Dude, there's like literally a fucking million reagent vendors in here. I feel like there's not this many in Stormwind and stuff, although my memory is so shit, I can't really say that. Infernal Stone, Symbol of Kings. Teaches you how to make a rage potion. Increases rage by 20 to 40. Now, this is the kind of thing that, despite the level, that's relevant, you know, anytime. Rage potion, 30 to 60. Little Swifty special. He'll do that in the middle of a fight. Like, oh, you're not allowed to use healing potions, but you can use that, or he'll find some weird, clever use of game mechanics. Ironwood staves and wands. Of course, we had that lucky drop of like a blue BOE blue wand in the 20s or the 30s, I think, on my priest, and that kind of made that part a breeze. The biggest threat in the priest run wasn't dying to something just normally. It was the fact that I'd get so fucking bored of how slow the combat was, which, I mean, that could become an issue here, but even this seems better with the hunter pet and stuff, that you would just die out of sheer exhaustion and boredom in real life, or like you would try to take risks and do stuff to speed it up. Of course, here we're not even taking a rest experience. This is the most rest we'll get on my own time. Like, you know, there'll be a case where, you get this much in like a week, pretty much, like 5 bars just from not playing. But that's even outside of a town
What are you looking for?
or an inn or whatever. Rested. Black bone wand. Some of these look pretty badass, I think. Not that one. Doesn't even look like a bone. Some of these models they overuse a bit, but it's still impressive what they were able to do with it, even this early.
Go with
What I really got to play more one day is EverQuest, but just to see, like, it was supposedly the influence. I guess that never takes away my appreciation of stuff, only but a little bit. Like, you know, watch Magnificent Seven and then watch Seven Samurai, and you'll be like, wow, they sure copied that one. And, you know, maybe they made it better in some ways, but, or even Sholay, the beloved Hindi Bollywood movie. That is actually pretty good. They shrink it down from 7 samurai basically to 2, and they change some of the details, of course. But yeah, like, Hearthstone copied Magic the Gathering, but it's still really good. And so it doesn't make me dislike. I'm not offended if people say that, like, oh, I'm a Blizzard fanboy, and how dare you say it copied it. Obviously, it was influenced by it, but in some ways it did certain things better, it did some things worse. It's the same thing with this. Like, okay, EverQuest had 600k subs or concurrent players. This had 6 million, at least in the beginning, and then I had even more. Okay, these will be all sexy kind of rogue swords, which have no real relevance to me. Some kind of dual-wielding shenanigans. Dacian Fogs. Pretty cool looking. Broadsword is kind of slow. Yeah, see, that looks badass. You put an enchant on that, of course, I won't be able to. But see, in a certain sense, you would be able to. If you chose enchanting as your profession, you might be able, it might be really hard to get all the essence, but it's possible that you might be able to get at least something. Not saying it'll be one of the better enchants, but there's at least a vague chance that you could get something crazy to work out. It's like playing Diablo. Like, well, you get something crazy to drop. 1 in a million legendary random thing. Shadow Swift Brotherhood, that just leads back out, right?
Blood and thunder.
Ormok, I don't train your kind hunter. Or there'll be all these people you'll recognize now from Hearthstone. Like, oh yeah, that's that Hearthstone card that I thought either they invented. Like, I hate that they do that. It's one thing if they take a character and extrapolate on them. Like, oh, Frostlit Jaina. It's like some kind of fanfic. If Jaina wants to be like some sort of femdom mistress type who's telling you, bow to your queen or whatever. Right, like there is a bit of that vibe to it, but that's just like a hypothetical scenario. But at least it's a real character. But then they add like Rokara. I'm like, oh yeah, she must have been some generic NPC in AV that I just forgot about. But no, she doesn't actually exist, and she just was made for Hearthstone. Like, why do that? You have literally millions of fucking NPCs and pieces of lore. See, at least that's not too rude. He's just saying I don't train you. It's true.
Come get
The order of the train me in throwing knives so I can overcome my phobia of ranged weapons. The order of the Shattered Hand existed before Thrall. What the fuck is that? Look at the confidence to say that. Until he exists after Thrall. Do you expect something to happen to him? Do you have some kind of inside contract to kill him? You'll be like the Garona the other way, who killed King Lane or whatever. Zando Zan of the Shattered Hand. How can Zando Zan help you? He can't. He won't. Some of these people have very assertive dialogue. Like, who is that guy who was talking shit? The tailoring. If you're a hunter, don't go in the tailoring shop because they'll threaten to kill you, and they'll say like, I forgot what the other guy said. I don't train your kind. And there's the reagent shop, thieves' tool. See, even that much. Rogues actually have quite a bit of stuff they have to carry. For blind, for vanish, for whatever. So they kind of shrunk all these mechanics down. Must be carried very, very carefully. Used by rogues to brew poison, and obviously flash powders for vanish. Or wait, is it for vanish or blind or both? I guess that's everything here, right? I guess it's not really, I thought there were more NPCs actually here. I guess there's just a lot within a narrow density there. So we'll save the Thrall encounter for last. I can't believe I made that mistake. That seems embarrassing. It's been many years, obviously. Yeah, I guess either my memory is just worse than other people, because everybody's always like referring to these very specific things and ideas that they you know, oh, haha, what was it? Like leashing and stuff. It's like, maybe that's what happens. Like, there are communities for games like chess or whatever, any MMO, where like they're so passionate that like they think about that one game all day, every day. Not like normal human beings, you know, who just think about other things in their life. But yeah, of course they'll know the ins and outs of that. Like, oh, every little nuance. It's not like I don't even know those things, but either I've forgotten or I don't really care, or, you know. That was always my mantra too. Like, if I die, then everything I did is wrong. But if I live, then everything I did is right. So you can't talk shit because, oh, you know, I'm making it harder by not using whatever mechanic you think I should be using. This will actually be where the hunter trainer is. So this is kind of a big moment. We can get feed pet. Oh, I fucked up. No, I think it was because you turned in the quest. I was going to say I wasted my money on stuff. So now I won't be able to do that. We'll get the weapon trainer and the hunter trainer, both here. And then there's nothing but the, obviously, thrall encounter itself. Not in the way that I said before. Heroes, harnesses, or harness maker. Like, so specific, right? This is such a dog shit shop that nobody cares about. It's just like, it makes sense maybe for some sort of RP purpose, but you could just sell this with any other set of gear. Right, like light armor merchant, a heavy armor merchant, whatever. We're going to see an undead like in the weapon trainer thing. I kind of like that too. It keeps it fresh, right? Like, why would I need to look stuff up? Like, whatever I remember is going to be little bits and pieces and like a skeleton outline of the game. And then even when I would play then, I didn't make a point to try to learn everything. We have the phobia again here. Oh, I thought you should do that little animation. She's never does anything like that. She at least hides her fear well. This is the bow guy, and obviously the gun guy was in the front. The Taurens are associated with the guns, obviously, like dwarves. And I guess trolls do take the monopoly over bows, even though orcs can become hunters too, which is there's nothing to really compare that to for Alliance. I mean, I guess it would have made sense. Like, if humans had been able to be hunters, there's nothing weird about that. They just, for whatever reason, like in vanilla, right? Some things, like, everybody can be a warrior, which makes sense. Like, what class should there have been that you could have been? Human hunter, it makes sense. Undead makes sense with almost anything because, you know, they used to be human, so at least it should be the same ones. You can obviously fish here too. At least I have room to fish now. Where did I fish that was besides that? That would be the Valley of Spirits one. This area is kind of one that nobody ever looks at. Yeah, I like how high of a level we actually got there. We're like the guy who missed the Pandaria dude who farms up to max level just by doing professions. But obviously you can't do that here. But at the there'll be like a hidden bottle here, the Twilight Princess moment, when you go into the waterfall itself, right? In the fishing mini game. Somebody threw away a perfectly good bottle and Link will just drink out of it. It's clean, of course. There's water everywhere. Totally gonna get spoiled on something in Breath of the Wild, and I consider spoilers to even be minor stuff. And by Breath of the Wild, I mean either one, because I haven't even played the first one. Everybody's talking shit about this guy like he's some old retired man. Fish so delish. You come to learn fish, eat fish. Yeah, see, that seems like I can teach you how to use fishing pole to catch fish. That's how an orc would talk. Cooking 50. Teaches you how to do a rainbow fin. Nothing really special about that. 874. You know, this is one of those infinite money kind of things. If you're willing to just sit here forever, you can make infinite money without putting yourself at risk because you don't have to fight anything. You can just keep, but they sell for very low amounts. But you could cook it into something that is more expensive and do it that way. Raw rock scale cod. And of course, yeah, all these will be in different parts of the world, which I don't know by heart. I don't think fishing is my... Oh, here we go again, dude. This one has a higher... Or is it the same one? Oh, it's the same one. So, yeah, one rare one in Senjin Village that was there, like, forever. And then now you get this one, too, just like...
May your blades never dull.
you know, you would have had the chance, but I was just being paranoid. Like, oh, if I don't get this now, get a good close-up of what the fish actually look like. This is one of those things like character or item models in Skyrim. Like if you drop a book on the ground, you can actually see it physically in the world until like the imaginary street sweeper comes and cleans it up. But if I drop a fish from my inventory and like I don't want to destroy it, but I want to drop it on the ground, you could use this model to represent that, right? I know it's hard to do, especially for an MMO, but that is one kind of cool consideration that they could have potentially done. We should totally fish in these 2 pools of water. So I actually didn't successfully fish in the other one because I didn't have room, although I still gained a skill for it. Like one active fishing in each one is good enough for me. We'll get from 1 to, or it almost should have been a rule. Like you can only fish once in each one. So it would be the same way. There are enough different unique pools of water in the game to get your skill from 1 to max just by doing it 1 time each. There objectively must be. Or it'd be kind of, yeah, because there's random like lakes and stuff all around. There's even like 50 of them in Duratar alone, and of course some of them are either unfishable or really hard, like where there's that 1 in a million chance to get the one, which I even got it, but I was moving or I was kind of spamming it at the time. So we'll finish off the Valley of Honor, and then we'll do a surprise ending, because we're not going to log out in Orgrimmar because we don't want to get rested experience, and there's almost nowhere else in Duratar that we can sleep, so I wonder what we should do. To face death, to conquer death, you must look it in the eye. And that would be a good excuse to rest in Brill, actually. Although from there, I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do. Yeah, there's a lot of things I misremember just in a general level. Like, I thought you could fly. I swear, some of the stuff maybe they added later, but... I mean, I haven't played the game since, you know, like the re-release then. And then before that, I didn't play it since, you know, the actual, like, fucking 2010. Okay, so we gotta go up to the Valley of Spirits thing. Fish in that pool of water. You'll have an infinite amount of food. You'll have an infinite amount of money. That's literally all you would have to do. So I should make that as sort of an unspoken rule. Like, but I already broke that rule pretty hard, actually. Because I fished a lot around Senjin Village. Yeah, just try to do once per pool of water. Or at least I have to do it once per pool of water. Because that's like my whole subquest of completionist fishing. I was even excited to be able to spam wing clip because I get tired of the cooldown on 2, although it's much better. Gonna get to the point where wing clip actually does a meaningful amount of DPS somehow. Or we'll have to wait for counterattack, which, wait. Oh, you have to go up from the tower. I just feel like this game has been around for too long, right? Like, when is the 10th sequel of any game ever good? That's why when people even say, oh, it's nostalgia for this, there's nothing to do with that. It's like, oh, Ocarina of Time is a great game. If you haven't played it, you should try it. Or like this, if you haven't played it, you should try it. Or if there's things you haven't done, it's like going back and playing some old school RPG, Dark Souls or whatever, or like Baldur's Gate. Doesn't have to be nostalgia. It's just like something is great, so you just watch it. If you watch Citizen Kane or Casablanca, right? They're just there. But then when you see like part 10 or a remake of something a million times over, then it starts to get a little bit annoying. We'll fish in this one. We'll go back to that. And we'll actually see the Hunter Trainer too. Between the Hunter Trainer and the... It is just one body of water, right? So there's like a little hole crevice in the side that might count as the second one. Like over... No, it doesn't. Do it from some sort of central spot or... I don't know. Get like a cool angle on the rocks. It's very fitting for... like if every race took upon a profession as one that they associate with themselves. Gnomes would be engineering. Trolls would be obviously fishing because they live by the water. Some of them might be less clear, but like night elves could be like herbalism, or I guess Taurens could be that too. Not even delegating it to like one for, you know, you can't repeat on the same faction or whatever, but that makes a certain amount of sense. I always associate humans maybe with enchanting somehow. Like, who is the most magic focused class before Blood Elves? Night Elves almost don't even like magic. There's some rhetoric and text like that, right? Like most of their classes, druids are the closest to using magic, but even that they consider like, oh, it's just nature and stuff. You can't become I guess a priest too. It doesn't really. Even Tyrande. Yeah, there's so much Night Elf slander about magic. It's kind of inconsistent, actually, right? That's annoying too, because now I'll have to go back and do the ones in Duratar, but there's no timetable on it, so we can do it any time. The big exciting moment where you can finally get feed pet, and then I can decide on a pet to get, and I think my trajectory of my character is already dictating that. So, for example, if we go to Firstfall Glades, I think that we have the perfect candidate. I'm trying to think of a range pet, but there aren't really too many. But that'll definitely be my second slot. You only get 2 slots in the stable, so either one of them will die, which I don't want it to do, or I can always abandon it. Just remember that. I'm allowed to abandon a pet as long as it's not in combat, just in a city, safe zone, let it go in the wild. I can do that if I want to make room for another one. There's no law against doing that. And then I can still get another one, although within reason I probably won't. But only if it dies or leaves me, like the way that one did. Or even that I still wouldn't have counted, but the fact that it happened in the middle of combat creates some kind of contradiction. Like, you could say, oh, I planned it that way. Like even though it was nowhere near dying, it's like, oh, I planned to let it get dismissed in the middle of combat to save its life, even though that makes no sense why I would do that. But that's like an overly critical. I checked everything back here, right? Now I can't even remember. That was the bow guy. Of course, I would have blocked anything to do with bows. That's out of my memory. These places would be so open to aerial assaults, you know, like nobody has doors in this universe on like all the shops and stuff, and nobody has roofs. Like they live in a very idyllic state where everything is just sunshine and roses, I guess. This is Red Canyon mining. Of course, we already are a miner. There's nothing to really learn from that. Or like smelting wise, there might be. I have to be careful not to buy anything though, because and that face will haunt me. I never paid much attention. You could play a game so much, they're doing their hookah and stuff. Yeah, whoever made that design is fucking doing that shit too. Board Orphan. This is like some event too, right? You can do. Orphan Matron. There are costs with war, Hunter. One's often overlooked. Yeah, the cost to nature and poor wild animals. Those costs are the orphans, the children who have lost their parents to far too many numerous conflicts that rage throughout Azeroth. Those children who have no one else to turn to, we could sympathize and say, like, yeah, this was us. We're just some random orphans, so we really feel you. Because, like, what is it? No, I guess not. Because I said my backstory was, like, our parent killed our favorite pet as a kid, so we lived a decent life. I just can't come up with a location. Like, where did we live? Because according to the map, we haven't explored anywhere, or we just didn't care, I guess, in our youth. Those children who have no one else to turn to often come here to live until they are old enough to fend for themselves. 1 week out of the year during the spring, the Horde takes time to give something back to these innocents. This time is called Children's Week.
What can I do for you?
Not really much to interact with here. Oh, this would be a cool place to sleep too. I just pretend like I'm an all grown-up orphan, except I wouldn't want to get rested experience though. This part is actually leading to the hunter area. There's something on the bottom too, which I think might be where the weapon trainer is. So if I can learn a two-handed axe, then I'd be very, very pleased with that.
What can I do?
For some reason I feel like it costs 20 though. So many mysteries. A more advanced level of mining gives potential mining skill of 150. More advanced, 225. Raising mining to an art form gives potential mining of 300. I don't know why I'm reading those like I'm expecting them to have flavor, but some of these things actually have, and they surprised me in that way. Nog's machine shop. So it would be an orc engineer. Oh no, and see now it's goblins. That always makes sense. So yeah, there was some kind of good tenuous connection between, even though the goblins seem neutral, they had a little bias towards the horde maybe. So you see that like, oh, Ratchet foreshadows that the goblins would join the horde eventually, because it's, you know, the other outposts are in clearly just neutral territory 100%. Gadget Zan, Booty Bay, but this one does kind of stand out. So they had like some kind of alliance brewing with Thrall and just kind of keeping it as an option.
Blood and thunder.
Or like Varian tries to pull a fast one before Jaina kills everybody in Dalaran, all the Blood Elves. So it's basically like he was like, I was making an alliance to bring the Blood Elves to the alliance from the horde. You think you're smart enough? You think you got what it takes? Let's find out. I actually already am like an engineer, although I don't know if I can handle all the random stuff that you're gonna need. The scope of a bow or gun.
Farewell.
How fitting.
Trollhal. Dabu. What's up?
Artisan engineer. Yeah, see, I even was right. Orcs aren't smart enough to be this good. Nice try, but you'll need some more experience before training with me. Back to the trenches. He's being kind of motivating about it, though. You have not earned the right to train with me. Wait. Oh, he's only a journeyman. Yeah, this puts the orcs in their proper place in the engineering spectrum. Either he's got to be a goblin or a gnome. So see, they have their uses to the horde. You have not yet earned the right to train with me. See Thund over there first by the table. Come back when he says you're ready.
Potential customer.
Hello, Rygor. If I don't see it in my shop, chances I can get it. What else do you have to say?
Hurry back. Talk to me.
What?
Glad I could help.
What is that?
Here's money, friend.
What is that option? There must be something else that triggers it more than that. Yeah, do I buy a copper too? Because it might be super rare and I might never be able to get it again. This is stuff that, at least this you can make. Like stuff like copper tube, there's all kind of weird stuff that you can't guarantee that you'll be able to find in the world, and that people often get on the auction house. But even people who do engineering will always say it like that, like, oh, just do mining and herbalism or whatever, skinning, just to make money on the way to level up so you can power level your engineering once you get there. Arms of Legend.
You come get the voodoo.
Nothing really here. I mean, how much they're teasing me with bows is a little bit dirty. And he randomly has, oh, I guess he has a lot of things. I'm just noticing the bows. A lot of these are similar. Fist weapon, we could fucking troll with that. What is it? You can see I'm busy. Flamberge, you always think of Dark Souls when you hear that. Weapon Master. Here to learn to wield the new weapon or just to waste my time? So we can learn it. Fist weapon, throne, two-handed axe is perfect. So daggers, I don't really care. Throne, I don't even have to learn. Beautiful. That's going to be a very relevant one. Teasing me with this pet. Grinning dog.
What you want?
Hey, Amon, you came to the right place to learn to wield a weapon. I like some weapon training. Now you might think, oh, well, they're trying to put them all in one place, so it's convenient for you. But that's not actually true. It's only like this because obviously it's a shared city for orcs and trolls. So undead Undercity would only have certain ones, like swords or staves or whatever. Throne. Wait, you both have throne though.
The voodoo. Relax.
Come to the right place to learn how to wield a weapon. Yeah, I mean, hunters are like kind of like warriors that way. They can wield a whole bunch of random shit that you probably wouldn't want to wield.
What can I help you with?
Maces and staves. Speaking of stuff that you don't really care about.
May your blades never dull.
I mean, maces definitely have the bias towards shamans and paladins. But even shamans, I don't feel like really cared for them much. But because of like Hand of Rag or something, that would be obviously a good thing. Never played as a shaman, so I've never enjoyed the Wind Fury thing. And then whenever you go to try it or talk about it, people say, oh, well, it was better before such and such nerf. So it almost makes you not want to try it. It doesn't feel like it matters that much. Yeah, see here again, the physical model presence in the world. You could totally remake Classic WoW in a proper way and like allow stuff like that to happen. But that could get overcrowded in an MMO space. I totally get it. Or like give it player housing, and it'd be pretty hard to fit that in here because of how much. Or they just kind of make it instance, but I kind of don't like that idea either. Stay away from Sumi and Tumi. They are spoken for. What are you talking about? The fuck does that mean? You saying that because I'm female or what? Hail Hunter.
For the Horde.
What do you want?
Lothar.
I'm Karthag. I oversee these craftsmen.
For the Horde.
I don't train smiths with no skill. Come back when you have something decent to show me. Armor crafter.
How
Ox.
may I aid you?
What?
What brings you here?
That voice is all...
Fight well, friend.
Lothar.
Snarl calls me simple because I am too slow. I just want to do the job right, and that takes time. Sounds like my philosophy in a lot of games. In fact, even what I'm doing now. Requires stone and metal found with the mining skill.
Be safe.
Yeah, see, engineering doesn't say that, right? Requires random shit that you get all over the world that you have to buy from the auction house or just get lucky and find. Like weird stuff that has nothing to do with anything. Make basic contraptions up to a maximum skill of 75. Requires stone. Oh no, it does actually say that. I take it back. With the mining skill, but it requires so much more, doesn't it? I mean, at least I've gotten lucky with getting some malachite and stuff, or at least I'm paying attention to not sell it or obviously anything. Like, there's a lot of stuff you shouldn't vendor that you might normally be predisposed to do because it might be more valuable than you realize because there's no other way to get it ever. What is it you seek in my forge? Is it training? Do you perhaps seek the secrets of steel? The mysteries of the forge? Speak up, grunt. You guys a little braggadocious about it. So we at least got one thing that I wanted, which is the two-handed axe skill. That is very nice. We got cooking. Higher cooking allows you to learn higher level cooking recipes. Recipes can be found on trainers around the world as well as from quests and drops from monsters, but not from humanoids because it always makes sure to specify that. Two-handed higher weapons skill increase your chance to hit. Hit cap melee hunter, parry master, mitigation fiend. This is it, the big hunter moment, isn't it? Up there. Oh, but I won't even be able to learn anything, but I think you learn it from the quest. This is kind of a cool area. I always like this. We literally only have to do this in Thrall, which that would almost be a fitting place to kind of rest at the feet of your master, like in the throne room, but just for the sake of rest as well. So as much as I said, oh, we can only rest in Orgrimmar once, what a hefty toll that is, like once per each city. But I can't even do that with the way that I'm doing this. It would be a world first, 1 to 60 permadeath with no rested experience, except I don't think I followed that rule before. No, I definitely didn't. In fact, it still is with some rested experience, but nice little view of the sun. Oh no, I totally forgot to do the one place too. With all the battle masters. Wait, what is this then? This isn't the hunter thing. Huh? The ring of or is this the one with the No, there's nothing in here. I don't remember what this is. It's like an arena. Good place to have some kind of PvP battle. Obviously, very similar textures and stuff to the thing in what is it? Black BRD. Yeah, that just kind of triggered me how much fire stuff there was, right? It is bad on 2 counts. One, I'm a mage who wants to use fire or something other than frost all the time. But number 2 is it's just kind of too insular and you're kind of limiting yourself from a design spectrum. Like, you know, you want to have a variety of stuff, you know? Don't really remember this, probably because there's no NPCs to kill here even. I am going to look like a bit of an idiot. Like, oh wow, you don't even remember all these things that you only did once like 15 years ago. Is this just an exit or wait? Oh, it's just like different sides of the same thing, I guess. Pretty cool, but you can't really do anything here. Give me like a chain quest like where you fight a bunch of random challenger NPCs, like the Oblivion Arena Master RP run that I did. That was so fun. Like, it's permadeath, but every week you're obligated to fight the beasts in the arena, so it becomes like a very intensive thing where you spend the whole week in game time to try to basically farm up the resources you need to be able to survive that. And it was actually an awesome series. I'll have to do that again. That one and the Red Dead Bounty Hunter one, although nobody seems to like that one anymore, or like nobody noticed that. I guess I only do it on Thanksgiving now. So Christmas, I always do Skyrim. Just like the only time in the year I'm allowed to play Skyrim, because otherwise I would just play it every day. And so it's kind of like a good way to guarantee that I'll play it. But obviously, once a year is far from enough. And then besides that, you have a case where obviously Thanksgiving, I do that Red Dead Bounty Hunter thing. At least I've done it for the last 2 years, right? I did it. Well, I think I was doing it a lot around then anyway. Like around November. In fact, that's when I started playing chess a lot too. Just I did like a 10-hour stream where I'm doing Red Dead, and whenever I die, I'd get pissed and take a break and then do chess. There'll be some hidden secret here that nobody else has ever found. Or at least there's enough space where you can walk around the whole thing. It doesn't just cut you off at the ledge. Hardcore guilds. That defeats the purpose of hardcore, dude. What sense does that make? Oh, you want to get run through dungeons and pretend and ego like, oh, haha, I got from 1 to max level without dying. Meanwhile, you're getting speed ran through dead mines and all this kind of stupid stuff the same way you normally would in a mindless thing anyway. Like, oh yeah, I've totally gotten every class to 1 to 60. Somebody will say, but I totally got ran through dead mines the whole time. So, Soric, I don't train your kind. Find your own trainer before you anger me. Like, some of these are always the same.
What do you need?
I shouldn't accept PvP or like dungeon quests. War is upon us. It's time for every member of the Horde to answer the call and join the fight against the Cowardly Alliance. Battle in Warsong Gulch against the Silver Ring Centennials is of great importance. Under the guise of protecting the forest that doesn't belong to them, the Alliance seeks to destroy the Horde, deny the Horde one of its largest resources for lumber. You could analogize this to real life stuff about oil, am I right? Do not let this happen, Rygor. Come back to me with proof of serving the Horde in a worthy manner. Bring 3 Warsong marks to a Horde Warbinger outside the battlegrounds. Where was the thing that I thought it like represents like where the area is that you're actually fighting? Like Arathi, there's somewhere like Arathi Basin that you could analogize it to. I don't really know.
How you
Warrior trainer, take it easy. I only train warrior. Why do you need 2 warrior trainers? What the fuck?
stay away from them?
Arathi Basin Battlemaster, I'm sorry, but you need to be more powerful before I can allow you to enter. They can just tell by sight. No, I'm just in my RP gear. I'm just in my town gear. I don't train your kind. Find your own before. What the fuck? There's this many warrior trainers? I understand if there's that many warriors here just to represent, oh, this is the battle quarter and stuff, but they don't all have to train you. Kromka, are you ready to fight for the Horde at Warsong Gulch? A valley bordering Ashenvale Forest and the Barrens. A valley bordering Ashenvale Forest and the Barrens. Like, could you find it? It'd be like here. Would make a lot of sense, actually, right? Because that's even where a lot of the lumber mills and stuff are. That's where Orgrimmar is. This has got to be where it is.
What do
I feel like there was some way to tell that, or maybe in later expansions they actually show you that on the map. Warsong Gulch hosts a constant battle between Horde and the Alliance. Orcs use their Warsong mill to cut lumber reaped from Ashenvale, provoking the Night Elves of Silverwing Hold. Yeah, see, they both do it under the pretense of, oh, we're trying to protect the forest, or, oh, we're trying... I guess the Orcs are more cynical. They're just trying to use the lumber. They're not trying to pretend to do something higher, but like, oh yeah, the Night Elves totally wanted to protect the land, except the Alliance would totally use the same lumber for their own purposes too, I'm sure, like humans and stuff. Provoking the Night Elves, or like, oh yeah, you're so worried about protecting the forest. Meanwhile, all your structures are made of wood and stuff anyway, if you're a Night Elf, but I guess they do it with some temperance. Eager to aid their allies, members of every race in Azeroth rush to the Gulch, lend a sword or spell to the conflict. It is a very classic thing. Capture the flag, pretty good. I'm sorry, but you need to be more experienced. Twinking is super fun too, but you know, it's a game that people regard as an expendable thing, despite other games that are not nearly as good having much longer and more loyal communities, thereby showing it's something wrong with them, not the game itself. It doesn't mean that everybody has to play it forever, but it's more like the opposite. People will play it super fast and just rush through it and then complain that either the servers are dead or there's nothing left to do or it's too easy. All the while looking stuff up and getting carried and all this kind of stuff. So that's just empty. You can't blame me for not knowing it super well. I mean, even as much as I attacked it, you're kind of in a different mindset then. And my memory, like I said, is just really bad. Stable Master, are you going to show me my dead raptor in there for some reason?
What you look
Or not even dead, to be fair. He didn't die. I'll even say that. It won't just be permadeath for me. It'll be permadeath for pets. That doesn't mean the run is over. It just means you can't use that one again or any of its kind. And I don't mean that like vaguely. People keep getting confused. Like a raptor means every raptor in the game, not just that particular type, like the orange raptor or the red raptor from Senjin Isles and stuff. This is very fitting to put this here next to the hunter trainer, although you might confuse these. Like, am I getting this as a pet or am I getting it as a mount, obviously? Wolf riding instructor. You need to be exalted with the orcs of Orgrimmar before I teach you a riding skill. And of course, I wear like a little pin once I am to let you know that I am. Or I guess if you were exalted, he would already know me. You wouldn't need to ask. I only make my mounts available to those who are considered exalted Orgrimmar in the orcish ways. Go prove yourself to us, and I'll make my mighty wolves available for your inspection. At least he says that very respectfully. Then I get to decide which one I like and, you know, pay my hard-earned fucking ridiculous amount of gold that I'm never going to have in this run. I even said with confidence, of course we'll get a mount at some point. Not the 100% mount, but, you know, the 60% should be basically inevitable. Before we get to 60, you would think. I mean, it's going to be a long playthrough. I'm in no hurry. That's actually the point of it more than anything else. Of course, everyone's just doing it like a moment. I don't want to feel like I'm nitpicking about the same thing, but, you know, like, even when people do something that is seemingly good, it's sometimes just done as a gimmick, right? They'll do hardcore now because that's just the thing of the hour, and then they'll move on. Like, it's... And I'm not saying, oh, do it forever, but... It just feels forced, right? You could have done this way before. You don't need the add-on. You don't need anything. I don't know. I just hate when people fight me on these things. Like, they're so overly defensive of stupid stuff. Now, Sue, you come for training in order to pass it on to your pets. Yeah, whenever I get those pets. Like, you could get these anyway. Armor increased by 50. Stamina increased by 3. And there's like specific things that the pets can do too, so I forget exactly how that works. You have to go in the pet training menu itself, right? Which I don't even have. Or imagine if he denies me the ability to complete the quest because I don't have a pet presently. But I don't think so.
Won't be shy. Oh,
Lander, wow, what a name. Don't say anything negative about her. She's perfect. There will be no slander here. Come and learn the ways of the hunter. Pride, honor, and tradition. I'd like to train. I wish to unlearn my talents. So I can't even afford any of these, but hopefully he'll still give me like feed pet and stuff. That was a big cuck moment that I had no idea about. Like there were two moments like that. Like one at the very beginning in the Valley of Trials, like, oh, I only have 200 shots. That was when I was in January and I was actually still using my bow. Like a degenerate, but like, oh wow, you only have 200 shots to get from Valley of Trials to Senjin Village, or realistically to Razor Hill if there was no Senjin Village, like the equivalent of a zone like you have to get to Keranos in Dun Moreau before there's a general good shop that'll actually sell you ammunition and stuff. So my point is that on 200 shots you're expected to go through all that, right? Which maybe it doesn't seem too crazy, but it's not the sort of thing they would do in modern games. Like, you can't get any more ammo, period. Not that you really even need the ammo, but it was at that moment we decided we don't even want to use the bow. This is cool, but it's starting to get expensive. Eyes of the Beast is good for scouting around, not that you want to get it killed. Dual wielding will come soon enough. See, all these we can save money on, which I wouldn't even have, so it'd be very hard to do that in any case. This I kind of want. Can only be performed after your dodge. So think about what a tank build this is. Every time I dodge, I get this. Every time I parry, I get this. So that's why the pet isn't going to tank for me unless I can't help it. Unless I can't help it because of the simple fact that, yeah, it makes you seem like, oh, you want to copy her, so use a polearm then, even though there's not that many to choose from, especially in this sense. A lot of them are going to come from like dungeons and stuff. But it's basically like
Orgrimmar.
or you shouldn't like walk through where the weapon clips through you. That should count as a death too. It's got to be full immersion mode, full RP mode. What was I saying? Oh, like you don't want the pet to tank, but it might be that the pet just ends up doing more damage than me, so therefore it'll gain more aggro. Or at least if it's a ranged pet, we can have him stand over there and us stand over here, and like he'll pull aggro, then I'll pull it back, and we'll keep kind of fighting them that way, and they'll never really hit anybody for too long. That could be a good RP or a good strategy to use. And one build I was actually thinking of, all these different character classes I could do. You could do a first-person only click to move character, but it would have to be something where whatever you're doing relates to that. So like these are the three components. You're always in first person, you always have to click to move, and you always have to do a skill shot ability. Like for example, like this. You're not allowed to do anything that's tap target or auto attack. So what class that you could do an AoE or something like that, but anything you have to aim or do something with. Maybe at the early levels you could excuse not being able to do that, but or you could somehow get engineering stuff. That'd be an interesting character to do, but it might be difficult to make it work that way. This will be the same thing. Dorjol. Ormac Grimshot.
What do you need?
A bit of a close talker there. I have much knowledge to impress upon you. You must learn to hunt with honor. This is obviously the same thing.
Dabu.
Why do I feel like they'll... Oh, they do say things in there. Hello, Hunter, ready for some training. Do they all say that?
How you doing, man? Spirits be
You come get the voodoo.
So now, you do Taming the Beast. A young hunter I see. Yes, I will grant you the skills you need to train and guide your pet. Yeah, let's not mention the fact that our own pet left us, but it is kind of your fault. You won't teach me how to simply feed it. Like, I can't just take some food and just put it in its mouth to stop it from running away. I guess I don't know all the minutia of what pet will like what, but it even told you that too, like in the RP of our hunter experience. Not only will you be able to teach your pet new abilities, you will now be able to feed oh wow, feed your pet as well as revive it. Of course, I can't revive it should it fall in battle. Now go, we will speak again at a later date. Teaches beast training, feed pet, and revive pet. So, I mean, obviously beast training we can use. Growl rank 1, rank 2, which we won't see until I won't see that until I get wait, what did I get here? Oh, of course, beast training. I mean, this can go kind of anywhere, but I kind of like the F1 to F12. It's kind of like mirroring yourself, right? It's your other half. This is you, and this is your pet. It just seems to fit on that level alone. So we'll leave it here, or... I mean, you don't want to really accidentally tame or something. But do I have enough stuff to even fill this up is the question. On the target, increasing likelihood creature will focus on you. You do not have a pet. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, game. Increasing likelihood will focus on you. So not only do I not want to really train that, but I also don't want them to ever use that. And is it green because I'm too high of a level for that to be relevant, or what? Or wait, how do you even learn, like... all the abilities for the pet?
Blood and thunder.
I forgot even how that works. Oh, of course, this.
How you doing, man?
I feel like there's more abilities. I guess it's maybe relevant to which pet you have and stuff. What else did I get? Beast training, feed pet, revive pet. So revive pet's not going to go on our bar because obviously you can't do that ever. You can do men. Wait, when did I get men pet, and why is it not even there? The men pet can go here, F2. When did I get that? Feed pet could be here. The call, mend, feed, or maybe like this. Call, feed, mend, train, tame, this, and you might accidentally do it, and it might fuck you over somehow, but I'm not gonna worry about it. This is another pet trainer? No, it's nobody.
Talk to me.
Kimla. That wasn't too exciting of a thing, but it was at least important. I seem to recall some of these keybinds and stuff I liked. I would always spam F2 and keep feeding it. I think I would overfeed it a lot too. Just like it was already very happy with the green smiling thing, but then I would still do it more just for the sake of it, to sort of show that I don't want to have to worry about this shit for a while, or just to show your love for it, of course. So we go see Thrall. And we actually have a quest to turn in there. We actually turned in most of these. The Fizzle, we still have a bone to pick with, but I can't worry about it yet. All the Ridge to the Barrens. To Nazgrel and Thrall's Chamber. And then we'll make a surprise trip, which I wasn't expecting to do. That's really more why it's a surprise. Not because there's anything special, but now there's going to be the inclination, like, oh, I want to explore Tourist Fall Glades. But it's like, oh, I should save that for the Undead 1 to 60 permanent. I just don't feel like I'm going to do one anytime soon. Right, like, should I do it, or... Because it would be super exhaustive if I did. Like, I'll talk to everybody, I'll do every quest there too. It doesn't really feel like I should do that, but... This is meant to be like a very completionist experience. Holding like fucking bread like it's a weapon. Man, I can't believe I confused these two. The old Horde mind trick made this like the most conspicuous thing. It's even in the same vicinity as like the off to the top right as the Stormwind Keep. These guys always look pretty badass. Unequal representation. Thrall is sexist. There's 3 women and 1 male. This should be a male too. Interesting that they chose to do that, actually.
What do you need?
Dream Seeker, Shaman Trainer, may the spirits be with you. We hear about all these from the guards, of course. The Gorn, Crest Strider, Shaman Trainer. Yeah, this would be the perfect place to log out, but we just can't do it. Spirits of Stone Talon already? Spirits of the Stone Talon Mountains are angered, for goblins and their servants are plundering and burning the land. Don't you mind what they're doing in Asphodel too, but you're working with them there? So the land has cried out, and those who listen for such things have heard. Yeah, leave it to the Night Elves then. Irith Stonebreak, a promising shaman of the Horde, was sent. Those are kind of some of the most dangerous spots, like Stone Talon Peak. Go do this quest and fight some oozes and stuff, and the Night Elf town is right there. So if you're not paying attention, right, you'll aggro something. AoE, accidentally hit the Fight Master, use multi-shot or something. Irith Stonebreak, a promising shaman of the Horde, went to Stone Talon. She reports massive deforestation at the hand of the goblins and requests aid. Why do you care so much? You're not a druid, or you're not even a Tauren. Meet Sirith. I guess shamans are inclined to nature as well, but in Stone Talon, to reach her, follow the old road west of the Baron's Crossroad. She is camped near the Greatwood Vale. Speak with Sarah Stonebreak in the Stone Talon Mountains. Doesn't it seem like a little too high level for me? I guess it's a little bit. So that goes in conjunction with the rule of 2. Not only are you supposed to fight stuff generally 2 below you and never 2 above you, but also you shouldn't do any yellow or orange quests. But you can do yellow. Just don't do fucking orange or red. You can do obviously green, gray. You might think, what's the point in doing gray? But maybe some reward you want, or Fire Warder. Or it might still give you experience from the act of doing it. Not, I guess generally that's not true. Like, not for turning it in, but killing the stuff for doing what it tells you to do could still be valuable. May the spirits protect you. Yeah, they have so many duplicate trainers. I guess I don't remember that. Like, there's 3-4 warrior trainers in the same room. Need some kind of music swell as you come in here. Unstoppable force. Thrall has shown great kindness in granting me sanctuary within his domain. I do not wish to overstay my welcome at any rate. It would be great dishonor if I brought any trouble to our leader. I don't know who you are, so I don't know what your story is. You can actually jump up here, unlike in the auction house.
What do you need?
Each rig is obviously big later on.
Go forth to victory.
So many of these people who are like foreshadowed, like, oh, it's just that random NPC who turns into a major leader or something. Like, what was that dude? The Wild Hammer red hair guy, red shirt guy. Look how awkward and out of place he looks, dude. But we should show respect. Yeah, he's bigger because he's a hero character, and he can also use abilities like how that wouldn't fit with the class. Like, he's a, you know, Anduin's a priest, but he can use his father's sword just because, the, you know, misrepresenting their own class.
What do you need?
One thing if they have abilities that just don't exist, but that's kind of breaking the rules. Can you not see that I'm busy? This had better be pressing. Proudmoore's orders. Countless times, I urge the war chief not to trust the humans, but personal pride is not what is at stake here. Level 62, you gotta at least show some respect. You have served the horde honorably, young hunter. Now, excuse me, I must counsel Thrall on these matters at once.
Strength.
Now, will he actually do it and you get to see like a little cutscene? He will walk over slowly. I gotta use my own RP walk a little bit. In fact, in this chamber, it's only right that you should do that. You shouldn't be running around like a clown. In fact, you can't address him at that level. You have to address him from as far away as you can. Which, sadly, this is the farthest you can do. What? It even shows it. Look, it shows the talk box. It's yellow, though.
Loktar, friend. What is it you wish?
All members of the Horde are equal in my eyes. We have all suffered many burdens, and if it were not the wisdom and honor, not for wisdom and honor, then we'd be no better than the Scourge or my people, we'd know better than the Scourge or my people while our blood was tainted by Manoroth. Oh, that's kind of a cool way to analogize it. So maybe that's why he sympathizes with the undead. Like, you were free now, but you were once slaves of the Lich King, just like we were once slaves of the demons. It is your duty to aid the Horde and to defend our way of life. It is also your duty to know when quarter and compassion should be given to a friend and foe alike. Who really pushed for the undead to join? I feel like I remember reading somewhere it was like the Tauren. The Tauren somehow felt... Right? I think the Orc and the Troll were against it, but the Tauren somehow liked them, or... Even though the rep would still be neutral with them, too. I remember reading that somewhere, but I can't place it. Understand this well. This is the new Horde, not some demon-spawned army who lack free will. Hidden enemies. One thing I will not tolerate are traitors in our midst. But I would be a fool to play my hand so early. I would not sufficiently cut the corruption out of our lands and only cause infection to get worse. But you, young adventurer, could go many places my agents could not. Could learn the truth, could find the true head of the beast. If you are brave enough, then enter Skull Rock to the east of Orgrimmar and find... This fire is very loud. And find Lieutenant's insignia off one of the Burning Blade there, return it to me. Then he'll give you some shit to do in RFC. 2 silver from the leader himself, who is giving me his audience. You must pay him the proper respect. And maybe not so much Vol'jin, because he is a bit of a clown. Yeah, did you know your better half, your predecessor, died to a fucking level 6 Murloc in Warcraft 3? Jesus Christ. And you almost died to a Murloc too. He had PTSD. That's why he was so shook by it. Please save us, orcs, from the fucking Murlocs, and we'll be best buddies with you till the end of time. Yeah, we're out of the chamber. That's good enough. I guess I'll make that a bit of a rule. If not, then we'll be off with our heads. They'll execute us for showing such lack of respect and decorum in the presence of a city leader. Sylvanas isn't the type to give a shit about that, though. He even says, oh, everybody's equal before my eyes. So, okay, so what if I act equal? I'll sit on your throne. Ha ha ha. Some of this rhetoric that, you know, people try to use to make, oh, yeah, I'm just one of the crowd. Oh, that means I can just do what you're doing and take all your money or whatever. Reagents vendor. We definitely looked at all this. Yeah, we 100% looked at Orgrimmar. And so... Okay. It kind of doesn't feel as bad if you have to do stuff, you know, in the middle and get interrupted because you're in the middle of town. Not only does it not question the authenticity of it, although I guess the add-on kind of verifies that anyway. Even if you were to do something off-stream, right, it wouldn't matter. But more to the point, you're in the middle of combat, I would just have to mute it. It just kind of ruins the whole thing, but whatever. Sometimes stuff happens. So, we've completed our Orgrimmar journey. We can wave goodbye to this place. I mean, I'll obviously keep coming back to put stuff in the bank, if nothing else. That's the real main purpose we have here. But we've been encouraged by this journey to see the world. So let's see something that we can reach only from the precipice of Orgrimmar, which is, of course, let's go to Tirisfal Glades and ride the Zeppelin. So there's no reason to do that. That I actually kind of want to do. That's the last remaining thing to do in Durotar. Wink, wink, besides the Fizzle Darkstorm thing, which is obviously going to be insane and get me killed. Like, literally the dude, it wasn't even Fizzle himself. Literally the dude with the Voidwalker was about to kill me. Just like you know, pets can be stronger than the enemies themselves, right? They'll have like a summoned pet or something with them, and those Voidwalkers are more tanky than the caster is, and so it's very hard to go in there and really try to appreciate what's happening there. And I love sort of the context I bury myself in, because I always do that. Like, I'll be doing something like, I'm not just doing a hardcore run, like anybody can do that, or anybody can maybe even do this, but you're making it so specific, like, oh, you can only use melee and you can't use this and that. But then if you die, which is, I kind of like that, you know, high standards for a expert like me, but not even in the game itself, although you would think I should know more than I do offhand. But like, oh yeah, haha, you did this wrong, you did that wrong. But what are we comparing it to? How many people have done it exactly like this? Maybe people do, I don't know, but you know, you could just use a bow, you could just use a pet, you could just use, I'm not even talking about using items. This is like restricting mechanics just on a very basic level. But again, that's what an excuse maker would say. I would just say, I'll just do it anyway, because I love doing stuff like this. I love combining formats, you know, like it's part story game, it's part hard mode, it's part, you know, permadeath. It's so many different things in one. It's completionist, it's exploration, it's profession, it's just everything. We didn't really look at this too thoroughly, but I guess we did rest in this house. I didn't rest in the one by Razor Hill, so I could do that, but I think it's the perfect opportunity to leave off on a, I won't even do anything in Brill. I'll literally just go to the inn and call it there. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, these places exist. You sleep on the little thing for a night. Sometimes the music is really creepy in these houses. If you stay here for a long period of time, weird stuff starts to Look. It's actually kind of disturbing. I wouldn't want to sleep in a place with that kind of background ambiance. But we will still have a reason to come back here, aside from just the fishing shenanigans. See, some of them are so easy and clearly definable as stuff you want to do here. Like, it'll really get you in one shot. I'm surprised that even went on that long. It's really been 5 hours? I guess I got so immersed in the Orgrimmar exploration. So we'll do another 2 streams in a row. Oh shit, is that a rare? Held in offhand. I mean, that's cool just for the RP of it. So we'll have the engineering gadget, we'll have that thing. All these kind of cool collectibles that we're doing just for the fuck of it. That doesn't, I'm glad I chose to fish in that one. That's what we get for being an honorable fisherman and only fisherwoman and only doing one thing in each one. That one goes to STV. I guess we were trying to do it so we didn't have any combat encounters this run, so we'll let the guards do it. We haven't fought a single thing. We even had the chance to fight Gammon in the inn there, but of course, there's no reason to do it unprovoked like that. I keep acting like I have a throwing weapon or a thing to put away. Just a, you know, subliminal feeling that we're a class that maybe would use such things. Hunters were always in a weird, unique position because of the simple fact that they had this ability to have a mana bar without being a...
Yeah, what do you want?
I don't know. I guess paladins were in a similar way, but then they changed it to focus, which a lot of people didn't like. Nurk Bucksquick. Come take a trip to the wonderful, gorgeous, tropical jungles of Stranglethorn. That's right, you too can be spending your time sunbathing by the crystal blue waters while I stand here in the unbearable heat with nothing to look at but my brother Frieza all day. Enjoy your trip. Of course, goblins have a real way of profiteering off of stuff like... They made a good decision by not making the goblins like the equivalent of gnomes, right? They'd be like the midget class, the sort of, not that I'm saying that offensively, they're just short, whatever. But, you know, they'd be the equivalent for the horde. That almost seems like what they were going for, but then they were like, let's not make it too similar.
Interesting.
Frieza is the Zeppelin Master in another alternate universe, alternate life. The names of Akira Toriyama were so dumb, right? Like, oh, Frieza really is based on a freezer, or Cooler is based on that, or King Cold, or even the Saiyans are all named after vegetables. The namesake of all being Vegeta, right? The king of vegetables even refers to that. Kakarot is like a carrot, Raditz is a radish. Like, it really is that dumb. That's not like some hypothetical theory. That's actually what it's based on. But then once you get used to hearing them, it sounds okay, right? People don't mind. But if you said that, like, oh, I'm going to write this multi-billion-dollar franchise based around fucking fruits and vegetables. Of course, there's no danger in everything catching flames and exploding like a huge helium bomb. This baby will get you to Undercity faster, safer than any boat, and the view is truly breathtaking. Speaking of breath, smoking is not allowed while on board the Zeppelin, and fire spells are banned from being cast during the trip. Yeah, meanwhile, I would spam Flame Strike or some dumb shit on there. Don't tell me you're a melee hunter too. Let's actually inspect. No, I don't care, but yeah, the whole mitigation thing is going to be very fun, right? Mongoose Bite will proc once a fight, let's say. You're fighting something, you know, for a minute, like your own level. You'll get a Mongoose Bite, you'll get a counter attack, you'll get this. So you'll actually have abilities to use, which might seem like, oh, wow, what's so special about that? It's not like I'm a paladin on Alliance, right? Where I get 0 abilities and I'm the most boring class in gaming history. But the reality is that there was a concern with this, like, oh, I won't be able to do anything besides Raptor Strike. I was even thinking about Wing Clip. I guess I didn't realize how good our mitigation would actually be. And of course, you might think, oh, the dodge chance will go up because we'll be using better gear, but it'll actually go down because our gear is going to be relatively shit, right? It's not going to have a lot of agility. So it started at like 18%, I think, just because we're a lower level, so the stats benefit you more, or it doesn't require you to have as much. Like the same thing happens with armor. You start off and your armor value is actually decent because it doesn't expect that you would have really good gear, but then now you have to worry about that. Yeah, even if it's, I mean, 8 comes from this alone, so that shows you how bad it actually is. It should be more around the 20% mark if you actually have agility, gear, and decent stuff. I'm very happy to see the parry that high, but we'll see what happens. Like a figment of our imaginations, like our future self, who looks more like a, you know, caster or something. Oh yeah, all this cross server kind of nonsense too. Try to get her out of my frame, out of my shot. Pretty nice view. Get to see a Zeppelin come in for the first time in our life, although not really, but just the first time our character would be riding one. We've had so many epic adventures and experiences already, so isn't it worth risking your life to be able to enjoy all this? Like, what would you rather do, right? Live in Senjin Village and be safe your whole life, but be bored out of your mind. Only thing to entertain you is that one guy who lets you get drunk or throws you up in the air and gives you a scare. Why are you spamming that shit? Love the sound of the footsteps on the wood here. The goblins have a real knack for turning dangerous places into little sightseeing places. Like my favorite place in retail WoW is that oasis in Feralis. That's kind of like wave goodbye to Durotar for now. It's like the sunbathing place. What's it called? The hot springs. And so you're surrounded by stuff in Feralis that's going to kill you, but you're also surrounded by Silithus, which not only is a bastion of the old gods, but also the fact that it's also the fact that there's the fucking sword of Sargeras right there, but they don't care, right? They're so immersed in their own world that nothing really bothers them. We see the sun setting as our journey sets into a new destination, and it is about to go dark, but in a different sense, in a place where it feels perpetually dark. The home of the undead, which we haven't really met. Have we met a single undead in the whole of Durotar or Orgrimmar? Is there not a single one there? No, there's some, like the Rathi Basin one and stuff, but generally we're pretty apprehensive about meeting them, right? Everybody dislikes them. They're sort of the outcast race of the Horde, but we can kind of sympathize with that, right? Because we're already the outcasts who kind of are a welfare class attached to another. But they're outcasts in a different sense. They're on the other continent, and they have kind of like a tenuous pact, as they literally say. Try to jump off of here and get yourself in trouble. Yeah, the goblins have an impressive role in the game at this stage, and it kind of foreshadows everything pretty well. I really do love the ratchet thing. You could say it's just incidental, but it does sort of show that if they were going to join somebody. Wait, what is this part for? If they were going to join somebody, it would be the more likely the Horde. And it seems like you're working together with them in Ashenvale, but then the one guy's complaining that, oh, they're taking it too far, like in the Stone Talent. I try not to move around too much, but I'm too hyper. Like, just to, like, your character's soaking it in. Wow, it looks so gloomy and scary and dark, and I'm worried. We've only been dealing with wildlife. Now we're going to be dealing with death itself. You wish to conquer death, you must meet it face to face. You must have no fear of it. That's what we have to learn here to cope with the death of our best buddy. Which, again, wasn't even a death at all. That's not me being in denial. That's legitimately true. And I have the tapes to prove it. So before we take in anything in this area, we are going... So, I mean, we could just go segue into Silverpine Forest. The point is you sometimes miss out on stuff like, oh, you'll get certain class quests and whatnot that you're not going to get here because there are no hunters here. Or I forget how that even works. Like, if you... What if I go to Orgrimmar? Or like, what if I go to Thunder Bluff? And there is a hunter trainer there, obviously, for Tauren. But... I still don't think they would always give you the quest you want as far as your class, just because of the fact that you're not the same race. I actually don't remember how that works. So we won't actually log in the end. Oh, that's kind of unfair then, isn't it? I'm still... Isn't there like a house I could... Fuck. I keep thinking like that, like, oh, we're gonna log out in the town, which should be allowable. Like, you absolutely could log out here. So we'll... what would be the good explanation for it, though? It's like we need to do it. We'll agree to... We did this the other day in Razor Hill, or not in Razor Hill, but we said, like, oh, we'll find out what happened to your kid. See, like, we're taking the protagonist syndrome, the sort of cliche, like, oh, you just do everything. Everybody, you meet somebody for the first time and they just ask you to do something and you just do it. Like, sure, they'll reward you for it, but that's awfully presumptuous. Like, the chick here is like, please find my son who died or might have died by the water. And we're like, sure, we'll do that next time. And in exchange, we let us sleep here in your house, right, for the night. But it's the same thing here. This random undead dude, Apothecary Johann, going to ask us to do multiple things. The Dark Lady has put forth the challenge. It is up to us to meet it. Lady Sylvanas has called upon the Royal Apothecary Society. The Dark Lady believes our knowledge, coupled with the newfound magic... You know, like, we just met, and I'm a troll, but this is what you have to say to me, dude? I'm glad that you have this much faith in me. With the newfound magic, will provide the key to Arthas's demise. Look how explicitly they say it, too. They're not dancing around like, oh, one day we'll get to that. They're like, yeah, we'll just fucking... screw over Arthas right now, and as a level 20 NPC, he has challenged us to concoct a new plague. A plague deadlier than any ailment on Azeroth. This new disease will bring Arthas' Scourge army to ruin, which it kind of did. Like, the Wrathgate kind of showed that. But so you get corrupted by a fucking plague yourself, and then you want to make your own? Like, it just seems like a suicidal tendency. My studies show that the blood of beasts might prove to be the key. Bring me 5 vials of Darkhound blood so I can test my theory. Apothecary in the town of Brill wants you to collect 5 vials of Darkhound blood. Generate 2 health every 5 seconds for 1 hour. Troll's blood, huh? What do you call that, dude? Where did you get that? They assure me that it's from trolls who died naturally and we're going to be, you know, cremated anyway, or whatever our tradition is. Set out to sea, like the guy who sung Somewhere Over the Rainbow, right? Like, well, I don't forget what that's called. Like, just putting them out into the water. And so it's clearly meant for them and not for anybody who was experimented on unjustly. But we could take offense to that. So in exchange for doing this quest and killing some bees for you, you will let me spend the night on your floor because you don't even have a proper bed to sleep on. Of course, undead don't sleep, so we can't take offense to that notion. You just have to accept the fact that that's just how they are.
What would you ask?
Nice to see a friendly face. I don't get much chit chat from Apothecary Johann unless you want something. Yeah, I get that impression from him too. He's been out of the grave too long. Someday I'll be like that, I hear. Creepy. Maybe by then I won't care. With the alchemy, you can turn... At least she's making idle conversation. I like that. With alchemy, you can turn found herbs into healing and other types of potions.
Embrace the shadow.
You see, they have like a bipolar feeling sometimes. Like, oh, the trolls will say the voodoo, stay away from the voodoo. Meanwhile, they'll say something positive, like, oh, go with the voodoo. Like, they'll say opposite things. Like, the voodoo's bad, but then the voodoo's good. Or like, here, embrace the shadow. Or
What will you require? Yes,
I don't know. They're trying to be all edgy and cool, I guess is my point.
our enemies abound.
I guess I'll have to sleep on their floor. Or you have another one, dude. Get me a bed for this one. Delivery to Silverpine Forest. Now this is them again saying like, why the fuck are you in Brill still? Why the fuck are you in Razor Hill? They were sending me to the Barrens as soon as I got to Razor Hill. You're over leveled. That's really what the game is telling you. Time is a luxury. If chat and other people aren't telling me, the game will. Time is a luxury that is not afforded to those of us under the employ of Lady Sylvanas. He's name dropping Sylvanas and Arthas, dude. This guy's like the spectral knight of World of Warcraft. If you played Hearthstone, if you know, you know. As a member of the Royal Apothecary Society, it's my duty to share my knowledge with my colleagues so that our collective efforts may one day provide the Dark Lady with a new plague that she so badly desires. So it all started with this dude. All the shit they do in Silverpine Forest, the Wrathgate, Apothecary Johann was the genius, the initiator behind all of that shit. That vial he's holding eventually became the plague that fucking brought Arthas to his goddamn knees. That's what you're trying to tell me. Because he's the first person who speaks of it. I don't think anybody in the starting Death Knell would be talking about this. Or like the Apothecary Society in general did it. The Dark Lady, the new plague she so badly desires. Share my knowledge with colleagues. Take the findings to Apothecary Ren Farrell, who is stationed at the Sepulchre in Silverpine Forest. Follow the road south to the south from Brill. Follow the Undercity, go southwest. From the city... okay, we got it.
Trust no one.
So in exchange for all of that, we get to sleep on his rug here. And this guy's going to cramp my style too as I'm trying to do it. Or he respects my RP by leaving. So, I mean, undead don't sleep, so you really can't be upset. And also, he didn't offer me refreshments. No, I'm trying to... You got to face the opposite way. This is just going to be a good RP tradition that we do, right? We would trust that they wouldn't experiment on us in our sleep, even though they're waving in our face as a reward, Troll's Blood Potion. Where are they going to get that Troll's Blood? There are no trolls around this area. They'll extract it from us as we sleep and then give it back to us as a reward. I see you, Shifty Undead. Like a dramatic camera zoom in because it's in first person and we're on the floor. It's kind of a unique angle. So at least we end off again. That's what this whole thing encourages me to do too. I have to log out in a different area each time. And by area, I don't mean it doesn't have to be a different zone. It just has to be like a different house or a different, you know, generally different region. So we slept in Brill once. We won't be able to sleep in Brill again ever. So we have to always find a new place to go. Even as static and stationary as this playthrough feels, we do make some form of progress anyway. But it was a non-combat, non-leveling episode. Even if I do look at the Undercity and Thunder Bluff, it won't be right away, right? I'll wait a while before I do that. Although I might be tempted to explore Turisfall, or I don't know. Because like I said, I'm not an expert on the Horde Zone, so that would be a justifiable thing to do.